Hey Shane,
Yeah,
157 more picks, man. This is your day, buddy. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's finish this thing.
Let's start the draft. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the long coverage of Day 3 of the 2023 NFL Draft. I'm your co-host, Brian Bosarge, joined as always by the great Shane P. Hallam. Shane, we said it, 157 picks today, and the action's already started, man. We've had 2 trades before we've even had a pick on the clock.
Wow, look, we are going. Today's going to be hot and heavy. There's no waiting for the TV. We're just reading the picks as we get them and going from there.
Yeah, I mentioned 2 trades. Let's get those out of the way already. Mickey Loomis, man, can't sit on draft picks. So
Nah.
he's already made a trade. The Saints coming up 12 spots with the Chicago Bears. Saints get pick 103 to start the round. Chicago goes back to pick 115 in the 4th. They also get pick 165 in the 5th coming their way. So Mickey Loomis, he's ready to go.
Right, moving up. I'd be interested to see who's moving up for. They drafted a defensive tackle already because I would have thought Adebore from Northwestern. Maybe it's a Jake Hayner spot as well. I think he's going to go pretty early today.
Yeah, we could see a quarterback run. We're going to talk about what we're expecting runs here in a minute. The second pick on the clock tonight has already also been traded, and that is the Houston Texans, who were on the clock. They are now off the clock as they have made a trade with the Las Vegas Raiders. Vegas coming up 6 spots here to pick 103, and they'll also receive a 6th-round pick 203. Houston will get pick 109, 6 spots back in the 4th, and they pick up pick 174, one of the last picks of the 5th round. So they do a pick swap in the 4th and a pick swap 5th and 6th here for the Raiders to come up 6 spots.
Man, it's wild, right? Yesterday we thought maybe we'd see trades at the top, didn't really happen, and then we started getting those trades moving in. Now these 2 teams, Saints, Raiders, moving up to the beginning of day 3, right? If there are players that have fallen out of day 2 that you want, you're gonna have to go up and move up for them. We'll see who they take. I know you came out today with our best available still left in the draft.
Yeah. Paul here in the chat was here all night last night. Says we're grinders. Thanks for hanging in there. Hey man, we love this stuff, and that's why we're hanging in there. And we're glad that you guys are in here with us today. Scott, Good morning to you, my man. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for everybody that hung out with us last night. Thanks to everybody who hung out with us Thursday night. Big traffic numbers to draftcountdown.com the last couple of days. We set our traffic high since the relaunch Thursday. That was awesome. And thanks everybody for hanging with us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had fun so far. I'm excited for day 3 because it's about to get wild. So
no doubt about it. Shane, you mentioned we could see a quarterback run here to start. Daniel Jeremiah also feels the same way, that we could start seeing some quarterbacks coming off. Do you think that could be where the Saints are maybe coming up here for Hayner?
Saints or the Raiders, either one.
Well, the Raiders,
right? I think either
Hayner, DTR, maybe Tanner McKee. I hope not.
We'll see. who's our best available? Go over who we have left.
All right, let's. You can see these lists. I listed our best available up to the top 200 on our board. I'm not going to go through every name, but for me, I'll go through the top 100 players best available myself. Adetomiwa Adebariye, Northwestern, the edge. Cornerback Keely Ringo, Georgia. Offensive tackle DeJuan Jones, Ohio State. Cornerback Darius Rush, South Carolina. Cornerback Clark Phillips III, Utah. Safety Antonio Johnson, Texas A&M. Linebacker Nick Herbig, Wisconsin. Offensive tackle Blake Freeland, BYU. Chase Brown, running back Illinois. Luke Whippler, interior offensive line, Ohio State. Jalen Duncan, offensive tackle Maryland. Wide receiver Tyler Scott, Cincinnati. Pair of interior offensive linemen, Chandler Zavala, NC State. Nick Saldivari, Old Dominion. Pair of running backs, Israel Banakanda, Pitt. Rashawn Johnson, Texas. Safety J.L. Skinner, Boise State. Caillou Blue Kelly, Stanford. Corner Torrey Trice, Purdue. McGuire from Missouri, and rounds out mine. Shane, I'll go through the players that I just didn't mention on mine there that you have. Noah Sewell, linebacker, Oregon. Henry To'o, linebacker, Alabama. Carter Warren, offensive tackle from Pitt. Braden Daniels, interior offensive line from Utah. Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver, Iowa State, are the best available players from both of our boards.
Breaking news, Brian. We have a third trade.
A third trade. Good God, man.
The Eagles have moved up to pick 105. So it's going to be Saints, Raiders, Eagles. They are moving up to the Texans pick at 105 here. So,
do we have the details on that one yet?
Nah, it just came out. So we're still waiting on the details. But 3 trades will start day 3
Has
here.
Has this ever happened? It doesn't feel like this.
I don't remember anything like this at the top of
definitely before we go on the clock, right? I mean, this is wild. But hey, good for these teams, man. Identifying it has to be some of these players we just talked about, right? Teams are like, holy crap, these guys are still on the board. We've got to
like I said, I mean, there are guys with kind of day 2, round 2 grades, that we mentioned. Corners, I think especially you have multiple corners I thought would go in round 2 that are still on the board.
That we have the details here. It is not another pick going back in this year's draft. Houston will pick up a 3rd round pick from the Philadelphia Eagles in 2024 to come up to 105.
105. So, we start to see that day 3, right? Teams will give up a pick next year, 1 round in front to get their guy in this draft. So the Eagles have had a lot of picks in this draft. They're not going to have a lot of roster space. It's going to be, it makes sense to give up a pick next year where they have already invested some capital in there.
Yeah, they end up with now. This is they didn't have a pick in the 4th or 5th round, the Eagles, so that's why they had to give up next year's draft capital. Come up here,
and let's remember, Houston traded away their 3rd next year from the Cardinals trade,
so they get that back. So good call there. Who's going to be the most active today? Looks like Jaguars have double-digit picks.
A lot of picks.
Just kind of skimming over here. I mean, we got a handful of teams with like 8 or 9 picks today. So it's going to be, you're going to hear New England. You're going to hear them a lot. 9 picks. They have 4. New England has 4 in the 4th round, 4 in the 6th round. So you're going to be hearing them a lot today. The Rams have 10 picks today, including 4 in the 5th. So,
yeah, next year pick seems like a value. If you have extra picks, you're the Texans. You're not winning the Super Bowl this year. Let's get a day 2 pick next year. Yeah, I like that.
Out of curiosity, did the Eagles have an extra 3rd?
They do not. Okay. They are projected to get a 3rd round comp pick, though.
So there you go. So that could be, that could end up being one of the ones that go. Green Bay 9 picks today. Theirs are a little more spread out. They have 3 in the 7th. Philadelphia also has 3 in the 7th today, and so does San Francisco. I would not expect Philadelphia to keep all those 7s.
Yeah, the 7s, I wouldn't expect it either. You never know if you want kind of taxi guys or guys you just don't want to lose to undrafted free agency potentially.
We talked to our best available. when you talk quarterbacks, we could see a run on those here to start. Maybe what other kind of positional runs do you foresee happening here in the early stages of day 3?
I think we could get some running backs to go early here. Roshan Johnson, Izzy Benaconda still on the board. Dwayne McBride from UAB, I think, is another player who's going to get drafted fairly soon. I think you start to have some teams like the Patriots, Chase Brown from Illinois as well. Teams like the Patriots, the Panthers. I think we can see a couple running backs here. So I like that. And I think we're still going to continue to see offensive line, right? Auto tackle. We talked about Jalen Duncan from Maryland yesterday, still on the board. Carter Warren, Pitt, Blake Freeland, BYU. I think there's always going to be an O-line going. I think we get a run today.
Yeah, there's a lot of there was some risk tackles involved, but the risk is gone now, right? DeJuan Jones because of the weight, Jalen Duncan because of kind of exposed, and Blake Freeland because of the strength issues, right? That's why they're available on day 4, despite what could be their upside. And so that's why you see now those guys still available, but they could come off the board early. Baba here talking about the Texans getting rid of next year's one while using rookie quarterback could backfire. Yeah,
it could. It could. I think, and I'm sure the push was from the Cardinals. Hey, we want your one instead of the Browns one. And I think the Texans might see them as fairly equal to the Browns, even with the Deshaun Watson, the quarterback difference, and say, okay, you're gonna work to get better here.
When do we see the NFL start using that NBA philosophy where they start protecting these picks? Like if a pick is in the top 10, you get our other one. Like, do you ever foresee something like that happening? I know I hate it when I see these NBA trades because they're so complicated. It's like, you never, do you think we'll ever see anything like that in the NFL?
I don't know if we will, just because you have more rounds, you have more picks to work with. I think in the NBA, it's like you get 2 picks,
2 rounds.
Right. So if you lose out on one, you're pretty much screwed. I think the NFL is not that way. So I think that's the case. I think it's more likely we see a lottery before we see the protected picks.
Hopefully. And I really hope we never see a lottery in the NFL either. That's such trash.
I don't think it helps with anything.
Tanking's not a real thing in the NFL. I just,
let's not go too far, but
I just don't think it is. The NBA, I'll buy tanking, but I can't buy it in the NFL, man, because these jobs are so, minuscule, right? Because you're a day away from getting cut, right?
Yeah, so you gotta. The Texans could have tried it with the Cardinals. Cardinals would have said,
"Yeah, they would have said no.
We'll take
it. The trade never gets made." Yeah,
because they have more offers for that pick. You're gonna have to take it.
A little housekeeping here today. We've been hitting y'all with the sounds and everything the last couple of days for the trades. That's not happening today.
No, where we're going.
Stuff's gonna happen, and we're not gonna do this for the picks today. We're just gonna go with the picks. So. Because they're going to be coming fast and hard. I haven't hit anybody with the horn yet, but I may just on general principle when I see something I don't like.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. It helps us out. People might find it today that are looking for day 3 coverage, and appreciate all the people that have been here all 3 days. We got a bunch of people that have been here all 3 days, which is awesome. And if
you know of any hardcore people that want to come in, man, share this out and get them in the chat with us.
Yeah, if they're even watching day 3, it's like I don't know. The TV coverage never gives you much, so I feel like if you're watching at this point, you want something more. Sounds like fart the horn.
Hey, man. Somebody has never watched The Price is Right. Is what that tells me.
Look. Bip's too good for that. We don't need that. So we should be starting here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, Goodell's on the stage right now with. Looks like they're going to let some of the fans call the picks. I believe that has been the way in the past. They've let fans call some picks. So
usually pretty good. There's a couple fans that go a little nuts, but usually it's pretty good. But I'm not even gonna watch the TV. I'm not even gonna watch it. Like
I'll have it on.
Yeah.
But hopefully Drew Pearson is not here today. That would be super.
But yeah, I mean the Eagles moving up. I think Keely Ringo is someone I had them taken in my day 2 mock, which makes sense.
Andrew DeCecco says he assumes the Eagles are targeting Ringo or Adebayor. Albert Breer also said that Minnesota is listening on Dalvin Cook and Zadarius Smith today, for what that's worth.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, Jeff, we got the first 3 picks of day 3 have been traded. So that's well, I've never seen that before. I haven't seen that before. Yeah, I'll take some animal picks. Let's get some animals out there and make some picks. That'd be fun.
Let's be honest. That was only fun because of Mike Mayock's reaction on the television. That's what.
Yeah. Look, let's get him back too. Let's once his
they do need to get Mike once he stops getting them fat checks from the Raiders. Let's get him back on the draft coverage as well.
Daniel Jeremiah said Mayock texted him Thursday morning, so that might happen some point.
This man just said that the National Cornbread Festival.
Tough scheduling on the Cornbread Festival, but
don't they know what this weekend is?
Yeah, the National Cornbread Festival. That's probably the most important thing.
Apparently.
Can you recap the 3 trades?
I would be glad to recap the 3 trades for Nick here. Saints are on the clock right now, clock ticking. They gave up pick 115 in the 4th and 165 in the 5th to come up here to the top pick with the Bears. The second pick was moved to Las Vegas from Houston. They do a swap of 5 picks in the 4th round. Raiders come up and they swap a 5th and a 6th. So Houston gets the 5. Raiders get Houston 6, pick 203, and pick 174 going back to Houston. The Eagles gave up a 2024 third round pick to come up to pick 105 with the Houston Texans.
3 trades in a row. Love it. So
yeah, there's also a big festival happening on the Gulf Coast of Alabama here today. It's the annual mullet toss at the Floribama Lounge.
Okay, so we got the Cornbread Festival and the mullet toss happening this weekend. I mean, what is the draft? Who needs that?
Who needs the draft, right?
Cornbread.
I also had to do some dance dad duties this morning, Shane. My daughter had a performance. Luckily, it was at the park that's right next to my neighborhood, so I was able to get over there and watch that. Right?
Well, good. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, this draft has been weird with small trades, like just tiny jumps. It's crazy. Yeah. Those first round picks. Yeah, Gruden had a lot of impact, so I feel a little bad for
Mayock was the fall guy for Gruden's ineptitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a team effort. Like you're on the team. Like that's part of it. You have to deal with those agreements. Really push if you have disagreements, but that doesn't help our chances. All right, we have the first pick of the 3rd day. The New Orleans Saints are selecting Nick Saldiveri, offensive lineman out of Old Dominion, Senior Bowl guy. Brian, if you want to talk about him and his versatility.
We had Jim Nagy tweeted out early in the process that there was a collegiate right tackle that he thought would be a starting NFL center. So we had a little fun with that, and I actually guessed Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion. He comes down to the Senior Bowl and plays center, plays guard, plays right tackle. I think we project him probably to play more guard initially, and I think that's where he'll play for the Saints. So I like this pick here. The versatile offensive lineman for the Saints can play 3, maybe can play 4 of the 5 offensive line positions.
Yeah, I think that's the versatility is kind of a swing back up to me is so good here for Saldiveri because he's tough. He mirrors well, and I think moving inside just covers up a lot of the athleticism, kick slide, footwork problems. Like if you improve his bend, I think he could be a starter. So I'm with you. I like this pick.
Yeah, he was 88 on my board, 102 on yours. So we're pretty good here. He also tested in a 95, almost a 95% athlete. So I love this pick for the Saints. They identified him overnight
Moved
as a
up,
position of need, moved up, and make it happen. So good.
and he
Good.
was he was a firm day 2 guy. I think he could have went day 2, so it makes sense. I
Yeah,
think to move up for him.
I agree. I like this pick for New Orleans.
Yeah, and I think it was a need for them. Looking at what they've done so far. They got the defensive line, they got the edge, they got the running back. I think the interior line needed some help.
Nick Underhill, who covers the Saints, says both of the Saints guards in the last year of their contracts, with Cesar Ruiz also having his 5th-year option decision coming. So that this is a look ahead. Get Saldiveri in the pipeline, and you can make that decision on one of those guards.
Right. I love that for day 3, round 4, round 5, saying, okay, we need to develop this player for a year. And then now if he's good enough, we don't have to worry about the position next year, free agency. He can step in. I think it's a smart way to play the draft. This is where sometimes we get some wonky positions for teams we don't expect. A lot of times it is looking a year, sometimes 2 years down the line.
Yeah, exactly. So, that brings up something I wanted to talk about before we got going, and we can talk about this quickly. What should fans' expectations be of players drafted today?
Yeah, I mean, look, well, before we get there, the Raiders have selected pick 104.
Okay, let's get to the Raiders pick.
They're selecting Jacorian Bennett, cornerback out of Maryland, moved up for Jacorian Bennett.
I love that too. And Shane, this is your guy, man. You were on him first. He's a Mobile, Alabama kid, but you were on him first, Shane. You even said you liked him on tape better than Deonte Banks.
Yeah, I did. I thought he played better than Deonte Banks this year. Just with in terms of smoothness and transitions in routes, more of a playmaker than Banks was. He makes interceptions, and I think his back pedal and transition. He transitions from the back pedal to moving with the receivers a lot better. Banks is that press corner. He has the speed. I understand the upside. Bennett's thin. He's not super physical at the line of scrimmage. Not a contested catch. He won't get good positioning. But if you want someone who can make interceptions, that is not going to be, lose a receiver. I think Jacorian Bennett's a good off the line corner for the Raiders.
And this is a Raiders pick through and through. Speed, 4.3 speed, 1.45, 10 split, 40.5-inch vertical, 11'1" broad jump, 95% athlete. Jacorian Bennett. And I've said the word versatility so much in the last 2 days, already said it today with Saldiveri. You get versatility here with Bennett. He can play outside corner. He can play slot. Because at the Senior Bowl during the game itself, all the safeties pretty much walked before the game started. So Jacorian Bennett almost had to play free safety the entire Senior Bowl game because they just lacked options. And so Bennett was able to come in there, and I love the pick.
I like it too because I think he can be a starter. I think corner was a need for the Raiders ultimately. That they really didn't address. We thought even maybe they could go corner at 7. So I think to get someone like Jacorian Bennett who maybe can play a nickel for them if they need it is pretty good. I wonder if they use him as an outside receiver. I think it would make sense to try to kind of train him up. Maybe not this year. Outside corner, sorry, against outside receivers, because I think it would make sense to try to develop him into that.
Another, circle back to what we were talking about expectations today. Another couple of words you're going to hear us say together a lot today: special teams. And when you start drafting guys on day 3, they've got to make special teams impact, or especially when we get the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, where those guys ain't going to make the team, right?
Right. Yeah. The point is, you're going to need those extra special teams players to make the roster. Why you drafted someone 6th, 7th round that is not going to make the roster, the 5th running back, whatever. But if they can play special teams, then they can stick. That's solid. So
that's your initial way to get onto the 53-man roster and to be active on game days because you can only have 45 active. If you're going to play, you've got, especially this is especially true for the speed positions, right? They're your wide receivers, your corners, your safeties, your linebackers. Those guys are going to have to play multiple special teams to make it. The Eagles, War Room
Eagles are on the
clapping.
clock.
Yeah, they're happy. They seem to like who they have selected here.
I hope so. They trade a 3rd-round pick next year for him, so they better better like the pick. You better gotten who you want, but we have the pick.
Shane
It is Keely Ringo, cornerback out of Georgia, who I had in my day 2 mock. Makes a lot of sense. He is a round 2, round 3 value. An interesting player, a big upside, big downside. Brian, how do you feel about Ringo here to the Eagles?
It seems like we're killing him for one game. Maybe it was more than that, right? But he got destroyed in the championship game, right? So
championship game, the Ohio State,
the Ohio State game. I'm sorry, not championship game. But another Georgia Bulldog. That's the 3rd off the board for the Philadelphia Eagles.
All defense.
Off their defense. So Keely Ringo, good speed, or great speed, I should say.
Great speed for his size.
But problem is he doesn't move laterally well, right? That's another issue with Ringo. His shuttle time's pretty poor. 7.21 3-cones, not great. But yeah, do you feel it was worth giving up the 3 next year to come up here and secure Keely Ringo?
I do. I think they would have taken him round 2. We wouldn't have blinked an eye. As Bip saying, the Eagles are playing with other teams. It's just a solid draft because he has a lot of upside, but leaves a lot of cushion. Like you said, he had the bad Ohio State game. I think he had a couple bad games this year where he just doesn't have the instincts yet, but the physical tools are so good. 5-star recruit, number 1 overall recruit. If you can improve his anticipation, and the Eagles are a good spot, he doesn't have to play, right? This is the next year pick. Develop him. I like giving up the 3rd for this because I don't think you're getting a Keely Ringo that size and speed in the 3rd next year, right?
Right. And this is also the time for those new to the show. I'm going to talk about Mobile, Alabama high school players when they get drafted. Jacorian Bennett becomes the 3rd player off his high school football team, McGill Tulin, in his high school class to be drafted to play professionally. This is from Craig Stevenson, writerforL.com. Bennett gets drafted this year. Last year, Jalen Tolbert, South Alabama receiver, gets drafted. Bubba Thompson, 1st-round draft pick by the Texas Rangers in baseball.
All right, we have the pick for the Colts here at 106.
Colts pick is in.
Is Blake Freeland, offensive tackle out of BYU. We talked about him top of the show. Super athlete, had a really great workout, good mover, but bad technique, not the strongest guy. How do you think he fits with the Colts here? Could play inside, could play outside.
Developmental piece, right? Young for a BYU player. You don't see that often. Only 22 years old, right? So, but 6'7", 312 pounds, sub-5 second 40, one of the best testing athletes of any offensive line prospect in this class. Good week at the Senior Bowl. That's where we started seeing his rise just a little bit. And then, kind of took over at the combine is where he started getting that buzz where we thought day 2 was a distinct possibility. Colts are able to get him here on day 3. Developmental tackle prospect, right? He's got to get stronger. But it's the position of need for the Colts. I think he could end up competing with Bernard Raymond, who was another developmental tackle they drafted last year. Who was it, Raymond? Yeah. That they end up having to develop.
They need someone on the other side, so that'll be interesting too. If like you said, they can develop him, maybe Freeland can kick inside if things don't work out. But I mean, you got to like the athletic upside, especially even as a run blocker. He's really good. It can help Jonathan Taylor. And I think you need a big athlete now. You have Anthony Richardson. You need someone that can match that athleticism and speed on the offensive line at tackle if they play him there. I think Blake Freeland can do that.
Sure.
Patriots on the clock.
Patriots are on the clock. They've had an interesting draft so far, right?
Yeah, look, we didn't see the Cole Strange-esque reach, right? Christian Gonzalez, solid value. Keon White, solid value. And then Marte Mapu, there was that talk. You could go day 3, kind of a play for a year down the line. They have 4 fourth-round picks. Maybe we'll see some offense here for the New England Patriots finally.
Very, very well could. Receiver, I think, was a spot we all thought that they could attack here at some point. There's some good receivers left on the board, so we'll see if
running
that's
back.
Yeah.
You know,
are they in need of a slot? There's a handful of those guys left, right? With Tyler Scott still sitting on the board. Yoshivas from Princeton feels like a guy who could fill in that Patriots mold there.
Yeah, it might be, they have a lot of picks, so maybe in the 6th, 7th too. Take a couple Yeshivas, some upside, the outside receivers, but I think it's time to help.
We should make a note on that Colts pick, 9.82 RAS.
Yes. Oh, nice. Good note. Yes. Back to the.
We're back above 9.
Yeah. They took someone below 9. Chris Bauer did so.
But still green, still in the green, still above 8.
Yeah, all the Georgia fans, you got to become Eagles fans, I guess now.
That's the way that works.
Committing to it. Look, it's a smart strategy. You take the players from the best defense in college football and put them on your defense in the NFL. It seems smart to me. I don't know. Easy. Like maybe this is easier than we think.
Offensive tackle could be in play here for the Patriots as well.
Yeah, that's a big need for them. That a lot of people thought could happen. Some reports they might be trying to move down here as well. Though they have
so many picks today.
Maybe maybe they want a little Eagles action. Give me a third next year. It seems like a Patriots move, but I doubt it happens after all the trades at the beginning here. We have the pick. The Patriots.
Who are the Patriots selected here?
Senior Bowler, Jake Andrews, center out of Troy.
Ooh, this feels early for him, but I know he's your guy, Shane, so I'm going to let you go on this one.
Yeah, I identified him really early. I think just an explosive driver, smart. He feels like a Patriots kind of player. He doesn't make big mistakes, doesn't miss assignments, good hand placement, and explosive off the line. I think his footwork needs some work. He's a little bit raw, but I think there's upside with Jake Andrews here. So I like the pick. I think it's a good fit. He could play guard. He could play center.
Yeah. So, the Patriots love them some versatility. And Andrews gives them that. So, yeah, I'm a fan of Jake. You turned me on to him, and I was a fan of his, but not the best tester out there. That kind of turned me off just a little bit. And
it made me move him down too.
Yeah, he had a lot of up and down reps at the Senior Bowl too in those one-on-ones. Kind of struggled a little bit there. I had late.
Yeah, Dally Boy, good question. Why is Adebawore, Whippler, Clark Phillips still on the board? Why do the Bears
Clark Phillips is arm length and size. Whippler, Shane, you can elaborate on him. There's some reports, maybe some medicals for Adebawore has pushed him down a little bit.
Yeah, I think Whippler, he just doesn't have that kind of run blocking, gap creating toughness that you look for. I think he'll go pretty soon, but I don't know if he was on that day 2 bubble ultimately. So I think they'll get picked soon. And I think for the Bears, they address some of those positions. They might not fit, it doesn't fit the defense. Clark Phillips may not fit the defense. So we'll see what happens. Nick Herbig, he'll probably be coming off the board soon as well. The Seahawks have actually made a pick. We'll see who it. I don't have who it is yet, but they've been trading down for like 58 picks recently. So we have the pick. I think you're muted, Brian. But Anthony Bradford, the offensive tackle guard from LSU, is the pick for the Seattle Seahawks here. I actually had him as my inside interior lineman 10 versus Jake Andrews, who just was 28 for me.
Yeah, so Bradford's kind of been climbing the board here lately, right? We've seen his name fly up late in the process. Not a guy that he didn't play in an all-star game, but tested outstanding, right? 6'4", 332 with a 1.66 10-yard split and tested as 9.81 RAS, 116 on your board, Shane.
Yeah, 116 because I like the length. I mean, he keeps defenders off of him. He's tough. He's strong. I love him as a run blocker. I think for a gap scheme where you have Kenneth Walker, you have Zach Charbonnet, I think Bradford gives you versatility. I definitely want him at guard and not tackle. We'll see what the Seahawks ultimately end up doing. But I think
Played
Bradford
tackle at LSU, right?
did play tackle at LSU. I just get scared of the athleticism, off the edge. Some of those explosive first step guys beat him pretty easily if he didn't get his hands on him. But at guard, I think it's pretty good. We have the Texans selection at 109. The Houston Texans are going to take a Texan, Dylan Horton, edge rusher out of TCU, staying in the state. I think it's a guy that you liked at least at one point in the process, Brian. What do you like about Horton?
Yeah, Horton has a quick first step is one of the things that I noticed on his tape, and he offers a little versatility. Played multiple spots for TCU on defense. Kind of gets overpowered sometimes. Had some iffy reps to the Senior Bowl, then didn't test all that well. Either comes in as sub-7 RAS, but 4.74 speed at 6'3", 265. There is some upside here as a pass rusher, and I know Seattle needed that. So I like
Houston.
Houston, yeah,
taking him across from Will Anderson, which I think is an interesting mix. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm with you. I think big plays. I mean, he had a couple games that Dylan Horton just took over, sack backfield consistently. But
he had like a 4-sack game against somebody this year. I think I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, so I think there are games where you watch and he's taking it over, and there are games where he's kind of falling behind. We have the Colts pick at pick 110. The Indianapolis Colts select Adetomiwa Adebawore, the edge rusher, defensive lineman out of Northwestern.
This was preordained.
Raz?
I'm working on that. Talk about what you like about Adebawore, why you had him so high, and I'll finish up.
Yeah, I mean, he was my edge 10, super athletic, explosive, nasty. Like he'll knock these tackles over. You try to chip him with a running back, good luck. Struggles with his hands. He's a pure athlete, and I think that's what the Colts like to develop that. He's a little bit of a tweener. You play him inside, you play him outside. But a fit, I think, for a Colts team that needs a little bit more versatility on the defensive front.
Inside out player is what I like about it. You call that a tweener. I call it, schemable. You're going to get pass rush from the inside. You're going to get pass rush from the outside. Plus, he's a solid run defender, I think. 27 bench press reps. I don't think he's not strong. 6'1", 284. At 6'1", 284, Shane, he ran a 4.49 40. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
For a man that big to be running that fast. And per PFF, he had one of the best pass rushing grades of any of the edge guys in this class. And Chris Ballard, 9.87 RAS. There you go.
9.87. I knew it was a high 9. So Tyler asking how we like the Colts draft. I mean, you got athletes. Anthony Richardson, best quarterback athlete ever. Julius Sprintz, 99.9% athlete. I like that pick. I like the press coverage ability. And I like Josh Downs. I like them going off the top RAS to get a slot. Hill slot receiver, and now you get, I think, a guy that could have went round 1, and we would have been like, hey, okay, I get it. Adebawore, 40 time for his weight. Truly historic, as Pierce says. I definitely love the pick, and I love this Colts draft. I think the Colts Chris Ballard's doing some good things here.
It's fun stuff, man. I love it, and since we figured this out last year with their RAS, this is so fun to track and just to see what they do.
It's still all green. I don't know if they're ever going to draft.
I will say this: if they go below green, that's when I'm using the Price is Right horn.
Yeah, that's when we'll get the womp out. But we'll see the 7th round if they can hold it up. They certainly did last year, just drafting random dudes that are really athletic. Maybe they'll draft there's a basketball player in this draft, a tight end. So maybe they'll draft him.
Who's that?
UC Davis, tight end.
Okay. Cleveland Browns are on the clock now, pick 111. They drafted Siaki Ika and Cedric Tillman with their first 2 picks, not in that order. But you liked what they've done so far?
Yeah, I feel like it's always a little weird. Cleveland didn't have a lot of needs, which I think helps. But I like Tillman for down the line or on the other side from Amari Cooper, and I think Ika at least helps them stop the run, which they struggled with last year. We have the pick, the Cleveland Browns, pick 111, select DeJuan Jones, offensive tackle out of the Ohio State University, a guy you were maybe hoping for your Bengals, perhaps. DeJuan Jones, man, what a mammoth specimen of a dude.
And he's going to be a swing tackle, I think, for the Browns. But they've got some contract situations coming up with their guys with Jed Wills and other right tackle slipping my mind at the moment. But mammoth guy here, DeJuan Jones, biggest wingspan I think I've ever seen, 89-inch wingspan. I mean, it's insanity.
He will have the 8th largest hands in NFL history.
8th largest. There you go. I mean, but it's a need for the Browns, no doubt about it. And
yeah. I mean, 6'8", 375 is something, and he can be dominating at times.
The concerns, I was listening to some of the Bengals guys, their concerns with DeJuan Jones and what they heard from around the league, talking to other scouts, was why didn't he weigh in at his pro day? Because the 375 weight is from the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That was in January.
Right.
So how much does he weigh? Did his weight get out of control? That's a concern.
He did, yeah. So we have a trade.
We have a trade.
The enemies are trading together. The Jets are moving pick 112 to the New England Patriots, pick 120 and pick 184. So Patriots
184. 184 is going to be in the 6th round.
We said that Patriots have a lot of picks.
They just moved one of them to come up here and strike their guy. So they're moving up 8 spots here to come up.
With the Jets. That's not a team you trade with.
They traded Belichick to the Patriots, right?
Sure. I guess that's fair. Just try to get, maybe they should toss in Belichick in this deal. I think he could have, we have the pick.
Oh, geez, it's stupid. You're laughing.
Patriots are selecting Chad Ryland, kicker out of Maryland. We got our second kicker off the board here. I'm going to guess that. No, look, you saw him at the Senior Bowl, though. Maybe you do have some kicker analysis.
He missed a 30-yard field goal at the Senior Bowl.
Okay, well,
I'm done.
Well, look, I think, I love Jake Moody is my top kicker. Ryland's number 2. I think Ryland has a more distance leg than Moody does. Definitely, much better kickoff. I mean, kickoffs, he's the best kickoff kicker in this draft. He could slice kick sometimes, like you said, even some easy ones. He missed a few easy ones this year at Maryland. So consistency, not the thing, but Ryland's got a big leg. So moving up for the kicker, Nick, I'm not sure if you're happy about that. Probably not. But, they had a ton of picks. So I think the Jets maybe were fine with moving down let the Patriots get their kicker.
Listen, we've done our podcast. We've relaunched now this is our 2nd draft, and we've done all this. And now it's like I have supported one specialist the entire time here, and it blew up in my face. I'm never doing it again.
Look, you got to get back on the specialist wagon.
No.
They're going early. They're going early now.
No, did it last year, and look where that got me.
Kickers are important, Samuel Belichick's getting hit with dementia. No, like they needed a kicker. I mean, they've been having some issues with that position. They've been trying to draft one for a couple years now. So we'll see.
I tell you, whoever's the social media person at the Senior Bowl, they're going to be busy today, right?
Yeah, well, they're busy. Yesterday, day 2 was big Senior Bowl day. Today's going to be wild. So we'll see. We're
Corey Kinnan writes for the Browns. Said Bernard Raymond, Blake Freeland, Spider-Man meme.
There you go. We have the pick 113. The Atlanta Falcons have selected Clark Phillips III, cornerback out of Utah, a player we thought might have went day 2. I think one of the best film corners, to be honest with you, Brian. Give me the good and bad here for Clark Phillips.
The good here is I feel like you're projecting him to play in the slot, right? He's not really. That's not really what he did at Utah, but that's what he's going to do in the NFL because of his size, and that is the negative. 5'9", 184. But the real negative is 29 and an eighth inch arms. That ain't going to cut it on the outside in the NFL. But he's young, he's productive, and has great ball skills. That will get it done. And he also didn't test that great, only a 4.5, 140. When you're 5'9", 184, you should have tested really fast, and you didn't. So that's kind of the negative on Clark Phillips. But I mentioned some of the positive. You can elaborate a little bit more.
Well, I think for the Falcons, right, they traded for Jeff Okudah. They need that slot corner. They brought AJ Terrell, picked up his fifth-year option, but small and slow is not great. But he is physical. I mean, locked down Jordan Addison, right? First-round receiver, locked him down in the final game against USC. Playmaker, big pick six guy. As long as he's not, you don't put him up against the big athletic guys, I think he's good. So I'm excited.
So who's up next now? Pick 115. We've got the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, pick 114.
Carolina. 114. I'm sorry, 114 Carolina Panthers on the clock. What have they attacked so far?
Yeah, well, we got Bryce Young, we got Jonathan Mingo, right? We kind of got N.G.J. Johnson. So they got the weapon for Young, picked up the edge rusher with DJ Johnson. I think this could be a situation where we see a linebacker, running back. For them. Scott wants to know the best and worst, single best worst pick of the draft so far. Name names.
The worst pick was easily drafting a kicker at the end of the third round, Jake Moody. But what's your favorite pick so far?
My least favorite might be Trey Tucker to the Raiders. They could trade Tucker at the third.
That's fair.
Best pick so far? Man, I kind of lean toward Nolan Smith to the Eagles. I really like that pick at the end of round one. And I think the Eagles have a plan that they're executing. That's a big one for me because I had him as a potential top 10 player in the draft.
Right. And you got to like what your Steelers have done today. So if they can continue to hit, this could be the draft class that gets them back in it, right?
Right. I think that's the goal, right? That's the goal with his draft class. I think it's a draft class that could put teams back on the map. A good point by Michael on Twitter here, replying to me that you kind of had to take Jake Moody there, right? Because he would have been gone, certainly, before Chad Ryland. And maybe the Patriots wanted to be here at the top of the fourth.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Scott, I think Steelers fans, they're talking about this draft like it's 1974 here. Like we're getting 4 Hall of Famers. It's probably not the case, but 4 potential first-round values for the Steelers. I am very happy with the first draft. We have the pick at 114. The Carolina Panthers select Chandler Zavala, interior lineman from NC State.
He's a big guy, right? Shrine Bowl player. 6'3", 322, tested well, I believe, right? Yeah, 9.5 RAS. Mm-hmm. So he moves well. We started seeing a late rise on our boards. He ended up 86 on mine, 79 on yours. What did you like about Zavala?
He's strong, pancakes guys, like the explosion and strength. He's knocking guys over in that run game. A big upside, I think, as a guard here. So protect Bryce Young, right?
And that's the thing, right? Bryce Young, smaller quarterback, right? So you want to protect him inside out more than anything. Allow him to move around in that pocket, make the plays. That's what you drafted him for at 1 overall. His ability to make plays, kind of, moving around in the pocket a little bit, finding those receivers open downfield. Zavala gives you that.
Yeah, and I think, he makes some mental errors hand-wise. He'll guess a little bit too much. His foot can move more than his upper body. He gets caught off balance. I think there's some things to clean up, but Zavala has a lot of upside as a potential starter.
For anybody watching on television, Johnny Hecker, the punter, is currently wearing Lederhosen and making the pick for the Panthers live from Frankfurt, Germany.
There you go. Scott loves Steelers Ravens, right? Addressing needs and getting value, getting both. Scott really liking Riley Moss in round 3 to the Denver Broncos. Obviously his
Sneaky
favorite team,
fast.
but he's not sneaky fast. He's just fast. He's just a fast guy who is really smart. So I agree with that. We have a big pick here at 115 to the Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears pick 115. What do you got?
Running back Roschon Johnson from
Ooh.
Texas, potentially a new starter for the Chicago Bears here. I know the fantasy impact, he's my RB5. I really think Roschon Johnson profiles as a potential starter over a Khalil Herbert, right? Explosive, good size. I know he backed up Bijan Robinson, but he's tough and a good leader. I heard a lot of good things, vocal leader. He's kind of high cut. He's not a big, deep speed guy. He's not going to wow you with his footwork, but he's tough, can catch the ball. This could be a Dameon Pierce kind of pick here in the early 4th round. What do you think, Brian?
I like it. I think he's one of the better all-around backs in this class. Block, receiving, running, and doesn't have, still got a lot of the tread on the tires because, he was, running second behind Bijan Robinson. And I was really hoping the Bengals maybe would have, taken him at the bottom of the 3rd round there. He's a guy I thought would have been a great target for them because he fits what they want to do on offense, running from the shotgun. That's kind of where, they're headed. And, Chicago seemingly as well, a lot of teams are for that matter. But
I know Zach, a Texas fan and Dallas Cowboys fan, was hoping Rojo would go to the Cowboys. Didn't make it there. Yeah, I'm with you. I think the one question is he you talk about tread on the tires, but he's never had over 100 carries in a season. He's not a guy that's had to do a ton when you have Bijan in front of you. That becomes the question.
So good
fantasy player. I think it vaults him. I released my fantasy rookie mock, but I think that would vault him into my 1st round and might be a tough decision. Zach Charbonnet versus Roschon Johnson, with Charbonnet landing in Seattle.
I mean, I don't know a whole lot about that situation, but I don't think Charbonnet's better than Kenneth Walker, but I do think Roschon Johnson's better than Khalil Herbert.
Right. Which is very fair. So fun pick. I hope we see some more running backs come off the board here. Would be fun. I want the skill position.
A lot of fans wanted their team to draft Roschon Johnson.
Yeah,
should have done that.
We have the next pick. The
Green Bay Packers. Is Miranda and Paul going to be happy? Or Paul abandoned his Packers fandom last night.
They're going to take edge rusher Colby Wooden out of Auburn. Okay. So another edge rusher, but a bigger one. Maybe could play some D-line there for the Packers.
Yeah, good versatility there, right, with Colby Wooden from Auburn going here to the Packers. Is that what you feel here?
Yeah.
Gives that versatility edge, defensive interior defensive line?
Yeah, run defender, wrap up tackler, long arms, fills the gap, can play the edge in terms of stopping the run. I kind of like him. I think for the Packers defense more as a base end than the stand-up. Lucas Van Ness is going to play the stand-up edge rusher role. I think Wooden will be kind of the down lineman there. His motor can run a little cold. He plays pretty upright. I wish he was stronger. I think he'd be really, really good if he was stronger. Maybe a day 2 pick. But maybe you can get that out of him for the Packers.
Yeah, he's this is about where we both had him. You had him 104 on your board. I had him 119. So this is about that area that we saw him coming off. Not quite good enough to get that day 2 capital, but good enough for to go here.
Early round 3, I think was a good spot. He's my edge 17 in this class. And honestly, most of the guys in front of him are off the board. So that's pretty impressive.
New England's back on the clock. We mentioned they had 4 fourth-round picks today, so this is the second one after they traded up to get Ryland.
Chad Ryland. I'm surprised Ryland went.
Who's punter one here, Shane? Are they going to take one of those, or?
I don't think so. I think maybe we get the offensive skill guy for. Can they draft some offense? We got defense. We got special teams for the Patriots.
CBS has got this guy listed. I don't think we've talked much about him. Parker Washington from Penn State as a potential guy here for New England to target.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little early, but he had started with a bang in his college career. Injuries kind of fell off, but he's a fit, I think, for sure. Zach mentioning it loves Roshan Johnson. I moved from quarterback to running back. So I think that's always a fun transition. Those guys understand the offense better, So yeah, I don't know, but the Patriots do weird things sometimes. So I'm fine with it.
Jeff Duncan, another writer for the Saints, he tweeted, I thought this was a good note, said the Saints have drafted 9 players since Dennis Allen has taken over as head coach. 5 of them have been linemen.
It's a smart strategy and not how the Saints used to operate. I think Dennis Allen's definitely making an impact there. We have the pick here. It is an offensive player for the New England Patriots. At pick 117, they are drafting Sidey So, guard from Eastern Michigan.
Sidey So feels like a guy that New England would draft, right? Eastern Michigan guard. He's a fun player to watch, man. He's a bully, right? And this guy just flash dominance at times this year for EMU. They're 6'4", 329. Good arm length for an interior, older prospect. Will be 25 years old this year, but tested really well. He's our first pure only NFLPA player to come here, as Mapu was had come up to the Senior Bowl, but his is the first NFLPA only player to come off the board. So I like this pick. As I thought he might come off the board a little later. You had him about here 133 on your board.
Yeah, he's my interior lineman 14. I just think that skill set, the upside's huge. There are times, like you said, where he dominates, but he's very raw, technique-wise, hand-wise, motor. He has some plays that he takes off and things go poorly. But the good is really good with Sidey So. I think Patriots fans, this is a nice interior lineman. Maybe even could play a little tackle. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, Biff likes Devin Achane a lot. For Miami potentially starting as their round 3 pick.
Pierce thinks Johnny Hekker is the best punter of all time.
Michael Turk's dad would disagree. I'll say that.
Michael. I completely forgot about that.
It's fun when I get DMs from a player's parents that just bash me for I don't know having.
You dare to question the skill set
of a punter.
Of the punter. Let's talk about a player we mentioned him briefly last night who's still on the board. Antonio Johnson, safety from Texas A&M. What's his deal?
I'm a little surprised that he's still around. I definitely thought he would go because he has size, he has closing speed, pretty good tackler, good instincts. He's just more in the box than coverage safety. I think we've seen a lot of the safeties here have been kind of deeper coverage players, right? We're not getting teams to draft the old school linebacker safety combos, which I think Johnson's a bit more of. So if he was a more quick twitch, if he is a little more fluid, maybe he'd be off the board.
Washington's pick is in at 118, and it's another interior offensive lineman here for the command, or not that necessarily, but another interior offensive lineman off the board. It's Braden Daniels, Utah.
Well, I really like this pick for the Commanders. I thought he should go day 2 because he's such a good moving, pulling guard, great technique player, good athleticism. He's light in the pants. He'll get pushed around, not as physical as you want, but for a zone scheme. And I think we're seeing Washington really transition to more of that zone scheme. We saw them take Ricky Stromberg yesterday, who's great for the wide zone. I think you have a player here in Braden Daniels that's great for the wide zone. This is a scheme pick through and through.
Yeah, good athlete here. Good needs to put on some more weight, I believe. Only 294 listed at. That's his combine weight, but ran a 4.99 in the 40, 9.54 RAS athlete. So yeah, the good pick here for the Commanders. Upside, right? But he's got to put on some weight.
Trade. The Kansas City Chiefs are moving up to pick 119, trading with the Minnesota Vikings to try to get those details here. But the Chiefs on the clock picking right now.
All right, so Kansas City, they moved around a little bit in this draft, moved up 3 spots last night with the Bengals.
Yeah, thanks, Sal, for dropping in. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being a supporter always.
Yeah, this is a great labor of love, right, Shane?
Yes, I'm enjoying it. Today's it's already been fun. I like we don't have much downtime. We're just just cranking these out here.
The Jets are on the clock after that trade that we're still looking for the details on.
Yeah, and see what the Chiefs do. Ultimately, the Vikings moving down again, so they're picking up.
Can't help but this is Rick Spielman, and the spirit of Rick Spielman has possessed Quessy here.
Hey, look, Quessy loves them picks. He's got the analytics down. They like those young guys too. So
somebody joked yesterday, Quessy's not picking up enough 7th rounders to get that Rick Spielman comp yet.
That is fair. Rick Spielman's like
Rick loves him 7th rounders.
When I was as a GM, it just would not work out because I'd be like,
I'll say this about Rick Spielman. Maybe he wasn't the greatest GM, but I've been listening a lot to their podcast that they do on CBS Sports. I enjoy listening to him talk. He's very good personality. He was made for media, I think.
No, he's good. I mean, Chris Spielman's good at that too. His brother is. Vikings needed more picks. They didn't have enough picks today for sure. So I definitely get that. Let's see. No, I still don't have anything. I still don't have the pick, which is pretty crazy. But we had that a couple times.
The Panthers currently slated to only pick once more at pick 145, by the way. All right, here we go. The details have come across the television here.
Okay.
Kansas City gets this pick 119. Minnesota gets a 4th round pick 134, and they get a 24 5th round pick.
Yeah. So which I need to update because I'm doing a 7 round 24 mock tomorrow, so I got to make sure that's right. Make those changes.
You said
so. Future pick
7 rounder.
7 rounder. Yeah. With comp picks.
Maniac is what you are.
I didn't fit in enough players even, so yeah, Scott, Vikings used to consistently getting the best values, right? And they kind of backed off from that for whatever reason. So we have the pick for the Chiefs. They're selecting Shamari Connor, safety corner out of Virginia Tech.
This is a guy I liked as a corner prospect, but I think he's a safety, right? The NFL. He played safety all week at the Senior Bowl, never lined up at corner reps. But he said that it's a tight end cover guy, right? I think he's going to be really good at that, and he'll get in practice. He's definitely going to get the work out there to expand his talent. But I think he's going to be a great special teams player early on, and versatility, can play slot corner maybe as well as free safety. I like this pick here for Kansas City.
Yeah, good. Good arm length. He can press a little bit. I think he's a good tackler as well. Has some ball skills. I think he's a little bit stiff, and I think that hurt him at corner. But at safety, it's going to be much better. I like the pick. I think he's my safety 12. So maybe a little bit high for me. But once again, it's a coverage safety. A lot of the guys I have ahead of him are players that are more downhill focused.
Yeah. It's 91% athlete here. Connor, we probably had him maybe a round and a half lower than where he's coming off the board here. But when you're the Chiefs, you're filling needs. And if they were higher on him, obviously go up and get your guy.
Moving up. They needed depth, I think, in the defensive backfield. So trading up for Shamari Connor.
And you give up a 5th next year. That's not a bad price to move up to come up and get your guy.
No, we have the pick for the New York Jets here at pick 120, and the New York Jets are going to get their offensive tackle here with Carter Warren, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh.
So Carter Warren, the offensive tackle of Pittsburgh, coming off the board here at 120 for the Jets. Is this a guy who can also play inside, maybe?
I think he's more of a tackle. I think he's more tackle only to me. Just because that's where he played consistently at Pitt. I thought he was a day 2 player. He's my 8th offensive tackle because super experienced, quick twitch, nice seal with the edge. His bend's inconsistent, his hands are inconsistent, but like rock solid player. I think watching him 2 years at Kenny Pickett, I was like, whoa, who's this tackle, right? And then he didn't come out. So look, I never say never to kick inside, but I think this is maybe a tackle depth move with potential for more.
What I find interesting with Carter Warren, no athletic testing, by the way, for Warren. So it should be probably an injury there. But what I find interesting here is he had a Senior Bowl invite last year, but went back this year, did not get the Senior Bowl invite.
Yeah, so, and gets drafted over some Senior Bowl tackles. So who made the mistake there?
Maybe. But ended up at the Shrine.
Yeah. So Shrine with 2 offensive linemen, a couple offensive linemen for the Shrine here in this round. Yeah. The Packers picks so far, Lucas Van Ness 9.39, Raz, Luke Musgrave 9.78, Tucker Kraft 9.68, Colby Wooden 9.24, Jane Reed 6.74. We talked about it
they're like a serial killer breaking the pattern.
And we talked about it last time. The last time they broke that pattern was Amari Rodgers and day 2, and that didn't work out too well. So we'll see. I think Jaden Reed's better player, better athlete than
that. Jacksonville's going to be busy today, and they are on the clock.
Yeah.
With their one of, I think we said like 9 or 10 picks today.
I like their draft so far. I don't think fans are going to like it. All right, Anton Harrison. A lot of people weren't talking too much about Brenton Strange. People are going to feel like went too early. Tank Bigsby. Why do you need a running back? But, I mean, it is creating an offensive juggernaut, hopefully, with Trevor Lawrence. I think that's really the goal the Jaguars have come into the draft with, and I think are executing, especially for the future. They needed Harrison. That was a good pick.
Yeah. Have they drafted a tight end yet?
Brenton Strange, round 2. So I think he's maybe the future there after Evan Ingram's gone on the tag this year. He's going to be a sneaky fantasy pick that's going to go way too late because he won't do much year 1. But what tight end does? Not many. Not too many.
That's tight ends left. Not since we may be looking at one of those about 10 or 12 picks from now. Just curious.
I think Josh Wiley is got to be the best one left, right? He's the best one.
That feels right. Josh Wiley, Will Mallory,
Davis Allen,
some upside. Zach Kuntz, Old Dominion.
Davis Allen, Clemson. Maybe
I've come around on Blake Whiteheart too.
I was going to say Blake Whitehart's probably my next one after that. So Payne Durham.
Sal wants to get your take on how maybe you think Tank Bigsby fits with Jacksonville.
Yeah, look, they looked at running back pretty hard. I think they want that other player for kind of the short yardage touchdown deal. I think Tank can do that, right? We've seen him between the tackles, so a little thunder and lightning. I think Travis Etienne can't carry a full load. That was never the goal, even when Urban Meyer drafted him. So, not sure he's talking about someone's not good. Hopefully not Brenton Strange, because I think Brenton Strange is pretty good.
DTR.
Is there a quarterback still on the board? Realistic chance to be successor to Kirk Cousins? Yeah, no, he's saying DTR here. I don't think anyone really with that upside, right? I mean, you're talking about like Jake Hayner, Clayton Tune, DTR. I don't know. I think this is
not great.
I think we're out on quarterbacks being, good starters.
Stetson Bennett, baby.
I don't know if he gets drafted, but we'll see. Someone else. The Eagles will take him, right? No, not a defender.
Yeah, I did not a whole lot of upside quarterbacks here.
Right. No, yeah, things could be a lot worse than Kirk Cousins. Very much worse. I kind of feel bad for him sometimes. Not too much, not too bad. He makes a lot of money, but a little bit bad.
We're still waiting on Jacksonville's pick here. They're taking their time. One of the few teams that actually take their time today, it seems.
Yeah, you don't get much time for the TV to talk about you. Not as many people watching, so. Yeah. Kirk Cousins, rock solid, QB2 fantasy. Could have Kenny Pickett, and just have the GOAT, but it is what it is. Could have Darnell Washington in there.
Arizona's pick is in. but we don't have Jacksonville's pick yet,
Did
which
did
is
we miss
weird.
it?
No, I haven't seen it come across tip, but Arizona's pick has been, which who picked after it, pick 122.
Yeah, let me
Still,
see if I can.
still waiting on pick 120, 121.
Uh yeah, I let's hold off because I think I feel like it might have been pick 121. Maybe they got the team wrong, perhaps. That's my question. This usually doesn't happen, but every once in a while, things are coming in so fast that some of the pick tippers here can not realize. Like they'll get just a text name, right? And if you're not sure who's on the clock, um, that could be that could be problematic.
Yeah, we don't want to get it wrong. Better to be right than fast.
I don't know. Now I'm getting the Seahawks pick, but still don't have the Jaguars pick.
Well, maybe
But
the TV is about to tell us I have seen the Seahawks pick as well.
yeah,
So
I have a feeling something's off on these tips right now. So you can watch the TV and tell me if
I'm waiting here. They're dragging this out. They're Ventrell Miller, the linebacker from Florida, is the pick here for Jacksonville. So let's talk about him before we start running through the next ones.
Yeah, real quick. He's my linebacker 22, good diagnoser pre-snap, gets through traffic. He's dealt with a lot of injuries, so I was unsure where his draft capital would be. But pretty solid player, limited ceiling. I think more reserve linebacker that can play a couple different positions.
All right, for pick 122 here, Arizona has selected UCLA guard John Gaines.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick, right? Elite feet, elite agility. He hits the agility thresholds that has been almost always universally successful in the NFL. Good pulling guard. I mean, he's a good zone blocker. He's not going to get a push. He's not going to do much in the run game for you, but the bull rush can really cripple him. He gets caught on skates. He's not good. He doesn't have an anchor, but a good zone blocker for Arizona there.
And pick 123 in, the Seattle Seahawks have selected defensive lineman from Mississippi State, Cameron Young.
And nice kind of nose tackle type run plugger with good feet. I like, that he tackles well, good grip on running backs and can stop them. Not much of a pass rusher. He's kind of a run stopping guy. That's what you're getting at a Cam Young.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
So boom, boom, boom. There's 3 picks in a row.
And now the Ravens are on the clock.
I like that Gaines pick. I think that one's going to look.
Yeah, those 3, I like the Gaines pick as well. I like Ventrell Miller, though. I think he's a solid off-ball linebacker pick for Jacksonville. And, Seattle can use that help depth on the defensive line. So get Cameron Young there, solid at the Senior Bowl. So good set of picks there. I like those.
Yeah, I mean, we had talked about potentially like Jalen Carter to this Seahawks thing. Cam Young's kind of their very, 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 very light version where you're getting that nose tackle that can 2-gap and has that functional strength to break the pocket from the interior. So I do like the fit for the Seahawks. All three of those picks pretty solid. Yeah, Ravens 124 here on the clock.
So cornerback Darius Rush standing out here like a sore thumb to me. Why he's still on the board, I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had the only round 2 guys I had graded, Rush and Antonio Johnson, as guys that are still available.
And Rush fits a need for Baltimore at the corner position.
Right, they haven't addressed it yet.
Running back is another spot they could. The pick is in.
Yeah. Because they took Zay Flowers and took Trenton Simpson. So a pretty good draft for the Ravens so far, as expected, as the Ravens do. So they take value.
The pick is in, and the Ravens are taking edge rusher from Ole Miss, Tavius Robinson.
Interesting. Tavius Robinson is kind of a tough eval for me as my edge 26 because he's tall, he's long, and he'll crush some of the short armed offensive linemen and plays pretty low. But he's not just explosive off the line. I don't know if sometimes it feels lazy like for him he doesn't get going very fast. So inconsistent. Tough eval for me for him.
Yeah, we had him listed as interior for so long, and then realized, no, this guy's he's an edge guy, but maybe gives you some of that inside out, ability to rush from the inside on pass downs. A little bit older prospect at 24, but tested well. You were a little bit higher on him than I was, but probably and he fits the need for the Ravens. So good call for them there.
They seem to like those really long defensive linemen. Because that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for the pressure, I think, from a guy like Tavius.
34-inch arms on Robinson.
Yeah, that length is important to them, so it makes sense. 7 sacks, 5 forced fumbles this year. He can make plays. Then there are games where he just doesn't look like a draftable prospect. Those kind of guys get me when it's like, wow, I'm seeing 2 different players here. It's hard to reconcile.
Chargers are on the clock here. Anxious to see what they do. Maybe they like an interior guy. That safety is a need here, and we've got 2 of them still on the board. We've talked about Antonio Johnson. The other one we haven't really talked about a whole lot is J.L. Skinner from Boise State.
Yeah, Skinner had the injury this year, so you wonder what the medical ends up being on him. But a good draft from them so far. Quentin Johnston, Thule, the edge rusher from USC, Deion Henley, linebacker Washington State. I like that pick.
The pick is in. They're adding another wide receiver, but they're also getting a punt returner here, in my opinion, and it's Darius Davis from TCU going to the Chargers.
Davis.
So they double up on Horned Frog wide receivers.
Yeah, they get the whole Horned Frog team. They have Darius Davis dropped the big pass in the championship game. I think it's definitely a special teams pick, right? Like he's my wide receiver 35, very fast, very shifty, very elusive, not good hands, not a route runner, not physical.
Not a good athlete.
What's that?
But he's a very good punt returner, I believe, and 4.36 speed. But tested poorly, right? 4.25 RAS here for Darius Davis.
He's small, right? And so you almost have to crush it. I think it's a special teams pick. I don't know. I don't love it. Yeah. Adderley retiring is unexpected. No running back for the Chargers. Maybe they feel comfortable with Austin Eckler is going to be there despite requesting a trade. Paul likes the lazy evals there.
Cleveland on the clock again here in the second round. They just took DeJuan Jones earlier. We see the Browns as fans of the Steelers and Bengals twice a year. What had they not addressed that you could see them going here? Maybe a running back?
Maybe a running back. Maybe they did take Jerome Ford last year. I still think linebacker, safety. I think those 2 positions.
I believe he was a 4th-round pick last year too. So
right. So you can still take someone. I mean, I think we still need someone, or maybe they even bring back Kareem Hunt still. He's still out there, so you never know. But I could see kind of an off-ball linebacker here making a lot of sense. We still have Henry 2020, Noah Sewell. Nick Herbig is someone that can maybe play some of that edge linebacker combo as well.
Yeah.
They did look hard at Jamie Robinson from Florida State too. They did a lot of work on him.
He'd be a nickel for them, I would imagine, right?
Right. But they do like the young guys, so.
And nickel was a need, I think, for the Browns. So yeah, that's a good call there. That could be a landing spot here.
Yeah, that would make sense for them, but they are a team that like younger players, so you want to try to find the early declares. Usually is how you pick who the Browns will draft. What about Cedric Tillman and Siakika? Not those guys. So
breaking the trend.
Look, this Chargers offense, to go back to them real quick, Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator. Now you got Quentin Johnston, Darius Davis. I mean, it could be pretty nasty.
Yeah, and they you mentioned yesterday they declined the fifth-year option on Kenneth Murray. They essentially probably drafted his replacement with Deion Henley in the third round, and they get the good inside-out pass rush from Tui Tuipulotu.
Right, which is, I think it's a pretty good draft. You know, I probably wouldn't take a returner in the fourth round, but
we have a trade.
We have the Browns pick here.
Okay,
pick 126.
Before we talk about Mickey doing it.
Yeah, Isaiah McGuire is their selection, a guy you had in the top 100.
So there you go, Isaiah McGuire, the pick of the Cleveland Browns. Jacksonville trading out of 127 here to the New Orleans Saints. We talked about Jacksonville having a lot of picks. This strikes me as they're getting a pick next year out of this. I can almost guarantee that's coming.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, Isaiah McGuire from Missouri, you know, bull rusher for the Browns, good lower leg drive, doesn't get pushed around. I think he struggled against good length, you know, but has a good inside moves. I wish he was better against the run, but kind of a pass rush player here. So
I will say this: a lot of the Browns writers that I follow, they were in on Isaiah McGuire as a potential third-round pick for Cleveland. So getting him in the fourth, I think, is
pretty good. Yeah, 2024 fourth, 2024 fourth, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars from the.
So that's all the compensation going back. They didn't trade at 23.
That is it. They traded 2024 fourth. They got, and Jaguars get picked 227.
So they get the Saints 7th-round pick, pick 227, and a 2024 fourth for the Saints to come up here to pick 127. So,
right, yeah.
Mickey's ready to go home.
Yeah, my man Ben over here said Mickey's ready to go to the house. He's tired.
He's tired. Time to, you know, he's got to have a little action every once in a while.
You can't say that Mickey Loomis isn't fun to track on draft day. I'll say that.
Yeah, look, that works. If that's what makes for good drafting, then he would be doing really well.
So who are they coming up here to get, Shane? Well, what do they need to address here?
Yeah, we saw them take Kendry Miller at running back and Brian Breesy at D tackle and Isaiah Foskey, the edge rusher.
Corner's a big need here for the Saints that they can still address with a couple of good players sitting on the board.
Corner, O-line, I think even a receiver or tight end could make sense for that offense. They want to add for Derek Carr a little bit. But good deal for the Jaguars. And they don't even lose a pick and they get a pick next year, which is always nice. We have the pick. It's a big one.
The Saints pick is in.
They select Jake Haener, quarterback out of Fresno State.
So they come up for the QB.
Yeah. My quarterback 6. He was the next one on my board. Played at the Senior Bowl. Good short-range passer, productive, steps in the pocket well, real quick release. Has a little bit of athleticism. He's not an arm strength guy. Doesn't get the ball outside the hash marks too much. Upside's limited, but I think he fits this offense. I think it's a nice backup to kind of poor man's Derek Carr, right?
Yeah, another Fresno State quarterback. Jake Haener joins Fresno State quarterback Derek Carr on the roster. Poor man's Drew Brees here, maybe 6'2", 208.
I'm not gonna. I'll go poor man's Derek Carr. I think I like that more than poor man's Drew Brees.
So 128 on my board, 110 on yours. So the value lines up here.
Good.
He's as far as he should have been the next quarterback off the board, and he is.
Right.
So back up with spot starter upside.
Yeah, back up. It can develop him perhaps. When Derek Carr's done in a couple years. If Haener looks developed, I think he's one of those players. Carr gets hurt, comes in, you're like, wow, he's performing well. We can still compete with Jake Haener at quarterback.
Right. And he's definitely better than the last 4th round pick they drafted at quarterback in Ian Book, right?
Right. No, I agree. I think he's much better than Ian Book. Nelly, do we pick our top 100 based on what we think or based on what we think the NFL will take?
A bit of both. I think if you look at, I'll just use my board specifically and say this: if you look at my top, say 90, those are my 90 best players. The bottom 10, I start trying to fit in guys I think is going to go in the top 100. Shane, that was a look, man. That
I'll
was
come back. Yeah, let's come back to that. The Eagles have made a trade. They're trading for Lions running back DeAndre Swift. He is now a Philadelphia Eagle.
So
we don't have the compensation yet, but the Philadelphia Eagles maybe are trading for their new starting running back. Huge for fantasy football for DeAndre Swift, new starter in Philly. Huge for Detroit. Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't have Swift holding him back. That is huge. That has huge fantasy implications right there for DeAndre Swift going to the Eagles.
And he's a Georgia Bulldog.
Yes, yes.
So DeAndre Swift headed to the Eagles in exchange for draft pick compensation. We're working to get that compensation.
We will wait. But no, I'm similar to you. Like I kind of look at who's going to go in the top 100, and you know what the NFL is going to do. I'm not going to be way off on a guy that I'm going to put up there, but ultimately, it is about kind of my evaluations lining up, and I'll move guys up, not within their position, but move them into the top 100 if I think they're going to go, and I'm a little bit lower on them. So, but huge, yeah, back home to Philly. He's from the Eagles. Went to St. Joseph's Prep. So
Shane, I think that's the most excited I've ever seen you look on a live stream.
Look, I love the fantasy implications, and it's just good for everyone. It's just good for everybody. Like DeAndre Swift had to get out of there. If he could stay healthy, the guy, he's so good. If he can just stay healthy, man, that's all we need. I think it's a great move for Philly, right? You let Miles Sanders go, you get Swift, and as Sal said, I mean, there's not really a true RB1 workhorse. They're going to bring in Rashad Penny. Kenneth Gainwell's still there. He'll get work, but I think it's a nice piece for the Philadelphia Eagles, and he's probably the starter day one, I would think. I think he's more talented than Rashad Penny or Kenneth Gainwell.
There you go. The Rams pick is in. We're working on.
It's a big one.
The Rams pick is in, Shane. You've got
the Rams select Stetson Bennett, quarterback out of Georgia, the two-time national champion, going to the LA Rams. How do you feel about this one, Brian?
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I mocked this to the Rams in my 7-rounder. I don't think it was this high, but I think I did have them selecting Stetson Bennett at quarterback here. So wow, pick 128 is the Georgia quarterback. Back-to-back quarterbacks here now come off the board in the 4th round.
He's my QB 11. I think Stetson Bennett, he's a winner. He's a good runner. He's so small.
But
I think his zip is better than he gets credit for, but mistakes compound. He's small. He needs play action to work. He really needs structure around him. A fine backup, perhaps. But so some of the personality weirdness, I think, is interesting. We'll see how that plays out with Sean McVay. But high floor. I think he'll be an NFL player for a while. Not nice one, Nelly. Yeah. Get a quarterback close to Matthew Stafford's age there.
Also, both from the University of Georgia. So there you go.
There we go. We got a lot of Georgia Bulldogs playing around here,
as it should.
All right. When you win 2 national titles in a row, I guess someone's going to take the quarterback. Yeah, Swiss value definitely went up. Absolutely. So we'll see if we can find those trade details. It might, since it's not a draft pick trade, we may not get it immediately on the Swift compensation. Detroit gets a 2025 4th round pick, and they'll swap 7th round picks. The Lions getting pick 219.
Okay, so Detroit gets pick
2025 4th and pick 219, and the Eagles.
There's a swap of 7th round picks,
right? So the Eagles are getting the Lions 7th. I don't know what that is, but
I'll work on that.
We'll find out. So
Dallas is on the clock, Shane. If you want to talk about what they've kind of been weird here, right?
Yeah, Dallas, right? We got Mozzie Smith in the first round, unexpected. Luke Schoonmaker, so they got maybe a starting tight end there to compete with Jake Ferguson. I like DeMarvion Overshawn staying in Texas, but really not addressing a lot of the positions that we thought they might address in terms of like offensive line or looking at maybe even looking at running back to pair it with Tony Pollard. That's very possible here.
So I found it was the only pick Detroit had in the 7th round. So Philadelphia gets running back DeAndre Swift and pick 249 in the 7th. Detroit gets pick 219 in the 7th and a 2025 4th round pick.
2025. That is pretty cheap for DeAndre Swift, I will say. I mean, he hasn't done much, so I get it. But Dallas needs a running back. Yeah, we still got Anaconda on the board. But the Eagles didn't get Jahmyr Gibbs. People said they were interested. The Lions took Gibbs, so I think the Eagles get their running back this way and don't have to spend spending a pick 2 years in the future. Day 3 pick 2 years in the future is fine.
Somebody said just check the Eagles don't play a game in Atlanta this season, but maybe they should.
Yeah, right. Get something there. But yeah, a number of different ways. Yeah, Cowboys are even still looking hard at receiver. I know they traded for Brandon Cooks, so I think not. Jalen Tolbert really kind of flopped there year one.
Could look for an edge here, maybe.
Yeah. Could add an edge. Could add a corner.
Their pick is in, and Jacksonville is back on the clock, but we're still waiting to get that Cowboys.
The pick. Dallas Cowboys select Viliami Fehoko, edge rusher, player I was decently high on. I kind of had moved him up. It's someone who has a lot of experience. San Jose State, so G5 player, but good range, sets the edge really well. Good lower body power. Not super athletic, doesn't have much upside. Not a big pass rusher, but I think the Cowboys are really improving their run defense here with these 2 defensive line picks, Mozzie Smith and now Fehoko on the edge.
I did not have him in my top 300 prospects.
Ooh, yeah, well, that's all right. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a reach. I mean, Adam is my edge 21. So a little bit of a reach on the value board. I thought he might come off the board. What did I have? Yeah, I had him around 4 to 5. So with Isaiah McGuire. So I guess not too bad.
We haven't seen the tight end run here in the 4th round, so that feels like the Bengals are coming up after Jacksonville, just eyeballing that.
We had so many go yesterday. We had so many go yesterday. It's tough.
But every one of the other ones is still on the board here, right? So you have to feel like that's a spot here. Maybe a Anaconda would be in play for the Bengals when they come on the clock.
Yeah. So I ask if he's related to Simi Fehoko. He is not. So,
but I believe he is related to Braden Fehoko, right? Who played at LSU.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm taking a guess here. How many Fehokos can it be?
I guess more than one. It can't be that many.
The Jags pick is in, and it's a guy I was really high on at the start of the season, but after the Senior Bowl and the testing, I kind of fell off on. It's Oklahoma State defensive lineman Tyler Lacey, the pick for the Jags at 130.
He's my defensive lineman 14. I think Lacey had such an excellent season. Some dominant games from the Oklahoma State defensive lineman, producer, spark plug. He's got the motor. He's going to make that offensive lineman work every play. Good instincts, but he's just not super explosive. He's not big. He's not super long. I think his ceiling is just very limited. He didn't do well against better teams. But a solid pick, I think, in the 4th. But I would have kind of, day 2, I think would have been a bit of a reach. So,
yeah,
decent pick.
Because he's going to be he'll be a good rotational piece for the Jags defense.
Yeah, and I think in the fourth, that's what you want. So your Bengals are up. What do you want here, Brian?
This feels like it has to be a tight end. You want to get one with athletic upside. I'm looking at Will Mallory. I'm looking at Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion.
Keep Josh Wiley in town, baby.
I mean, Josh Wiley's in play here, but I would rather go with the athlete. If I'm taking a day 3 tight end, I want to get athlete all day. And
Who needs one? You don't need one that can catch. Zach Kuntz can't catch anything. We don't need. That's fine. Bring him in.
Yeah, and Kuntz is probably that guy if they're gonna Ken Raz, right? So
yeah.
I think if they were going to go with an offensive tackle, those guys are gone now, right? Freeland's gone. DeJuan Jones is gone. I don't know that offensive tackle is in play here. Running back definitely is, in my opinion. Is he still on the board? Chase Brown still on the board. Zach Evans from Ole Miss still there. So those are kind of a couple of the running backs there that they could definitely come off. Izzy would be great here, or Chase Brown.
Yeah, good morning, Phoenix and Tommy. Steelers picking after the Bengals, so we'll have that pick soon.
Herbig's going to be the pick, right? We've been talking about him the last 3 times they've been on the clock.
I think it definitely could be. I think Edge is in play for the Steelers for sure, and he's probably the best one left, that linebacker edge combo. So could be.
Well, the Bengals have gone with a wide receiver.
Oh, okay. Who is it?
Charlie Jones, wide receiver from Purdue, and there is your Tyler Boyd replacement in 2024.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is very productive. Went from Iowa, where he wasn't doing much, to Purdue, exploded, and very productive slot receiver. Just fast, explosive, catches in stride, doesn't lose speed. Love the juke and spin move. He's older, but he's in small, not super physical. But role player. I think, like you said, slot, maybe Tyler Boyd replacement there.
I mean, if you're looking as far as his impact in 2023, I would say as a potential punt returner, maybe. He's very shifty, 4.15 in the shuttle, 6.84 3-cone, 4.43 speed, 5'11", 175. I think he will take this year whatever snaps that Trenton Irwin was getting. I think you'll give those snaps now to Charlie Jones, and with an eye, like I said, looking to 2024. When Tyler Boyd, he's entering the last year of his contract.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good, like I said, these day 3 picks sometimes are about a year or 2 years down the road. And as Tommy says, just Charlie Jones gets it done. He really fit well with that kind of that molding of Purdue receivers that produce and get open. So I don't mind it. Charlie Jones is a solid pick. Maybe a little bit high, but when I look at the receivers available, I was starting to look at like round 5 to 6 for him.
I had him 156 on my board, so about a half a round high. Yeah,
it's not bad.
But if not for the, I think he's higher if not for the age. Right, he'll be 24 and a half years old this year. So,
yeah, makes sense. I think it's solid. Like day 3, I'm not worried about filling needs. It's about, I think, getting good players, and like you said, maybe guys that just fit or are good down the line.
There's 100% chance that I'm going to find where this guy that's announcing the Bengals pick got this polo, and I will be purchasing this thing.
So we said Valami Fogo, not related to Simi Fogo, but he is Vita Via's cousin. So if that helps.
There you go.
I don't know if that helps.
This polo is tremendous. It will match my pants.
Steelers on the clock here at pick 132. We'll see what the Steelers go with. You mentioned Nick Herbig, I think an edge, or maybe even center, a Luke Whippler. Could be a possibility. They're looking at centers.
Have they drafted a receiver yet? There's a
They have
slot
not.
play.
Yeah.
Tyler Scott, Cincinnati,
Tyler Scott's still there, man.
still on the board. That's wild.
That's wild to me because he reminds me a lot of Deontay Johnson too. We have the pick, and it's Nick Herbig, linebacker out of Wisconsin. So another brother duo on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Nick and Nate Herbig are both going to be on the Steelers. Nick Herbig's kind of a 3-4 outside linebacker. He played at Wisconsin. I thought for most teams he would be kind of an outside, weak side linebacker. Steelers, he's going to be an edge rusher. Rushes off the edge well, tough, good leverage player. Not going to cover anyone anytime soon, but a lot of upside with Nick Herbig. Another good Steelers pick. They're having a really good value draft.
The Steelers draft has been predictable in a good way. Like we've almost called every single pick they've made.
Yeah, outside Darnell Washington.
Yeah, but even that though, I mean, the value was so good, right?
Great value, yeah.
So yeah, another Wisconsin edge rusher, right? For the Steelers, they love them.
Another Wisconsin edge rusher. We got Keanu Benton yesterday, so teammate of his right here, and you already have T.J. Watt. You already have his brother they signed to play on the offensive line. Yeah, easy to predict. And the Steelers tried to sign some edge rushers in free agency and whiffed. So I think they really needed that depth.
I got to tell you, it's hard for me to say, man, but the Steelers is one of the better drafts so far. And that's not good. That's not good for me to. I don't like saying that. Anything positive about that franchise, but Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, Darnell Washington, and now, Herbig. It's been a hell of a haul for the Steelers.
Like Scott said, it's value, but you're still addressing needs. I think when you can do both those things at the same time, that's how you win the draft. Right. That's really what it is. Even if you miss on some picks, you're getting value, you're addressing needs, you're going to hit on some of those guys.
Bears back on the clock.
The Bears, we got some Bears fans in the chat, so
I feel like they can get an edge here, or some sort of pass rush help here. Jalen Redmond, Oklahoma still on board guy. I'm pretty high on.
Yeah, I mean they got Zach Pickens, they got Jervon Dexter, so I think they have the 5 tech, the 3 tech, and the 1 tech.
Maybe you take a shot on Andre Carter here. High upside player, just needs to get that strength up.
Edge rusher. I'd still like to see, running back as well for them. I think, what are we?
No, they just drafted a running back.
They drafted Roshan, right?
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, never mind. That's
corner
good.
Maybe corner here as well.
Maybe corner. They hit Tyreek Stevenson. I think they've hit a lot of their needs in this draft. The Bears have. They got the offensive tackle. They got the 2 defensive tackles.
The pick is in, corner. And they do go with a wide receiver. And we just talked about it. Tyler Scott, Cincinnati, comes off the board here to give Justin Fields a nice slot weapon.
What a good pick and good value there for Tyler Scott. I really like him. He was my wide receiver 9. I mean, just quick, explosive off the snap. He's so hard to cover. An ideal slot receiver who catches the ball, good hands, good wiggle after the catch, can make you miss. And he's tough. I mean, for as small as he is, he does play physical. But he's not going to be a contested catcher. He brings the ball to his body a little too much. He's got to learn, how to do that. So I think this offense, he can kind of bring him in slowly, and it's a nice kind of swing backup for that slot position.
2 picks left in the 4th round, Shane. Minnesota and New England slated to make those selections. Minnesota, this was they traded back with Kansas City earlier in the round. This is that pick.
Bib's trying to get me to do a fantasy trade on the air. I don't think that's.
He's trying to take advantage of you while you're distracted.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I appreciate the hustle.
My team's good in that league. My team's a monster, so keep it rolling. Yeah, we're getting down to the end of the fourth. That's exciting. Vikings, Patriots. So I'm glad we finally got a player trade because we hadn't really had player trades yet in this draft. We had a ton last year.
Right. So in this, we had talked about that before we went on the air that maybe Minnesota might be moving.
Yeah, could move around.
Minnesota could move Dalvin Cook and potentially Zadarius Scott.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned that at the top of the show. Dalvin Cook would be an interesting one because they might end up cutting him anyway. So you got to think about that. And the Tyler Scott pick was a pick the Eagles traded to the Bears for Robert Quinn.
Okay.
And Tyler Scott for him. But yeah, Minnesota so far. Jordan Addison, Mekhi Blackman, corner out of USC. We saw them move for a future pick, but they have a 4th, 2 5ths, 6th, and 7th here for the rest of the draft. We'll see if Kwesi ends up making this pick. Ultimately,
the pick is in. We're waiting to see it come across.
Yeah. Scott feels quarterback. He feels like Tanner McKee might be the pick here. We'll see.
From Minnesota?
From Minnesota. I think I have it. I do want to confirm. I do, yeah. Go ahead.
The Vikings have selected LSU safety Jay Ward here at pick 134.
It's interesting. Jay Ward is I was a little bit lower on him. He was my safety 12 in this class. Kind of a corner safety tweener, right? Good coverage ability, mirrors well, but he's pretty thin. He'll get run over. Once again, a coverage safety. He's not going to do much in the run for you, but he's kind of a coverage safety that that I think you need in terms of a depth piece.
I've heard some people say, perhaps, he works out at nickel a little bit for them. Could be a possibility. Thought he got exposed a little bit at the Senior Bowl with some of those wide receivers down there. So I was further down on him than you were. I had him at 217. You had him at 160. So a little reach here for the Vikings.
Yeah. A slight reach. Once again, we're kind of hitting that point of get your guy and just let it happen. You know what I mean?
All right, we're going to get the last pick of the fourth round here. At 135, and then I'm going to take 5.
Take a little bathroom break here.
That is correct.
There you go. Yeah, I'll hold down the fort though. I realize on my sheet, my safety rankings on my scouting reports were incorrect, so I'll fix those right quick as well. And
does that say the Raiders have traded?
The Raiders have traded up. Yeah, the Raiders have traded up with the Patriots. Josh McDaniels, Bill Belichick connection here maybe at play. So the Raiders have moved up.
They're moving back. They move up 9 spots here. This feels like a future pick coming. Maybe
135 for 144 and 214. So pick 214.
So 214 in the 6th round.
Yeah.
So New England picks up more picks today.
Maybe this is a quarterback spot because we've seen the quarterbacks kind of flying off the board. Potentially the Raiders. Basically, Jimmy Garoppolo is on that 1-year kind of deal. Trade for Trey Lance. I don't know if Trey Lance will get on the move, but that would be a pretty big deal if that happens. We'll see.
Know your thoughts on the 2024 draft tomorrow, right, Shane?
7-round mock draft tomorrow, 2024. So you can look out for that, Phoenix, on the site. bright and early. Bright and early.
I won't be awake to see that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm sleeping in tomorrow.
Maybe get some O-line for the Raiders. They haven't taken an offensive lineman yet. I think this is the point where you maybe start needing some of that depth ultimately.
Jay Morrison from The Athletic talking about Charlie Jones at the Bengals. He's older than Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Funny. How it goes, these COVID years, man. That is how it goes. It's kind of hit that point where, we're getting some of those older players. I think the next 2 years, it's going to keep being an issue.
Right. And then we can get back to normal.
That we could try to get back to normal at least.
Try. The transfer portal is going to keep us from really getting back to normal, I think. But at least.
But at least won't have the age stuff. That's going to be.
We'll know who's eligible for every draft without having to.
We have the pick. It is a quarterback for the Raiders. They select Aiden O'Connell, quarterback out of Purdue. So Purdue players, Charlie Jones, Aiden O'Connell go here at the end of round 4. Solid arm strength, accurate, had an injury this year that really held him out for a lot of the process. But a quick release. I think he lacks touch, doesn't step into his throws, very short passer. He doesn't throw down the field too much. So Aiden O'Connell, high for me.
His pocket presence is not the best to me. I don't think he has that internal clock that tells him it's time to go very well. I saw that on a couple of games that I watched of him this year. To me, he doesn't process fast enough. And I'm not sure that's something he's going to work on, but as a backup quarterback, could be okay. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, it feels a little early. I will say, I think you're right in your analysis, Brian. It's a really good call. He does feel like a Josh McDaniels quarterback, though, right?
Right. I agree with that.
You're trying to recreate Jimmy G here. just like maybe we can get that out of him would be nice. Once again, would be ideal.
Right. All right. I'll be back in just a minute.
All right. So, all right, we're into round 5 now. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, and we'll see what happens. If you have any questions, pop them in. And Brian will be happy to know Jake Haener did take a top 30 visit to New Orleans, so he was drafted as a visit player to the Saints and Mickey Loomis. We just didn't hear about it before the draft. So, Jacksonville on the clock. Yeah, I mean, Caleb Williams probably as locked in as Trevor Lawrence was to the first overall pick in the draft. I think it's pretty locked in. He will be the first pick in the draft on my mock 2024 mock tomorrow for next year's draft. Yeah. So this is cool. I'm trying to update. I didn't update my safety rankings on my sheet with my kind of scouting report, so I'm trying to do that real quick. I've been slightly distracted. That is why. So I know some of these players will come off the board, and it's nice to just kind of quick copy and paste there a little bit. Ultimately, actually, I don't know how I didn't do this, but that's the case. Jacksonville up round 5. Caleb Williams rank. See, so I think where does Caleb Williams rank among the best quarterback prospects I've seen? I think a tough thing is we have another year, so I think it's an incomplete evaluation. I think to me he's way up there, potentially number 2. With Trevor Lawrence is my number 1 that I've scouted. I think Caleb Williams has that type of ability, but we got to see it for one more year. And I'd like to see him, come through. I mean, USC's defense is bad. I don't think it's on him, but you do want to see that number 1 overall pick if you can have some success, maybe get to the college football playoff, right? Like playing some of these bigger games. But I mean, from an athletic perspective and arm perspective, I think his understanding of what the defense is doing, where his players are on the field. I mean, his processing is exceptional. So he's up there. I'll be posting my top 10 historic grades for every position here in May. And I think it'll give me a good idea to kind of go back, look through some of my quarterback notes, because I love Matthew Stafford. I loved Lawrence, even Justin Fields, I think is in my top 10 ever, since I've been doing it since 2004 at least. But Caleb Williams, he's got a shot. I think he has a shot to be number one. Maybe if I can get over the size concerns, which we probably should be over now in the NFL at this point for quarterback. Like size is hitting it. So Jacksonville's up. I have not seen the pick. Here we go. We got it. Jacksonville Jaguars are going to select Yazir Abdullah, linebacker out of Louisville. He's my linebacker 14. Very instinctual linebacker. There are definitely some games I saw Abdullah play read pre-snap. He knew it was going to happen. He crashed to the running back. He shows some pass rush ability. He's kind of a tweener, linebacker, off-ball, edge rusher. If running backs make mistakes, go in the wrong hole, he'll punish them. Flashes a little bit of coverage. Kind of good at everything. Not super strong. He goes for the big hit. Doesn't always wrap up. I think there's just some fundamental things to kind of clean up and get him a little more fluid. I think Abdullah has a lot of potential, maybe even to be a starter. So I like this pick for the Jaguars here in the 5th round. Get a linebacker depth piece, which I think they really needed, and ultimately maybe a player you can clean up and get some value on that could actually produce with that. So pick 137, the Bills have traded down. With Washington. So the Commanders move up from pick 150, pick 137, and the Bills are going to get a 6th round pick 215. So I think you knew Brandon Beane was going to move down at some point in the draft. And it is now that the Bills are making the move. The Commanders come up. Maybe this quarterback run continues. Perhaps now they have Sam Howell. It's probably going to start for them. But we've been seeing teams move up for the quarterback position here. And we'll see if it continues. If you're watching on YouTube, if you can hit the like button, would appreciate it. Is helpful. Just a reminder to do that. Doesn't take much. And it's helpful for us. Appreciate everyone being here. Once again, very appreciative. But we have the one pick so far. Jacksonville, we'll see who the Commanders take here at 137 after moving up in the draft. If you have any questions, toss them in. Try to hit them here as we go.
I'm back. What did I miss? I missed a lot.
No.
I missed one pick.
Jaguars picked Yazir Abdullah. We have the Commanders have moved up to this spot at 137, giving up their 6th round pick. And pick 215. And maybe the biggest news, Brian, Jake Haener took a top 30 visit to the New Orleans Saints and was drafted by them.
Well, there you go. So Washington moved up with who? Jacksonville? No.
Yeah. Buffalo. Jacksonville took Yazir Abdullah, linebacker out of Louisville, and pick 137 now belongs to the Commanders.
All right, so Washington moves up 137. Do you know what Buffalo got in exchange? You said
6th round pick to 215. And the 5th from the Commanders. 150.
150. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So appreciate that. And Yazir Abdullah, the pick. KJ Henry, the pick for the Commanders here, the edge rusher from Clemson that they move up for.
Oh, nice. I like KJ Henry. I think there's definitely some games where he turned it on. Strong hands, flashes that power and explosion, but very inconsistent player to me. I don't know how you feel about him, Brian.
Yeah, that's fair. Former 5-star recruit, right? One of the higher rated players in his high school class. Yeah. So up and down, man. Never really put it together. Has had some injury issues, I believe. So,
yeah, I mean, when he gets blocked cleanly, he really struggles to disengage. And I think he doesn't have the endurance necessarily. He definitely slows down. The motor can go down, I think, with some exhaustion. I don't, I think he's a good player, but I don't think I ever saw a great player emerge consistently for him. So I think I like the Azir Abdullah pick for the Jaguars more than the KJ Henry pick.
Colts pick is in. They're on the clock, or we're on the clock. We'll see if the Raz continues.
Yeah. Players I thought would be off the board by now. I had a third round coming off. Izzy Banaconda, Xavier Hutchinson, receiver Iowa State, Will Mallory, tight end Miami, Jalen Duncan, offensive tackle Maryland, Henry 2020, Alabama, Noah Sewell, Oregon, Owen Popoe, Auburn, Cam Mitchell, corner, Northwestern, and Jamie Robinson, safety, Florida State.
That pick that the Commanders just acquired was the pick that the Cardinals traded Buffalo for Cody Ford, who I completely forgot was on the Bengals roster. If that tells you how it's gone.
There you go. It's gone.
The Raz continues, and the Colts take probably one of the best players still available on the board. Cornerback Darius Rush,
Woo!
South Carolina, comes off the board here for the Indianapolis Colts. Draft athletes. It's what they do, and Rush is that athlete.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Julius Brents and Darius Rush together is such a great combo of press big corners, right? Darius Rush, my corner 9, one spot behind Julius Brents. They took in the second. Just has the length, big, long, good contested defender. He got picked on a little bit at South Carolina. You talked about that yesterday a bit. Because his transitions, he can be a little bit stiff and lose that separation. Separation could happen. But I love his pick in the 5th round. I don't think he can get much better.
No, it's 9.8 RAS for Darius Rush. As you know, it's what they do, and we love them for it, to be honest. But yeah, Darius Rush, like you said, teams stopped really targeting Cam Smith, and they targeted Darius Rush, and he showed good length, used his length there to break on the ball and make plays, and that's all you can ask. And then he's accelerating this post draft and the postseason process. The man had like 3 or 4 interceptions in the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. That's uncanny,
It's rare
ball skills to have down there, like where the receivers usually dominate. He was the one dominating those reps, and then he continued that to the combine where he ran a 4.36 40 with a 1.49 split, and he didn't do the shuttles, but had a 35-inch vertical and a 10-foot 1 broad jump. It feels really good here. Great pick for the Colts.
Yeah, it feels like the steal Nelly says. Makes a lot of sense. We have pick 139 for the Cardinals, and it's another quarterback run today. Clayton Tune, quarterback out of Houston.
This makes a lot of sense.
To Arizona with Kyler Murray hurt. We'll see if Colt McCoy can hold down the fort. But how do you feel about Clayton Tune, another Senior Bowl quarterback there?
A better athlete than I think he is a quarterback as far as that goes, but he was very productive, right, at Houston. 9.8 RAS, one of the better, probably the second best quarterback athlete in this draft class, if you go by that. 6'2", 216 with, like I said, he's very explosive as a player, and he can make plays out of the pocket. I like it. I just, he has a lot of flaws in his game, and which is why he's a 5th-round quarterback and not a 1st or 2nd-round quarterback.
All right, I think I have pick 140 to the Browns as well. I would like to confirm, but it'd be another.
What do you think about Tune?
I like Tune. I think the system was very QB friendly. I mean, I think he's a good decision maker, accurate middle of the field, but doesn't pass outside the hashes. He drops his eyes a lot, which is always an issue to me. Has some good fastballs and then throws some just duds. He's a developmental quarterback for me.
So we have another quarterback off the board. Am I reading that right?
Another quarterback off the board here to the Cleveland Browns at pick 140. They brought in a ton for visits. Who is it?
It is Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback from UCLA, going to be the backup for Deshaun Watson potentially in Cleveland. And I really like that fit here.
Yeah, they looked hard at him. They brought him in for a visit. Very athletic player, very experienced in Chip Kelly's system there at UCLA. I thought he showed a lot of improvement this year. He kind of was a high recruit who disappointed and got better. Good feel in the pocket for pressure, knows when to step up. I think he thinks he's better than he is. He tries to fit that ball too tight. His ball placement's iffy, but I think there's definitely upside there. If Deshaun Watson goes down, for Dorian Thompson-Robinson to have a lot of success. And they definitely needed a backup quarterback there. So
we anticipated a quarterback run starting as something now, and then we've had 3 in the last 6 picks.
Yeah. I didn't think his quarterback class was kind of good enough for this, but at day 3, there's just not enough quarterbacks in the NFL, even for backups.
Exactly. And there you go. So it's if you don't have one, get one, right? Colts are back on the clock. Who's the best Raz left, Shane?
I don't know. But that's certainly what they've been doing.
I can tell you Andre Carter not coming off the board here. I can lock that one down. That's not happening.
I don't think take him. I would laugh so hard, but yeah.
My man just rolled in here with a plate full of ribs from yesterday, son.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Well, you can be eyeing those ribs here on day 3. Oh my goodness.
Zach thought that Dallas might take Tune in the 4th.
Yeah, I mean Dallas, I think needs a backup quarterback as well. I think it's a good call. They might take one. They might take one soon. Still, they still got some quarterbacks that could go.
Ben wasn't in the room when you said it a while ago, but the Saints did bring Jake Hayner in on a visit, so we broke another trend.
Yeah, Hayner said that he went on a visit to the Saints, so
there you go.
That's exciting.
Colts, like I said, Colts are on the clock. We love their last pick there with Darius Rush, the corner from South Carolina. I mean, we really like a lot of their picks, to be honest, but
yeah, I mean it's been a good draft for them. I mean, getting 2 potential starting corners too, like outside guys, Rush and Brent's. If one works out, then I think they turn into good picks, right? That's really all that you need.
It seems like it shouldn't be this hard, right? When all else fails, just take an athlete. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I think you try to find Dreamland Barbecue. Scott, look.
Stops. You damn well know that ain't Dreamland Barbecue just walked into my office. You know that.
We have a trade. We have a trade. Not for Dreamland Barbecue, unfortunately. The Minnesota Vikings have moved up.
So with the Colts or with
I assume the Colts, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Colts are getting pick 158 and pick 211 from the Vikings.
So they'll get a 6 to come up to go down. What did you say? 250 what? Or one. I'm sorry.
158. 158.
So they go down 17 spots, pick up a 6th here from Minnesota. So we'll see what Minnesota's coming up here to get.
Yeah, chunky move. These quarterbacks going off the board. Maybe Scott's Tanner McKee prediction might be right. You better get your quarterback here if you want. Yeah, Vikings want that quarterback. You better get the PFF darling,
Well, here's your fantasy question there, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, Tony Pollard, I think a lot of people were scared that the Cowboys would take a running back day 2. Didn't happen. Now we're in the 5th. Even if they take one here, I don't think it matters too much. Tony Pollard looks like a fantasy stud this year. He's going to get all the carries. He should be a first-round, 1 quarterback redraft pick, I think, right now. I think he could be a steal. Man, I mean, with maybe they might sign Zeke back. Yeah, Paul brought that up day 1 that they might sign Zeke back. So that wouldn't surprise me. But even so, Pollard's still, I think, going to be the guy, even more so.
Anxious to see where their draft's been fairly interesting as well.
I think their draft's been good. I actually like what the Vikings are doing. I know they've kind of manipulated the board a little bit to get what they want, but I think Addison was good. Blackman, a little bit of a reach, but pick 102. You get kind of the cover corner. I know they liked Emmanuel Forbes, Jay Ward. They really had to remake that secondary and to get a weapon. I think the Vikings draft is going to get panned, but I think it's better than it looks. They got TJ Hawkinson too. I think that
they drafted Jay Ward was their last pick, right, at safety.
Right.
A couple
safety
other
corner
safeties
combo.
still on the board that we thought would be gone by now. JL Skinner and Antonio Johnson. We've said that multiple times.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we see what happens with Dalvin Cook. Like maybe they could get a running back here is possible for the Vikings. They still need offensive line help, defensive line help. You mentioned Za'Darius Smith is a guy that could be on the move. So you might want to draft someone just in case that happens.
Right.
Often happens. Or we're starting to get into the special teams range too, where you're gonna take guys like you talked about at the top of the show, Brian.
Yeah. So
It's good.
Still waiting on that pick to come through from the Vikings. We'll see.
Yeah, if anyone wants further breakdowns on any players, let us know too. Trying to kind of hit quick and go, but happy to do a little bit more, especially when we hit some of these lulls.
Yeah. So any questions that you have, if we don't answer them right away, we can always go back to it for when the rare lull here on day 3, right? Is what we're in right now, waiting on the Vikings pick to come through.
ESPN stats, Valami Jr. Fahoko took snaps at linebacker, defensive tackle, and slot corner this year.
Slot corner.
Yeah. I hope it was on a rundown. I'll say that. But
that just seems like one of them deals where the defensive coordinator got cute.
Yeah, I don't think I watched that snap.
The pick is in for Minnesota, and it's a pretty good one. It's LSU defensive lineman Jaquelin Roy.
Ooh, I like that. I like Jaquelin Roy, and I think a good fit. Defensive lineman, very stout player. Smart in the SEC. Really good pre-draft, pre-snap at reading what the offense is doing. Has the functional strength. Good leverage guy. He's not a sack guy. Like he's not going to get penetration. I didn't see anything that jumped off the tape to me like this guy's great. I didn't see anything on the tape that said, he's going to be a liability. So I like it as a depth piece.
Yeah, I'm with you. Not a good athlete. 6'3", 305. I had him at 132 on my board. You had him at 162, so this kind of splits the difference almost. He's right there in the middle, about where we thought he should come off the board.
Okay.
But that leaves Cleveland's pick. Is it in?
It is in. It is the Cleveland Browns pick 142, picking Cameron Mitchell, cornerback out of Northwestern. One of the early declares of the draft, so it makes sense for the Browns, a team that likes to draft those young players often. Smart, good hand usage off the line. He played a little press there at Northwestern, played against some good Big Ten receivers, and I thought did well. A decent athlete. He always seems around the ball. He's not out of position too much. Not going to make plays in the run. I don't think he's a big interception guy, but kind of a solid reserve corner to me.
Good agility, 406 in the short shuttle, 6'8", 3-cone with a 4.47 40. So you said good, decent athlete, 137 on my board, 123 on yours. So again, about where we thought he might come off the board, and that's what happens here.
I thought he could have come off the board in round 3. So we're down to one player having round 2 value, Antonio Johnson, and the round 3 guys are starting to really rock off the board too. Seeing those values, I like both. I like the Cam Mitchell pick. That's a good fit for the Browns, who like to bring in players young and develop them. Makes a lot of sense in a year or two.
Exactly. So it's good move there. The Vikings, that was a trade up for Jaquelin Roy, so they liked him.
Obviously. One of that nose tackle,
mm-hmm.
run stuffer. They do need some run defense help. All right, we have pick 143s in the books.
The Jets pick here.
It is Israel Banaconda, running back out of the University of Pittsburgh, goes to the Jets. We heard they were interested in Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round, and I think take a bigger kind of rawer version of that and Izzy Banaconda. Elite explosion, elite speed, big play, big size. You won't get caught from behind. Super raw though. His vision isn't there. Doesn't understand what the defense is doing. He was going to be the backup this year to Rodney Hammond, and Hammond got hurt. So he could panic. He'll kick it outside too quick, but man, a lot of upside to pair with Breece Hall, and maybe even could play a little bit of receiver at 215 pounds.
Home run threat is what I saw on the tape there, and the speed doesn't make guys miss, right? That's kind of like he's the knock on him, probably why he's available at 143 and not at, say, 83.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a raw talent, right? That has that explosion and the speed. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's Michael Carter. Michael Carter's out, maybe, but falling to the fifth round is never great.
Generally speaking, it is not.
Right. So
Nick thinks it's Aaron Jones 2.0.
Look, if you get Aaron Jones 2.0, you already have Breece Hall. That's a pretty good look. And that's their second straight pick from Pitt. They picked Carter Warren, the Jets did, with their fourth round pick. Now they get Izzy Banaconda, like in that Pitt offense the past couple of years. Yeah, but I mean, Breece Hall's a stud. He's still going to get. It's a fifth round pick. Breece Hall's going to get the carries, but I think you can bring Izzy Banaconda in, on third downs. He's not a bad pass blocker. That's the goal.
Yep. New England on the clock here at pick 144. Their pick is in. We're waiting to see it come through.
Yeah, I haven't got anything yet. The Patriots, can our boy Fred get some offensive weapons here? They finally took a offensive line, two of those guys today, but they also got a kicker. So can we get a receiver for New England? Can we get
This
get a
feels
running
like
back?
a receiver spot, right? It
Yeah.
feels like it, but it's probably not going to be the one we expect, right? That's pretty much how they operate.
Yeah. Like they Xavier Hutchinson or Trey Palmer. I'm in. They'll probably take Ronnie Bell or something.
I've been staring at wide receiver Elijah Harper from Adams State for 3 days now. Just
why?
Their schools first alphabetically. When I resort the spreadsheet, no, he's not getting drafted.
I was like, wait, what?
But I just been staring at. I thought weird wide receiver pick, and I've been staring at his name for 3 days.
I hope he gets drafted now. That's what we need.
Where is Adams State?
I love when I watch these teams, and I'm like, I have no idea where this school is right now. Colorado.
There you go. I was fixing to look it up myself. But
I had no idea where Adams State is. There are a couple schools I thought were somewhere, but no, they were not. So, yeah, I wonder if we're going to see we have the pick for the Patriots. They select Antonio Maffei, interior lineman out of UCLA. Two very good UCLA interior linemen in this class. John Gaines. Maffei's my interior lineman 20. Big, good feet, good kind of box player. I don't think he uses his weight as effectively as he should to kind of get that push. So I'm a little bit lower on him, but very intriguing player. And that's 3 linemen for the Patriots. I think that means probably Sidy Sal's probably going to be a tackle. And Maffei and Jake Andrews inside, maybe one at each position.
I got to tell you, his tape's fun because he's one of those play through the whistle guys, right? He buries guys on tape. He's big and physical. He's a fun player, 6'2", 338. And he was one of the, when I was compiling, working on compiling our list of visits, he visited a lot of teams. So because I think he had an injury, wasn't able to work out at the combine. So Maffei here, he's a fun player to watch.
I think I kind of hedged my bets, put him at 20, my interior line rankings. I would have liked to get the workouts for him ultimately, but
yeah, this
Panthers.
feels like a good spot for him though.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think he fits that kind of lunch pail toughness, pancake, tough. Like you said, play through the whistle guy, good for the Patriots. I think Jake Andrews is that guy. I think Sidney Sal's that guy. Like I think every lineman they've drafted is that effort player.
Panthers are now on the clock with their pick in.
Yeah, I think we could even see this is their last pick of the draft. So you wonder, hey, do you double up, take a special teams receiver type that maybe could emerge? You add to the running back room, maybe linebacker. I think is a need for them to get some depth. But this is it for the Panthers because they made that move up for Bryce Young. I'm sure they're happy with this draft. Really, Bryce Young's all that matters ultimately.
If you ever wonder how, I always find it interesting how these player trades and we see like future picks dealt and you never really follow up on see what happened. Pick 144 was a Falcons pick. They traded to the Raiders for Brian Edwards. The Raiders traded that pick to the Patriots to move up for Aiden O'Connell. New England takes Antonio Maffei with that pick.
There you go. Well, Brian Edwards didn't quite work out, but
we don't talk about that.
Sorry. Yeah. I thought of it right after. I was like, oh, that's South Carolina guy. Yeah, that's a good call, Nick. Mike Gesicki, I think, is going to have a big role in that Patriots offense. I'm really excited about him, maybe in a team that will actually use him correctly. Ultimately. So, and look, who else this is good for the Patriots? My boy Pierre Strong. Going to be the number 2 running back there behind Ramondre Stevenson.
Is Kevin Harris still hanging around there?
And your boy Kevin Harris. He had a good end of the year last year too. So no running back for the Patriots. Hopefully we can get those guys to continue on the depth chart.
The Panthers pick is in, and it is Florida State safety / nickel Jamie Robinson, a former South Carolina Gamecock.
Yes. What a good pick this is. My safety 7 because coverage, safety. That's the theme. Antonio Johnson's getting passed up as a in the box guy, but Jamie Robinson, man, step for step with those deep receivers, good positioning, changes direction well. I like him. I'm a big fan. I don't know if you are Brian for the former Gamecock.
Yeah, he's a good player. Like I said, I think he's more nickel than he is safety, in my opinion. I think that's where his ultimate value is in the NFL. 5'10", 194, a little slower at 4.59 speed, but good agility testing, 6.07 RAS. I had him at 170 on my board, 125 for you. I was a little down on the speed there. Solid at the Senior Bowl, not great, not bad. So that's kind of where I was at with Jamie Robinson. I hated to see him leave South Carolina. Like I said, he was a tremendous nickel for them, but it ended up working out for him at Florida State.
Yeah, it ended up being, I think, a really good move for him. I dig it because like you said, he can play nickel. I think the versatility is going to help. He can even play some deep coverage stuff at safety if you want it as a free safety, and he can play special teams. So I think that's always a good selection.
Saints back on the clock.
Yeah,
146.
Saints are up. They got their quarterback. They got Jake Haener. Which I mean, I guess 4th, 5th was the spot for the quarterbacks, but I was a little surprised we had that kind of run. Saldivari, I think, was a good pick today for them. Yeah. I think the Saints are having a
linebacker sneaky need here. Yeah, linebacker sneaky need for the Saints, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we see it.
Yeah,
tight end off the board too.
Yeah, trying to look at the best available linebacker. Owen Papo from Auburn stands out here. Noah Sewell from Oregon.
Henry To'oTo'o.
Ivan Pace, Cincinnati. Another guy I think could be in play here. I know you're a fan of Servassier Dennis, right, from Pitt?
I am. Let's get more pick guys.
Those are some of the best. I'm higher on Muhammad Diabate from Utah, transfer from Florida.
I'd like
my number 11 linebacker. So yeah, it's a good call there. Saints potentially maybe with a linebacker pick.
Good value. Is he being a condo some that may actually return kicks for the Jets? That might be part of the special teams process, right? Of drafting him here.
So. That seems like a good way to use him, right? With that speed.
That would be nice. Get the size and speed. Whew. Yeah. It's one of those things as a fantasy football player. It's like, that sucks. But I think from a real NFL perspective, I like it for the Jets offense and for Aaron Rodgers.
Shane, you've been tracking the draft, and I saw something on Twitter, and I kind of want to bring this up while we're waiting on the Saints pick to come in. But the hit rate on these players for success in 6th, 7th round generally pretty poor, right? Is this because we're just taking dart throws here? Do you think that's kind of what it is, or why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's dart throws. I think the other piece to it too is you don't get a lot of reps. You got to shine or you're out if you're a 6th, 7th round pick. Covering the Steelers camp 2 years ago was interesting to see. Like the 6th, 7th rounders barely got anything. Like you better shine. I think sometimes guys just don't get a shot. They don't get developed. No one's working with you. I think it becomes very difficult. You almost have to prove yourself to get that development. Whoa.
Sorry.
That was a loud one.
My bad. Hold on.
All right. So I think it's sometimes why those late round picks don't necessarily work out, and it may not be because they're bad players, but it's difficult to give them enough time. You just don't have enough time. Very time limitations in camps and practices in the summer and all that is the case. I should probably tweet this out again. We have the pick for the New Orleans Saints. They're actually going to go safety here, and they're going to go with Jordan Howden, safety out of Minnesota. My safety 14, very experienced player, good closing speed, good instincts. He is a little more, kind of in the box safety, which is a little surprising to me with who's left on the board, but he's versatile because Minnesota did use him in coverage. I thought he was a little poor in the coverage, average. It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. And usually was more a help coverage kind of deep guy. But Jordan had another special teams player, played special teams for Minnesota. Maybe that's what sells him here as well for the Saints.
This feels like a depth special teams pick all day long here for the Saints with Howden. So I'm not sure how many more picks they have in this class.
One more, pick 257 in the 7th round compensatory selection.
So one of the last picks in the draft.
Correct. So that is it.
Titans on the clock now. Their pick coming across here shortly.
Yeah. They've been on the clock a decent amount, so hopefully it'll come in fairly quickly. I'm going to tweet out. What's this? Live until the very end of the draft.
Yeah, we're about a third of the way through the fifth. The 5th round's longer, I think, than any other round because of all the comp picks at the bottom.
Lots of comp picks. Get your questions answered. We'll tweet out the link here. Yeah, I'll take Brian. Deep fried draft. Deep friend draft? All right. Nothing on the Titans yet? No. I think we're starting to kind of catch back up a little bit. NFL.com's beating the tippers here. A little bit more. Yeah.
So I should be on their draft tracker and not CBS. Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe. CBS is nicer to use, I guess. But at least updates.
Theirs is a bit more. CBS is a bit more intuitive.
Yeah. I'm not moving around. I'm just leaving it up and switching when the round switches. It's been pretty good.
Right.
But thanks again for hopping in, joining us. We got like same amount of people probably sticking around all 3 days. It's been pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. We thank everybody for coming in and chopping it up with us. The pick is in, and it's Cincinnati tight end Josh Wiley going to the Tennessee Titans at pick 147.
Ooh, yeah, I like that. I like Josh Wiley. I thought he could have went early in the fourth round. H back, blocker in space. He's athletic. He worked out better than I expected. Just reliable, has a lot of experience. I don't know. He's not gonna. He's not a hands catcher. He's dealt with injuries. He's not going to be like this big time catch the touchdowns guy. But I like him as a nice depth piece.
This pick here coming up, 148 for the Bears, has been around the world. Went from New England to Baltimore to Chicago.
Yeah, look, we have a lot of these picks that have just moved around because we've had so many trades, which is fun. I like the trades. I like the trade pieces. Ultimately, it's been fun. We've had a lot. Maybe we say that every year, but I always feel like I never know that if we've had this many trades. Like it always feels like a lot when it's happening.
It certainly feels like more this year, right? Maybe because we had so many last night.
Yeah, a lot last night. And the beginning of today, we had the 3 in a row. I think kind of sold it too. But that's fun.
Chicago sneaky has had a good draft, I think.
Yeah, I think Chicago's done really well. I think they've addressed right for being the worst team in the league, worst record. I mean, they hit needs and they got fits. I think that's been good for them picking now. But you got your defensive line help. You got your corner. Darnell Wright, I think, was a really nice pick at 10 and moving down, getting some more capital. They still got 2 5ths and 2 7ths. So we'll see what they do here at 148. They take Noah Sewell, linebacker out of Oregon.
There you go. So Noah
That's a really good pick.
Off the board. Yeah, that's a good feels good value here. He's a guy that, coming into the season, right? Top 10, in some of these way too early mock drafts. And here he is available at pick 148. Why is that to start off with? Why does he go from preseason hype to down where it is?
Look, I think he just really struggled with the little things, the linebacker position, getting off blocks, how to make an impact when you have to get through traffic. Everyone saw the instinctual speed, closing speed, and said, wow, this guy could be really good. Has the bloodlines, Penasol's brother, flashes some of that athletic upside, but he never really, he doesn't stand out. He's not making big plays. So I think you got to develop him a little bit. I like it for the Bears, another developmental kind of backup pick that has a lot of upside. So appreciate it. Moon Vibes in the chat. Welcome, my man. Good to have you.
Yeah, and I know that I don't know how much special teams he's played at Oregon. I'm curious how to look that up and see what those snaps are, because he's going to have to do that being a 5th round pick, right? But if he does get to play on the defensive side of the ball, there's a very good chance he's going to come nose to nose with his brother, right? If he comes around that edge a little bit, or maybe at that second level, running into his brother Pinay. So that'll be interesting to see how that works out for the younger brother there. Tested a little bit better than maybe he looked on tape this year.
Right. I think the testing was like, we don't necessarily see it, but we got pick 149 to the Packers. Brian, you're going to be happy with this one because it is Sean Clifford, quarterback out of Penn State. The Bengals can't take him because the Green Bay Packers have selected the Penn State Nittany Lions starting quarterback. How do you feel about Sean Clifford?
Sean Clifford is awful. That's how I feel about Sean Clifford.
Wow.
He is the Trace McSorley of the 2023 NFL draft class. He was drafted and shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been on a practice squad. He shouldn't have been on a 90-man roster. He should be competing for a USFL spot next year. And he probably will be.
Trace McSorley has stuck around here. He's outlasted a lot of quarterbacks.
Not unlike Trace McSorley, he's an athlete that pretends to be a quarterback. If you told me who Taysom Hill was in this draft class, it's Sean Clifford, I think.
I don't know if he's that athletic, but
Taysom Hill light.
Yeah, I mean Sean Clifford. Look, the Packers, you had to figure they were going to take a quarterback because they seem to do that often, especially when they don't have the backup. They like to take that day 3 quarterback, day 2 quarterback, have a good backup. I mean, Clifford's experienced. He goes through his progressions. I think he is I think he's a smart player that has that athleticism, but you're right. I think when he tries to go through progressions, it takes too long. And so sometimes he'll panic and just stop. Stop trying and only go first read. I think it's a problem. He won't throw anyone open. But I don't know. I wouldn't take him at the
Some
fifth.
notable names that I have rated ahead of Sean Clifford on my quarterback board are Tim DeMoret from Fordham, Connor Degenhart from New Haven, Tommy DeVito from Illinois, Adrian Martinez from Kansas State, and Tanner Morgan from Minnesota. All quarterbacks I think that are better than Sean Clifford in this draft class.
Like I'll take him over Tanner Morgan any day of the week. But you know what the difference is? Size. Is he's bigger. I think the Packers do value that size. They're not going to take Malik Cunningham or even Jaron Hall under 6 feet tall. Don't try. Look, I don't think it's a good pick in the fifth. Seventh, yeah, bring him in QB3. But I'm surprised that he's my QB 18. I mean, I'm surprised too. I'm trying to help. I'm here in Pennsylvania. I'm trying to help out Sean Clifford a little bit. Top 150 pick, Sean Clifford.
Is he better? I'm looking up their depth chart right now. The only other quarterback they have on the roster other than Jordan Love is Danny Etling.
I think he's better than Danny Etling. But that's not a high bar to cross.
They're going to bring in at least another one right into camp, right? I would say maybe two.
Yeah, I think they'll sign someone else, a UDFA maybe, So Seahawks on the clock at 151.
Buffalo, yeah, their pick at one.
They made the pick. The Bills have selected 150. Sorry, Justin Shorter, wide receiver out of Florida, is the pick for the Buffalo Bills. So they get a former 5-star recruit, went to Penn State, flamed out at Penn State, 6'4", 230. I don't think is like the athlete testing wise, but definitely has a big range, crazy body control, physical. I think it's too early. He just has never produced at any time. But all the people that said that Anthony Richardson didn't have any weapons, they did get a drafted receiver here with Justin Shorter.
Not a big fan of his either. Matter of fact, Justin Shorter may be the first player drafted not on either one of our top 300 boards.
Yeah, I had him wide receiver 43. I mean, I'd rather have David Durden, the West Florida super athlete. I just think like Shorter would get covered by guys that were 5'9", and he's 6'4", and he couldn't beat them. And I think
that's a pretty good wide receiver room in Buffalo. I find it hard to believe he's making the 53.
Yeah, I mean, but in terms of like an outside receiver, I don't think there's a ton. You might be right. I think he could be a cuttable candidate. It doesn't make a ton of sense. I don't think he played special teams. I could be wrong, but I don't have that written down anywhere on this for him. So I know he kind of had some hype coming into the year. The past couple years, for some reason, the NFL likes him. I never saw it. I don't know,
especially considering that. They're one of the potential landing spots for DeAndre Hopkins if he gets moved, right?
Right. That was the rumor. Them and the Chiefs. And
Seattle's pick is in at 151, and it's Michigan edge rusher Mike Morris.
Yeah, Mike Morris is a perplexing prospect. He's my edge 24. Played some interior line, played some exterior. Good leverage player, tough. And sometimes flashes this great bull rush and lower body strength, but like he's just not explosive. I think he's very sluggish off the line and misread a lot of plays. So I think that's why he fell a little bit. He kind of feels like a Seahawks defensive lineman, though. That's they like some of those guys that are tough, physical, but maybe need some work in some of the technique and how to get off the line better.
Go back to Clifford one more time before I get off of this. Not necessarily to talk about him per se, but first Hula Bowl off the board.
First Hula Bowl player. And look, I mean, he beat out Will Levis, right? So he's a better quarterback than Will Levis. Beat him out of Penn State. So
talked about that in evaluating Will Levis. Is that's not a positive
Not positive no.
on the Will Levis scouting report.
But my man Ken said I had to make a Will Levis transfer joke, so we made that. Yeah, versus Hula Bowl. Good for the Hula Bowl.
Yeah,
I don't think either of us predicted Sean Clifford as the first Hula Bowl.
We didn't. We did not, and we shouldn't have. And he shouldn't have been the first Hula Bowl player drafted.
That's fair. Detroit Lions on the clock at 152 now. This fifth round's going to be.
You talk about a draft class of where you're taking fits and you're getting your guys. You can't say that Detroit's getting cheated on getting those Dan Campbell guys, right?
No, I think Detroit's been, hey, they want to have an explosive offense. We saw with Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and I think Hendon Hooker has that potential at quarterback. And then they're going to get tough defenders. Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, good tackler. We talked about that yesterday. Broderick Martin, maybe a little bit of a reach, but they go small school here. One pick, 152. They take Colby Sorsdale, offensive tackle out of William and Mary. And we're just talking about Dan Campbell guys. I mean, this is a Dan Campbell guy. My offensive tackle, 36, big, long. He's heavy waisted, knee bender, right? Keeps his feet moving, tough, like tons of upside. He wastes movement at William and Mary. He did get beat sometimes, but you see the upside. I kind of like him on the interior, maybe even, but he's an interesting upside player. And that's where we're going to start to see some small school guys that maybe you haven't heard of start getting taken.
Yeah, arm length an issue here, 32 and 3/4 inch arms, smallish hands, 9 2/8 hands, but 6'5", almost 6'6", 301. Definitely probably a candidate to move inside, played at the Shrine Bowl, average athlete. But, you said at this point You're talking about scheme fits, right?
And I think he plays longer. Like, I have in my scouting report is like, oh man, like I like the length, and like you said, the length came in short, which is always interesting. So, Scott, above average year for number of quarterbacks. I mean, they're going fast, so we're gonna have a couple more, I think.
Clifford was the 11th one drafted.
Wow, I don't know if I maybe I misevaluated this quarterback class because I thought I like all these players, some big names, but I thought maybe they could go undrafted because we've seen quarterbacks fall in recent years.
One of those quarterbacks is Jaron Hall from BYU. Haven't heard his name called. What is the issue with let's talk a couple seeing on the TV here. Henry To'o. What's causing his slide here?
Yeah, I just think you're not getting big upside. He's not he's one of those Alabama stars that didn't play special teams. He's a typical kind of off-ball linebacker, not going to give much pass rush. Second level, he struggled against offensive linemen that made it to the second level. Like, no, not a big play guy. I think the linebackers are shooting for a little more upside than To'o has. I'm surprised he's on the board, though. Bill Rossetti makes a good point on Twitter that maybe Brock Purdy is having an effect on drafting these quarterbacks day 3, right? Take your shot. Ultimately, maybe backfilling the lack of QBs.
I kind of had a feeling that was going to be the case, and it not necessarily should be the case. It probably, you're definitely looking at a outlier, I think, with Purdy, and I don't necessarily, but the NFL is a copycat league, right? So makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. Moon Vibes asking HBCU players when we'll see them drafted. I mean, I think Isaiah Land out of Florida A&M is going to go here maybe fairly soon. He's the highest one that I have rated.
I like Aubrey Miller from Jackson State as well as a special teams guy in the 6th or 7th round. Speaking of linebackers, one of your guys, we talked about him earlier, Tampa Bay at 153 goes with linebacker from Pitt, Servassier Dennis.
I like Servassier Dennis. I think a lot of times these Pitt linebackers are better NFL players than college players. He's a very instinctual linebacker, good closing speed. They used him in coverage a bit at Pitt, so I think he has some zone coverage ability. Closes on the running back well. He's a little small. He gets pushed around. Not going to be a pass rusher. His tackle technique, I think he's cleaned up a little bit, but decent upsize there.
The highlight of him in the pre-draft process didn't go his way because he was the victim of the blender that Tajay Spears put on in that one-on-one rep in the pass drills that everybody talked about with Tajay Spears. They got retweeted 157,000 times during Senior Bowl week. Like I said, Dennis was the victim there of that. But yeah, here is the 7th round special teams ability there for Savassi Dennis. 132 on your board, 227 on mine. Comes off the board here. One of the top interior offensive linemen just come off the board at 154 to the Seahawks. It's Oluwatimi, the center from Michigan, here at 154 to the Seahawks.
Seahawks, yeah. Look, another kind of physical interior lineman. He's tough, good bend, good leverage. I mean, nasty. There are times where he's just working hard on these defensive linemen. I think he's more of a kind of a run blocker. Athleticism isn't always there. I feel like sometimes his feet get caught quicksand. He's sinking a little bit. I could play some guard. Not a big pass blocker, so I worry about that. But I think for a Seahawks line that's getting more physical is a nice swing reserve center guard.
Yeah, and that's what you're drafting here. Reserve, getting a guy that can back up 3 spots on the interior. You're probably only going to have, 8 active offensive linemen on game days on your 45. And if you can play both guards and center position, that's ultra valuable for a team on game days. So good pick there for the Seahawks here in the 5th round.
Tate said, who should the Niners take 155? Tate wants to know. San Francisco with, they got their kicker pick yesterday.
Well, they need to add maybe some more guys in that secondary reserve. Let's look at a corner here. Corey Trice still on the board from Purdue. One of the my higher rated corners still on the board.
Kyle Blue Kelly would be a good
still
fit.
On the board. I like him as well. Daryl Luter from South Alabama is another guy I'm pretty high on. And Trey Tomlinson from TCU, undersized, probably more of a nickel in at the NFL level.
Yeah,
Carrington Valentine's a guy that you like, I know.
I like him, just athlete, long, big upside, which I think you could take a shot on. A little surprised Oluwatimi went ahead of Luke Whippler, the center from Ohio State.
Right. Maybe it's they
run block.
Whippler's center only, right? Whereas Oluwatimi probably offers the ability to play guard as well.
Right. I think I good call. That versatility that you talked about, that could be a big difference. Let's see if we. I think NFL.com's now getting the picks. I think the tippers have tapped out.
Slacking, yeah.
They tapped out. They tapped out day 3. We're still here. We're still streaming. They're tapping out. How it goes.
Quitters.
Oh man.
No quitting here.
No. We're gonna go to the bitter end. We might be slumped over in the chair by the end like last year, but I'm feeling pretty good. I am gonna have to pee soon, but I still got some green tea, keeping the voice hydrated. Feeling good. If you have more questions, pop them in. Hit that like button on YouTube.
49ers pick coming in from Mexico.
Ooh, you called it. Daryl Luter, a corner out of South Alabama, right there in Mobile for you. Give us the scouting report on Luter.
2 years ago, FBS corners highest, or I should say lowest completion percentage on targeted throws when teams targeted Daryl Luter. Only one receiver ever really got the best of him the last 2 years. And that's one of my favorites, Jason Brownlee from Southern Miss. He was the only guy that ever got up on Luter in the last 2 years. But long speed was his question. He answered that at the combine when he ran in the 4.4s. I think as a reserve corner here, going to have to see what his special team snaps were. Not 100% sure on that. But Luter was a JUCO transfer out of one of the Mississippi JUCOs. Comes in. I think he's going to be a good reserve here for the 49ers. Like the pick.
Yeah, I like the pick. He's my corner 23. I wish he's a little more fluid in transition. I think that's where he can get beat. But like you said, there's some games where he's sticking to guys. I mean, I think as long as you don't put him against a super athlete, it's a good depth move for the 49ers. We have the pick at 156. The Los Angeles Chargers take offensive lineman Jordan McFadden out of Clemson. And we talk versatility, right? This is another versatile interior, exterior player with bend technique. Decent athlete, but he doesn't have a big anchor. He gets pushed around, driven backwards too much. I kind of like him more inside myself.
And I think He's got the length to play outside. That's where he kind of played at Clemson, but
Right.
I think he's going to offer that versatility. I know Emory Hunt, Football Game Plan, he's a big fan of Jordan McFadden. This was one of his higher rated offensive linemen available. I know he was a big fan of his, but only 6'2", so the height, 295 probably
announced as a guard. Announced as a guard.
So that's kind of where he's going to play. And like I said, you're getting a backup offensive lineman that, I just talked about that with Oluwatimi. You're only going to carry 8 guys active on the game day. McFadden can give you backup potentially at 4 spots.
Yeah. Dalibo likes Moro Ajamu from Texas. Yeah. Who very athletic player.
Both Texas defensive linemen could be good picks here anytime now. Him and Keandre Coburn as well.
I like Coburn more than Consensus too. I'm a fan. Against Alabama, man, he was good. The Ravens are up at pick 157 here.
Yeah. That who knows where they're going to go. They've been all over the place in this class. They always seem to get those value droppers, right? So who do the Ravens get here that's dropped? Is it Antonio Johnson? Is that
I could see Antonio Johnson
because they always seem we saw this last year when they get Hamilton drops to them. Linderbaum.
We have the pick. It's not Antonio Johnson, but it's a secondary pick. They take Caillou Blue Kelly out of Stanford.
Another dropper, talent dropper that drops right into the Ravens' lap.
Yeah, it's one of your favorites, right?
Yeah, I've liked Caillou Blue Kelly for a couple of seasons now, man. He's got the NFL bloodlines as well. He's a solid man cover corner and can play off and zone. I don't know if he can play nickel. Maybe he can. He didn't do it a whole lot at Stanford, if any at all, but good athlete. I just like this pick. Great value, special team potential here as well. So I like this fit. A top 100 player on my board. Kelly drops to the Ravens at 157. They always seem to get those guys fall right in their lap.
Yeah. Physical. I mean, he's a physical receiver too, despite the athleticism and has a lot of experience. So I'm with you. Not gonna pick the ball anytime soon. I think that's kind of the downside.
Yeah, the ball skill's not really
not there, but
not there.
But for a reserve safety, that's fine, right? I'll take. If injuries happen, I just want a guy that can not give up the big play and be solid. So I think
good agility numbers too. 6'9" in the 3 cone, 4.35.
All right, I'm gonna pee before this Colts pick because we know it's gonna be high raz, so you can blast that off.
Is the Colts are on the clock. High raz, yeah, for sure. Coming up here, you can almost guarantee it. We're going plus 9 raz. Who do you think is the next running back selected? That's a hell of a question here. Let me look at Chase Brown strikes me. And I feel like the Bengals are a good landing spot for a running back. They haven't hit that yet. They need another running back right now. They've got Joe Mixon and Travion Williams from Texas, former Texas A&M running back. There are only really 2 running backs on the roster right now. I don't know if they see an expanded role for Williams. He's been mostly a kick returner and reserve here. They also have Chris Evans, who they kind of seemed to fall out of favor last year. So they could be looking to replace him. I said Chase Brown. Zach Evans, Ole Miss is there. If you're looking for maybe a redshirt type pick, a guy who was rated high, Sean Tucker from Syracuse. Another guy as well for the Bengals, Evan Hull would make a lot of sense as a pass blocking plus high athlete as well from Northwestern. And Eric Gray, Oklahoma, catches the ball really well. He's still on the board. Deuce Vaughn to Kansas City, 5'5", small running back, but yes, definitely fits the mold of a Chiefs running back for sure. Still on the board. Keaton Mitchell, running back, East Carolina, is another guy that I really like. Home run hitting speed for Keaton Mitchell out of East Carolina. Colts pick is in. Waiting to see who they have selected here. Coming up. And they go high raz. As we said, Daniel Scott, safety from Cal, might have had the highest raz of any safety in this draft class.
Yeah, I mean, this is another good special teamer, athletic, great tackler, good technique player. Got a decent amount of interceptions. I mean, good ball skills too, and can make the big play. He's just can't get beat deep. He definitely stiffens when he turns and runs. Very raw cover guy. He's not good at instincts and mirroring the receiver.
But a 991 Raz.
991 Raz. He's going to the Colts, baby. Man, Josh Downs with the outlier. Who do you think next running back selected is?
I went through this. Went through a whole list.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm going Dwayne McBride.
There you go. I didn't even mention him. He was one of the I mentioned like 6, and he wasn't one of them.
I think he's next. Maybe Eric Gray. Maybe.
What was that stat you told me on him the other day? More fumbles than receptions.
Yeah, more fumbles than receptions in his college career.
Maybe that's why I'm not that high on Dwayne McBride.
Oh man! All right, Packers pick is in at 159. Got a long 5th round to go. There you go. Dun, dun, dun.
This pick has changed hands 4 times. Pick 159 started with Jacksonville to Atlanta to Detroit to Green Bay.
We got a couple of those picks that have been passed around the yard here. Day 3, I feel like it hits. Not taking
Jacksonville's on the clock as we wait.
On the Packers pick, but I like the Daniel Scott pick. I think it's where he should have went. Like that for the Colts. Yeah, the Pack. Maybe some offensive line depth would be nice here for them.
Yeah, I Bengals coming up 5 picks away. Their running back tight end has to be the call there, right?
Yeah, Irv Smith for life, I guess. No matter who you get in the 5th round.
Maybe they're on the board. We're just going to do 1-year rentals every year at tight end now, and just maybe that's the new. They could be trend setting here, Shane. Trend setting.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Who needs Travis Kelce when you can just rent? Rent
a tight end.
Picked by the Packers, pick I actually had in my final mock draft for them. They select Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver out of Virginia, at pick 159, a guy they had in for a visit. Very interesting, adding yet another weapon, another 2 receivers, 2 tight ends here for the Packers.
Suck it, Aaron Rodgers is what they're basically saying with their draft class here. Wicks is another potential slot guy. That's the second one I think they've gone here with him and Trey Tucker. Wicks is a shifty player, in my opinion, more than, he's slow for the wide receiver position. 6'1", 212, but ran a 4.62 40-yard dash. So not fast, but shifty.
Also not Sean Clifford. Yeah, I think he's a really good slant guy, right? Slant route runner, a good possession receiver, gets inside on the defensive backs. He can work the sideline, I think, pretty well. So I think he's versatile. Like you said, slot. I think he could do a little bit of outside work. But yeah, not the athlete that I on film at the very least. So
you're right on that. Jacksonville pick is in. We're waiting for it to come through here.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Here's Albert Breer with a note on Sean Clifford. He is 4 months older than Jordan Love.
Yeah, well, you need someone to mentor Jordan Love, and maybe you got your guy, Sean Clifford. Once again, I think the Jaguars have had a sneaky good draft. Anton Harrison, Brenton Strange, Tank Bigsby helped the offense. Day 3, defense. Ventrell Miller, Tyler Lacey, Yazir Abdullah. I think all are decent value picks.
You know what the big winner of day 3 is for us, Shane?
What?
Caffeine.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I gotta bring the Snapple every draft. That's a tradition. I got my tea going. I also got to bust out. I don't think Fidel's watching, but I got to bust out my peanut butter meltaways as well. The Shane Hallam stream tradition of the peanut butter meltaways. So we got
there
those.
You go.
I'll have to eat one here. Just to keep it consistent for the past, decade or however long I've been doing this stream.
If you don't have traditions when you watch the draft, I don't know what's wrong with you. It's like I have basically on Thursday and Friday, traditions of the food that we eat here at our little draft get-togethers. Thursday is always burger, wings, and stuff like that. Friday is barbecue. From a shout out to the awesome people at Boar Hogs Barbecue in Mobile, very small joint there. Number one barbecue in Mobile for everybody that comes down for the Senior Bowl. Look that up. Boar Hogs Barbecue, just the best ribs you'll ever eat in your life.
Yeah, better than Dreamland.
Ninth best barbecue in Mobile, Dreamland.
Well, made top 10. It's pretty good.
I honestly, God, can't think of that many barbecue places.
We have the pick.
The pick is in for the
Jacksonville Jaguars. Antonio Johnson, safety out of Texas A&M, finally comes off the board.
Finally.
My safety 2 in this class, Antonio Johnson. I think just as an in-the-box safety, closing speed, instincts, size. He's young, good wrap-up tackler. Not very quick twitch. He doesn't change directions well. It's definitely an in-the-box safety, but special teams, I'm in, man. I mean, I think this is a great value pick. I would have considered him day 2.
I mean, we could be looking at maybe one of the steals of the draft here.
I think he could start and just get a ton of tackles,
I don't know how much longer was it Wingard there. A guy from out of Wyoming a few years ago. Is he better than him? Probably. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make the roster there.
I'll let you answer this question as I'm going to try to reset the board here.
What day 3 quarterbacks do you think has the most upside? In terms of day 3 quarterbacks, it's like, do you go kind of with who can come in and maybe play down the line? Like, I think Jake Haener has the best ability to maybe come in and start, but I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson is the most upside for Cleveland if Watson gets hurt, especially like fantasy wise. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is starter upside to me. Day 2 wise, I mean, I still think it's Levis ultimately, but I think Thompson-Robinson could be better than even the day 2 guys if things go well.
The Rams pick is in. I'll get to that in just a second, but I want to reset the board really quick. Best available players on my board. I still have 5 guys left from my top 100 available. Chase Brown, running back, Illinois. Whippler, center from Ohio State. Jalen Duncan from Maryland. Skinner, the safety from Boise State. And Corey Trice, corner from Purdue. Shane, you're still have 2 guys left in your top 100. To'o, linebacker from Alabama. Xavier Hutchinson, the wide receiver from Iowa State. And the pick is in. I'll let you break this one down, Shane. At 161, it's Nick Hampton, the edge rusher from Appalachian State, going to the Rams.
Yeah, kind of an edge linebacker tweener. He definitely blitzes off the edge well. Very productive for App State. Nick Hampton plays low, good rip. He can even come down on the running backs. Not a coverage guy. Technique struggles, instinct struggles. I think he's pretty raw, so that's why he's kind of a day 3 pick. I mean, he'll definitely miss out on how to beat a tackle, over pursue, overextend, and get knocked over. Can sometimes allow big plays to get sprung, but he's my linebacker 13. I think it's a good versatile edge linebacker pick for a team that uses that position that way.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pass rush upside for Hampton from App State. Their Colts go with a tight end here. Will Mallory from Miami comes off the board here at 162 to the Colts. Break him down, Shane, as I look for the Raz.
It's high. He had excellent workouts, the fastest tight end at the combine. Great athlete, excels after the catch, turns into a running back, avoids contact well in space, but dealt with injuries throughout his career. I don't think he's much of a blocker. They did bring in Jelani Woods last year. And Mallory, catch technique, I mean, he uses his body so much. I think it's a lot of upside, but I never really saw it come to fruition. So I was a little bit lower on him, but I guess the NFL was too, because he fell to the fit.
9.03 on the Raz.
9.03.
Bengals pick is in. It is a running back, and I called it earlier. Chase Brown, running back, Illinois. This is a hell of a fit here for the Bengals, right?
Yeah, I like Chase Brown. a decent amount. You know, he led the way for Illinois. He was their offense ultimately. Just exceptional production, tough between the tackles, but has that athleticism, that speed. You know, he has a good speed score, big, fast, and carry the offense. Not a good pass blocker.
No.
Not much of a receiver. I think that's the thing.
I like them drafting a running back here, but that is a concern for me because they're losing Samaj P. Ryan, who was their pass blocking running back. They don't have that. Is Travion Williams that guy? Can Travion Williams do that? He may have to, because Joe Mixon can. He's might be a worse pass blocker than Chase Brown. So that's a question. But I love the speed. I love the athletic ability. He can hit that home run, 5'9", 215 with 4.43 speed, 40-inch vertical leap. So he's explosive. Number 78 on my board. Love the value here for the Bengals getting the running back from Illinois.
Yeah, Moon Vibes asked about JL Skinner. I think medicals are a concern. I think he's kind of a one-trick pony in what JL Skinner does as well. So he's in the box safety. He's falling a bit. But I like the Chase Brown pick. You know, do you think they still could add to the running back room?
I think that they, we talked about, Zeke as a potential bring in. Maybe if the money makes sense, you could bring him in. He would solve that pass blocking running back question right away, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he's willing to take the vet minimum, and come in and be P. Ryan in that offense. We've got a quarterback off the board here to the Minnesota Vikings.
Ooh.
Here's your Kirk Cousins guy, right? Here's the question. It's Jaron Hall, quarterback BYU, off the board to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 164.
Yeah, Jaron Hall, solid arm strength. He can kind of put the ball over the field. He throws a really pretty ball, good arc down the field, good at identifying zone coverage and doing well with that. He's just inconsistent. His accuracy, his footwork's pretty poor, really a one-read type of quarterback. I think he's a good backup and a guy that maybe can, win a decent backup job and fill in if Kirk Cousins goes down. I don't know if he's a starter down the line. I wouldn't
older prospect. He's 25 years old.
What are the Colts? I don't think outside of Jelani Woods, I don't think there's anyone's guaranteed to make that roster. I don't think Mo Alley Cox is guaranteed. So that they want more pass catchers and Anthony Richardson, Will Mallory. Just keep adding those guys.
Chicago's pick is in Kansas City's on the clock.
Yeah, so we'll see if we get the Bears pick here at 165. Bears having a good draft as well. So I take it. I think we've caught up. I think Chase Brown. We'll see what happens to Joe Mixon. Maybe Mixon takes a pay cut and they keep him.
I feel like they've already had that discussion, and that's probably going to happen, right? Because they can't go into this season with Joe Mixon $12.7 million cap hit. You can't do that.
No. So maybe that happens. Chase Brown, maybe down the line. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up being a pretty good contributor for them in some form or fashion down the line. But, yeah, Bears 165. I think Mixon getting suspended. I don't think it'll be this year. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Without seeing the details on all that, I don't know if it's a suspendable offense, right? I haven't.
I think something has to happen, with Kamara. Like you have to actually go. Something has to happen legally in the courts.
Yeah.
I feel like.
And that just hasn't. None of that has come out yet.
No. So we just really don't know. And that, I think, that uncertainty is what churned, hey, the Bengals might take a running back. We have the pick for the Bears. They're going to take Terrell Smith, cornerback out of Minnesota, a player I liked a lot. I think he's a big-time athlete who went step for step with almost every wide receiver in the Big Ten. I mean, he covered Marvin Harrison pretty well because he had the length at the line of scrimmage. He can hit you, good makeup speed, but he's a guesser. He tries to guess what the what the receiver is going to do. Sometimes whiffs, sometimes is there. So I think you just got to really get that raw upside and make it translate.
Smith's a guy I didn't ever really get to. So I didn't watch a whole lot of him. Just couldn't fit him in.
You don't need to rush the passer if you're Chicago, right? You can just defend the pass with the corners, and I think it's going to be interior pass rush. I think Zach Pickens might be that guy that they're hoping can bring that pass rush from this class for the Chicago Bears.
Don't sleep on Zach Pickens playing a little bit of that, setting the edge a little bit on the as a defensive end either. I think he has that skill set.
No, I mean, it definitely can happen. So I like the Terrell Smith pick here. I think take another swing. I mean, the Bears took Tyreek Stevenson. I think there's the outside press corner that I think can play now. And Terrell Smith is that guy you're hoping can play later with some development. I always like when teams say, okay, we're going to fix these couple positions, right? If you're a pretty bad team, let's fix these couple positions. We'll worry about the next thing next year. And they address a lot in free agency, but in the draft, it's like, hey, we're going to get corners, we're going to get D tackles. Those are important for the defense. Most of all, let's hit it hard.
Scott had mentioned something earlier, and I think we overlooked it. I'm trying to find it where he was talking about 20. I can't find it, but anyway, it was a Caleb Williams comment. And I think he was trying to see how maybe where you saw Caleb Williams in 2024 is. And I presume he'll be that number one pick in your mock draft tomorrow.
Yeah, he asked me all time. And I said, he has a chance to be number one all time to beat Trevor Lawrence. We have another year. He's not there yet. But I would be surprised if he's not a top 5 quarterback in terms of my rating all time since 2004, since I started doing this as a prospect at quarterback.
That says a lot. So you think he has a chance to be higher than even Andrew Luck?
Yeah, I think he has a chance. I think he's in that tier, that mix, right? So, because Luck was, Lawrence passed him. I think Williams is around there. Caleb Williams is around there. So,
while we're waiting on the Chiefs pick, is Drake May QB2 for you right now?
He is right now. I mean, I worry about it. If he can keep that going, I think he's still pretty raw, but big, fast, athletic quarterback from North Carolina. So he's QB2 for me. He's going to go pretty high in the mock tomorrow. But I have a little bit of worry. I do have one more quarterback that'll be in the first round. You'll have to check it out tomorrow on Draft Countdown to find out.
Don't give away what you can sell, Shane.
Yep, you got to read it.
That's a reference to one of the great movies from the 90s there, Samuel L. Jackson, The Great White Hype. Love that movie.
There you go. Here we go. We have the pick for the Chiefs. They're going small school here. They're going with B.J. Thompson, edge rusher out of Stephen F. Austin. And the B.J. Thompson is an athlete, right? My edge 32, explosive, great first step. Gets the quarterback untouched sometimes. Like the tackles can't even react fast enough to him at that level. And he can overpower guys, but he's just really raw. Leverage, he pops right up. Hands, whatever. He takes some plays off, but you can maybe turn this guy into something.
Yeah, small school Pat, 24 years old here. Shrine Bowl guy, 4.61 in the 40. But tested as a 90% athlete, 901 RAS, 37.5-inch vertical.
Good RAS there for a guy at Stephen F. Austin. I mean, that's a nice. I think they're moving up pretty soon, right?
They'll be moving up. I think they start the transition this year. They're going to Conference USA. We'll probably be watching a little more Conference USA football this year, Shane, as they made a TV deal there where the month of October, all of their conference games. Tuesdays and Wednesday nights, and we're always looking for something to watch in the midweek.
We have a trade. We have a trade.
We have a trade here.
The Rams are moving up to pick 167, where the Texans currently sit, and they will receive. Texans will receive pick 174 and pick 259. So 174 in the 5th, and 259 in the 7th round. So kind of interesting here too. The Rams have pick 171. They did not move up from that pick. They moved up from 174.
So they bounce up 7 spots here. The TV is still showing the Texans, but you're saying this is the Rams pick. Yeah.
Rams pick.
Oh,
here.
so the Rams now have the Mr. Irrelevant pick.
The Rams now have the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Wow.
I'm sorry.
Did they? Yeah, I think is that the last one? That is the last one. Nick Casario just screwing it up, screwing the bag here.
I'm sorry. Houston's traded up to this pick with the Rams.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. We're flipping that around. Houston comes up here to 167. The Rams now drop back 7 spots and pick up Mr. Irrelevant. And this is going to screw up the whole ceremony at the end because they already got a Texans jersey made.
I'm sure they got every jersey made. But the Texans are going to draft Henry 2020 linebacker out of Alabama, guy that we had. I had in my top 100. I think the Texans really need a linebacker, and they get a guy, solid, sideline to sideline ability, good eyes, good instincts, disciplined. He's just, he's not going to make a big play. He's not going to intercept the pass. He's not going to rush the passer. He'll tackle you, and he'll be in the right spot.
I feel like To'o made a mistake not coming to the Senior Bowl. He was one of the guys that kind of turned it down and could have really got himself down here and made himself a little money. Chose not to, and now he falls into the 5th round. Maybe it makes a difference. Maybe it doesn't. But he was higher on him. It's a good value pick. Good for the Texans moving up here, seeing a guy fall and getting the player.
Yeah, even better though. You don't give away Mr. Irrelevant. I don't think you give that pick away. The Rams going to make out on that deal. So Nick Casario giving it up.
Did you bet that prop?
No, God no. That's the that's the worst. I feel like it's the worst bet you can make. I think I did make some day 2 bets I did not check on, but I don't remember what
I did not. I felt to leave well enough alone.
Yeah, probably fair. Cardinals are on the clock at 168 here. Yeah, I don't think I won any of them. That's in. I thought I had one more.
Yeah, we're into the compensatory picks, of which, though you said there are a great number of those here in the 5th round.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks here in the 5th. This is a this is a grinder round. Yeah,
it used to be the 7th round was where all the comp picks ended up, and hasn't been the case here recently. They feel like they give out 5th round picks more willy nilly now than they do 7s.
Yeah, it's just contracts are getting a little bit better. The picks moving up a little bit.
Interesting note on this pick. They used to not allow trades of comp picks. That was a thing when the collective bargaining agreement was redone. They changed that. But this pick started with Arizona, went to Detroit, and then came back to Arizona. And we've got a athletic linebacker here, and one of the better high school linebackers in his class. And he's very fast. Owen Pappoe from Auburn comes off the board at 168, 4.39 speed. For the former Tiger linebacker.
He's another guy, like you watch him and it just pops off the film, but with the athleticism, but lacks the instincts to really know what to do with it. And so I like that as a developmental piece here. Really raw, big upside. I think he's going to be a good NFL player. I think a team like the Cardinals can hone Owen Pappoe and turn him into a starter. I think he has that type of athleticism. But you got to teach them, technique and tackling and how to identify when it's run versus pass and what angle to take down the running back. Like that's what he needs help with.
Has missed a lot of time at Auburn as well. Probably another reason why he's still on the board here in the 5th round, because generally speaking, that kind of speed has come off the board by now, right? But you said some instinctual deficiencies for Pappoe. And couple that with the injuries and the athleticism could not overcome.
Yeah. I think it's tough, and missing time doesn't help in that development. So I have him as my linebacker 8. I really felt like he could develop into something. I might look stupid in a couple years. He might be out of the league, but I'll take the upside swing on the off-ball linebacker.
There you go. Cowboys pick is in. We're waiting on that. The Jets are on the clock.
Yeah, can
as
we
well
get
a pick they got from Green Bay.
Maybe we finally get that running back depth for Dallas here.
They
need a quarterback too. By the way, a backup.
The running back depth is. I mean, it's if you're looking for potential impact running backs, there's still a few out there, right? Zach Evans, Mississippi running back there. If you want a redshirt running back, right? Sean Tucker could be a guy to go with here.
Hopefully he can play.
Right. You mentioned Dwayne McBride earlier. Evan Hull, I've talked about him and Eric Gray both.
Eric Gray, yeah.
I think are athletic upside guys.
Kenny McIntosh, not a bad one.
Well, they don't go that way, though. They go with a versatile offensive lineman here, and it's Asim Richards from North Carolina. Shane, I know you're a fan.
I do like Asim Richards because I like the inside-out ability. We had him as an offensive tackle. I think he can play offensive tackle. I think he kind of gets shortchanged, announced as a guard here. Tough, really strong at the point of attack, really pops and hits. A good run blocker. You saw that kind of setting the edge there for North Carolina and some of those Drake May runs. Asim Richards is able to kind of freelance and make things happen. He can pull. He's just, he reaches too far. He's very heavy waisted. The bend is a problem. And I think that's where the Cowboys sometimes are fine with the heavy waisted knee bending guys.
Yeah. He got beat by some quick edge guys at the Senior Bowl when they put him at tackle. And that's why I was with you. I think he made and because of that, heavy knee bend you're talking about there, that's why transition to guard could be in play, but he has length, 34-inch arms. 6'4", 307, good size, average athlete. But I like as a depth lineman, you could do a lot worse here than Asim Richards. 136 on my board, 128 on yours. So good value here for the Cowboys.
Great value for the Cowboys. And I think a need for a versatile lineman who could play inside outside. So I like it.
The number is still up on the clock here. For the Jets, so they're taking their time.
Yeah, man. No, I actually really like the Asim Richards pick. Looking at, I think that's such a great fit with Dallas. Man, backup Tyler Smith, like have him be the backup. Swing around. But they've needed guys that can play multiple positions on that O line.
While we're waiting on the Jets, is there a position maybe they haven't addressed that you could see them going here?
I mean, look, we saw them take a running back that I didn't expect. So it took edge, center, offensive tackle, running back. I think safety, off-ball linebacker. Those are two positions I really thought they would come out of this draft with. I think we still have a couple off-ball linebackers. There's starting to go hot and heavy here in the draft, but the
Jets aren't making the pick anymore. So
okay, we got traded.
They moved it to Las Vegas. The Raiders on the clock here. Here at pick 170 in the 5th round.
Pick ones, yeah. They gave up 204 and 220 to move up to 170. So giving up a pretty big jump from 204 to 170 for the Raiders.
What was the second one? I got 204.
220. So
they give up a 6 and a 7. The 4th pick in the 7th round, 220 and a 204. So they come up 34 spots here.
Yeah. We've seen a linebacker run, a little O-line. I think those two positions make a lot of sense. Potentially for the Raiders to take here. Like Luke Whippler still on the board to be a good pick.
Jets now have picks 184, 202, and 220 in this move back.
Jalen Duncan, maybe?
Could be.
He's still on the board.
If we're looking at offensive tackles, he's probably the best one left, right? If you're looking at offensive tackles, Jalen Duncan. I like Earl Bostic from Kansas. Warren McClendon, Georgia. Another one, maybe if you get further down, Richard Garage from Florida, Ryan Hayes from Michigan.
Ryan Hayes, good one. Yeah.
John Ojukwu, Boise State's a name that has started buzzing here.
Could fit with the Raiders too. Yeah, Redmond's still on the board too. I just saw his name. So they go with a Georgia defender here. It is Christopher Smith, safety out of Georgia. Chris Smith's an interesting case because I thought film wise he's one of the best safeties in this class. But he's super instincts, plays the ball well, good man coverage. But I mean, he is small and not super athletic. I think he overperformed his body essentially. He doesn't always get the clean tackle. But if you can special teamer, can maybe, I think, play and be better than he should be. I like the pick for the Raiders.
Not dissimilar from Richard LeCount, safety that came out of Georgia a few years ago, where the production was great, but just poor athletic testing and brings him down the board here. So I'm with you. Like you said, the film looks good. Same thing with LeCount, but he poor testing, only a 2.74 RAS, 4.62 40 for a 5'10", 188-pound player. Not great. And just poor agilities there. 4.41 when the shuttle, 7.45 3-cone. Not good.
Yeah. Brent asking for Superflex fight, Stetson Bennett. I love these. Going to the Rams. I mean, do you think he could be a starter for the Rams down the line? I think to have super flex value, you need to turn into a starter at some point. I don't think there's much myself. Like, I feel like it's doubtful. If Stafford goes, I think the Rams end up drafting a high quarterback. But if he gets in the game, I think he could be a startable plug and play fantasy guy as a QB2 in super flex if he gets to play. I think that's the risk you're taking.
I'm glad you knew what that SF stood for because I did not.
Look, we got it.
I mean, currently he's the only other quarterback on their roster.
Right. So could win the backup job. The Buccaneers have traded up to the Rams pick here. Hopefully I have that correct. Bucks are on the clock. They traded up 4 spots from 175 to 171. I don't have the details yet, but they traded and the pick is in.
Giants now on the clock after that as we're waiting to try to get the details here on
the
that
trade and the pick. Yeah, for the Buccaneers. Now, thanks, Brandon. I appreciate you, man, hanging out. I was on his show, 4for4.com. It's a great podcast Brandon does over there. So we had fun. The most accurate podcast.
That pick that was traded, the Jets to the Raiders for Christopher Smith there was in the Aaron Rodgers deal the other day. So
there you go. Chris Smith.
Jets use that pick and get 2 more.
Get 2 more. Keep it rolling. I think they needed a couple more picks today. So makes sense to kind of use it and extrapolate some special teams depth. Ultimately, I feel like
we're the Rams moving back again. Les Snead, baby.
Get them picks. Get them day 3 picks. That's what he needs. They just need a lot of depth. Like you said, they don't have another quarterback on the roster. There's a lot of positions that are barren depth-wise. I think you need a lot of these day 3 picks to try to fill it in.
Cheap labor here is what the Rams need.
Yeah, here they gave up pick 252 in the 7th round, the Buccaneers. Pick 252 in the 7th round.
So the Rams add another 7th round pick here to move back 4 spots. That's good.
Yeah, there's your less need.
And Tampa Bay moves up to get a tight end. It's Payne Durham, Purdue.
Yeah, Payne Durham is interesting. A good blocker, strong lower body. He has some good receiving numbers, like reliable. Just not a big athlete. Like, I think his body control is pretty good, but he's not going to do much after the catch. Go down. Good tight end too. I thought he played pretty well. He's at Senior Bowl, right? Did you feel like he had a good Senior Bowl week?
I thought he was okay. I mean, you're looking at the other guys that was there at the tight end position, and he was one of the lesser standouts, right? Will Mallory was a bigger standout than he was. Cameron Latu stood out a bit more than he did to me. Even Josh Wiley, I mean, I could go on and on. He was one of the probably my lower thought of tight end prospects down there.
Okay. Well, which makes sense, I guess, for the 5th here. I mean, I don't think he's a starter. The Buccaneers have a young tight end room, so we'll see what who ends up kind of emerging there. Kate Otten seems to be the starter. Keeft, right? The blocking tight end had a couple plays last year, so maybe Durham takes that spot, gives you a little more pass catching upside. The Giants with a pick. I need to confirm because it has the wrong position on the pick, so I just want to make sure before I announce. But I think it might.
Well, I hope that's a typo.
Yeah, it is. Running back Eric Gray going to the New York Giants. We heard that they might be interested in Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley on the tag right now. And I think Eric Gray is an interesting player for this offense. Cuts on a dime, multiple scheme fit. He's done some gap. He's done some zone there at Oklahoma. I thought he had a good year. Can catch the ball, solid blocker. Does everything well, not big upside. Another Senior Bowl player, Brian. How do you feel about Eric Gray?
One of the better receiving running backs in this class, right? Does great hands, not going to make a lot of guys miss, I think is something you would say with Gray. Like I said, I love running backs that catch the football. And if you're getting that kind of, guy in the 5th round, great.
Yeah. I think it's a nice time to take a running back. I think fantasy wise, Eric Gray is an interesting fantasy pick. Even like late toss and redraft, because honestly, what you got? Saquon Barkley, Matt Breida, Gary Brightwell. I think Eric Gray could win that backup job ahead of Matt Breida. Maybe I'm getting rookie fever too much, but I feel like he has that ability.
49ers back on the clock here. That pick is in. Who knows where they're going, man? They've done some wild stuff these last couple of days.
Hopefully not a quarterback. Probably not. That's the only thing we know. But they don't have a lot of holes, so they're taking tight end 2s, Cam Latu, and the kicker, Jake Moody. Secondary, they have addressed. I think they have addressed like needs, right? Pretty well. Maybe we see O-line or D-line here would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, could be get a reserve lineman. You said maybe another pick in the secondary. That the depth was suffering there.
Not opposed to that for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean they've added Jair Brown at safety already earlier. Yeah. Like I said, they could use some corner depth as well. So maybe we'll see that's the pick here.
Took Lutter, but yeah, you could have another one.
Yeah. Maybe you get a slot, corner, nickel corner here. You took Luter, yeah. So let's look at Trey Tomlinson. Sticks out to me as a guy who could excel.
That could be a good
in that area.
49ers fit. Yeah, that could be a good 49ers fit. I'm interested to see where he goes. If he goes here or falls, kind of 7th round toss at that size, it could go either way for a player that played pretty well in college, good college player.
A little surprised, especially with the testing. Maybe the production's what's kind of bringing him down. But Corey Trice, Purdue,
good size. Tweener.
It was Tweener.
Corner safety tweener.
Which could make that a fit here for the 49ers, right?
It could be a fit. Yeah, it definitely could. But I think it's one of those guys who you're like, he's not really great at either one, but not bad at either one. And then still, I don't know where to play him. So. But so it could be a fit. You could be right. The 49ers have to feel good on this. Having, I think, a solid draft that's hitting on players that are going to play now. I mean, I think they're pushing for a Super Bowl is what this draft kind of feels like, despite not having a 1st or 2nd round pick.
5 picks left in the 5th round. 3 of them will be made by the Los Angeles Rams.
They need that picks.
As a matter of fact, we're going to see the Rams if they don't trade back again. 4 of the next 10 picks are going to come from GM Les Snead out there, and we get to see who the next 9 Raz is going to go to the Colts. They're up 3 picks from.
They're up in a couple picks, maybe like Josh Downs, not a 9 Raz. We People are leaving him out of the analysis. Oh. So
still waiting on that.
Yeah, still waiting on this 49ers pick. Come on, Niners. Get it in, get it rolling.
The pick is in.
All right.
And we've got edge rusher from Georgia, Robert Beal Jr. coming in for the 49ers.
Another super athlete. I mean, a good stand-up pass rusher. I think he fits the 49ers defense well. Just flashing some top-tier athletic ability. Production's not there. Similar to Nolan Smith, came in. He's just trying to beat his blockers instead of making a play. Sometimes he's just trying to win. We'll ignore the run game completely. Raw lump of clay that maybe he can develop.
We mentioned how we were talking about our big boards and how it's just eerily coincidence that when we start ranking these guys and you get this far down, and we both had Robert Beal Jr. as our 223rd overall player on our boards.
That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. my edge 33 here for Beal. Yeah, I feel like one of the running backs to the Rams would make a lot of sense. That's and that's why having a lot of these picks, I think it's okay, where do we have holes in our roster? You got Cam Akers, Kyron Williams, and Ronnie Rivers. I think you could draft.
Keaton Mitchell feels different than all those guys, right?
Yeah, if you want the the deep speed, long speed player, but I mean, I think you could do that with Sean Tucker too, if you're comfortable with that evaluation. Deuce Vaughn. So it could be one of those kind of players that has a little bit of speed home run ability.
Yeah, this pick came by way of Las Vegas to Houston to the Rams. Their next pick they got from Tampa Bay.
Back to back, like you said, three of the four. Got Rams, Colts, Rams. That's fun. It's fun. So I always wonder how you decide when you have back to back picks. You're gonna make who you pick first. You gotta make a choice.
The Eagles have traded up. It's later on. I mean, we're not even near on the clock, and they just wanted another pick, I guess. Tom Pelissero reporting that Philadelphia making a trade with Houston. Eagles getting 191 in the 6th round. Houston picks up 230 and 248 in the 7th.
I hope they didn't want Robert Beal and another Georgia defensive guy,
Yeah, that's what Billy Ricchetti said. Christopher Smith and Robert Beal are gone.
There you go. We were on the same wavelength. Now we have the pick at 174, and it's also a Georgia player, Warren McClendon, offensive lineman out of Georgia. You brought him up before, Brian. What do you think about Warren McClendon, offensive tackle player?
Not an athlete. I can tell you that. McClendon here is good, little undersized, 290 pounds, but got decent length. Only did bench press reps here, had an injury prior to the Senior Bowl, kind of kept him out of that or early in the Senior Bowl week. Just an up and down player. He's okay. And no sacks allowed in 2022. So that's good, right? He understands how to keep the quarterback upright.
He feels like a right tackle only to me, which I think is a part of the problem. He does bend well and slides well, good run defender, but not very strong. Like I said, not a super testing athlete, makes some mental mistakes. I think he just lacks upside and maybe only one position guy.
Pick 175 of the Rams is in. We're waiting on this. This is the pick, like I said, they got from Tampa Bay in a trade back. Colts are on the clock.
Yeah, and the Colts that'll be fun as well. Real quick, the Bears have turned the number 1 overall pick into wide receiver DJ Moore, offensive tackle Darnell Wright, cornerback Tyreek Stevenson, 2024 first, 2024 fourth, and a 2025 second.
Outstanding.
I think that's good value, right? For the
number 1 pick. That's a good set of business there for Ryan Poles. And what I was listening to some radio yesterday, and they said right, their GM did such a good job just by shutting his mouth. Where at pick 9, he basically got that that 4th round pick just for just not saying anything, move back a pick, and they still get Darnell Wright, who shores up the right side of their offensive line.
Right, and really important, and they are very big. Eberflus very big on play the best 5 offensive linemen. They'll make it work at whatever
interesting
spot.
Note said last year the Bucs traded 2 7s to come up to get Keeft tight end. This year they give up 2 picks, move up for Payne Durham.
Look, the tight ends cost 2 picks. That's how it works in this economy. So you got to get ready. We'll see what the Rams' other pick is here pretty shortly, hopefully. Offensive tackle was a need for them. I think they didn't need that. No Tanner McKee. Pro Football Focus might be crying a bit in their.
If only we could have seen this coming.
Sean Clifford went ahead of him, so you can't feel great.
Jaguars have a lot of picks coming up here in the 6th and 7th round. I would expect them to move around. Hey, we've got another tight end off the board. It's Davis Allen from Clemson going here to the Rams at pick 175.
I think it's good value. He's my tight end 13. Solid blocker, good at protecting the passer. Good upper body strength, very soft hands. I was really impressed their games at Clemson. I was like, wow, this tight end's pretty good. Good nose for the end zone, can be a red zone target. How do you feel about Davis Allen? I feel like he maybe lacks that upside, but it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely not an upside play here with Allen. He's an average athlete, 4.84 speed, but he's still young, 22 years old, can high point the football, so it could be a red zone threat there. So I really like, in the 5th round, it's a good choice. He was another one of those tight ends that I thought as a senior role a little bit better than Payne Durham. So,
right. I think they're kind of in the mix. I had him above Payne Durham as well. I think it's a nice sneaky tight end 2 behind Tyler Higbee and gives you someone for the future as well. I mean, it's a 5th round, but it just feels to me like the Rams are really drafting a lot not to help themselves this year, right? It's guys that are like contracts are going to be up next year. I think they might want to lose. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They're even if they don't, they're not going to be very good.
Right.
This year, right.
It's still going to be.
The problem being, though, is even if you're bad, right, you still may only be the 2nd worst team in your own division.
Yeah, Arizona's going to be rough, too. It's going to be – that division's like the haves and the have-nots. So the 49ers and Seahawks, I feel like, are drafting to win now and try to get to a Super Bowl, and I think the Rams and the Cardinals are looking more in the future. It's an interesting separation.
And unlike the NFC, the AFC, the NFC not exactly, loaded up.
No, I mean, Bryce Young could make the playoffs here with the Panthers. Like they have a legitimate shot. Colts are on the clock. I don't think they're going to move Cooper Kupp. I don't think the Rams are going to move Cooper Kupp, but just because he is so good, and if they do get a Caleb Williams or Drake May, I think you want him there toward the end to help that quarterback along. I want some Andre Yeshivas. That's what I want the Colts to take here, Brian. I want it to happen.
Would fit that Raz.
They need more Ivy League guys too, right? I drafted one last year.
What if they want to add another Raz tight end? They could potentially draft the perfect 10 Raz tight end back-to-back years. I know they already took another tight end. I know they already took another tight end, but
look, they said we don't want they didn't want to threaten Jelani Woods with Zach Kuntz, so they went Will Mallory a little bit lower, but still a 90% athlete.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else they will need. They got an offensive tackle, maybe interior offensive line.
Well, who on the interior offensive line would fit that, right? That's the question.
That is the question.
John Gaines is already gone, right? So
John Gaines is gone. Maybe Gaines is gone. Yeah, Stromberg's gone. Fair. I don't know if there's anyone. Joey Fisher, you know. They double dipped on tight end last year. Nelly mentions that's true.
So they're probably not double dipping there this year.
Joey Fisher. Yeah, I would have to think they got to be done with that at least.
The pick is in, and they go running back.
Who is it?
It is Evan Hall, running back from Northwestern at pick 176.
The Raz guy.
That feels right.
Yeah, I really like Evan Hall. Watching him this year, I thought this guy's taken over some games for Northwestern. Just a tough inside runner, short yardage guy. You know, maybe won't get the big play. I don't think he plays up to the athletic testing. I don't think he looks like that on the field. But if you can get him to that, I mean, there's some real upside here. I think he's a role player behind Jonathan Taylor, obviously. But, you know, maybe he can catch little passes, give you some short yardage stuff. If Taylor gets hurt again, I think it's a decent guy that can step in.
9.3 RAS for Evan Hall.
9.3, right. So he's up there. I don't think he plays 9.3. Like, I don't see that. But that's fine.
I disagree that it was nice to see Aaron Donald get a ring.
The Bengals fan did not like that.
Disagree with this statement.
It was nice. It was nice. Aaron Donald, pit guy here. Rams with the final pick of the 5th round on the clock. Then we got two to go.
Yep. 2 more rounds.
It's only been 3.5 hours. So.
Dallas on the clock to start us off here in the 6th round.
Yeah, that's we keep going. 6th round, I feel like is where we start to get teams. You got 1 or 2 picks left. You got to take the player you want that you don't want to have to sign in UDFA. So we might get some players way off the board when we get into the 6th. I think it starts happening.
Yeah, this was the last year where we started getting those guys like that safety from Yale. Oh, I like this pick from the Rams.
Yeah, and then we have that trade for the Cowboys came in, so they traded up to that pick. So
okay, we'll talk about that in just a second. Puka Nacua, wide receiver, BYU, the last pick of the 5th round for the Rams.
Puka Nacua, man, he's the like reverse king. I mean, he would run the ball a lot. They'd use him on some of those reverses, tough after the catch, jet sweeps, sharp cuts. He's just not a super. He doesn't win with athleticism. I don't think he separates much and struggles after the catch against better athletes that can bring him down. Special teamer, I think it's a good special teams pick.
Yeah, was having a great Senior Bowl until he got hurt on the first day of practice. He was having a great day there.
I think I heard him.
Yeah, Dallas comes up here to pick 178.
They traded 2024
5th. Yeah, Dallas sends a 2024 5th to Kansas City.
So I gotta update the 2024 mock.
They're killing you here, Shane.
They're killing me. I gotta change these on the fly. Gosh darn it! Can't trade these future picks.
We appreciate that, man. And we tried to tell everybody you wasn't going to get this on the broadcast networks. That you had to come here for this kind of hard hitting stuff.
Yeah, thanks kids for being here. Thanks, Nick, loving the Puka Nacua pick. I agree.
So who is Dallas? Who is the apple of Jerry Jones' eye here to come up?
What there's kind of a couple. I think it's going to be offense. Is my guess because I think they still could use a running back and a quarterback. And those positions are starting to go off the board here a little bit quicker, ultimately. So that would be my 2 guesses. Maybe we see a Tanner McKee or Max Duggan, someone like that. You need a backup.
Yep, we're waiting on that Cowboys pick to come in.
That's my thought. I don't know if anyone. Maybe I just want more skill positions. I don't know.
Pete Smith sent me a DM on Twitter, said we're the best dressed draft coverage out there. That's right, baby.
Yeah, I have the next pick. 179. I have not seen 178 yet.
Well, that's outstanding.
It's always good. That's fun. I hate it when we get the wrong get it too early. Wow, this one's a little bit off the board. So they make the move up for Eric Scott, cornerback out of Southern Miss. The pick for the Dallas Cowboys here at 178.
I know my man Dwayne's going to be happy about this. A Golden Eagle comes off the board. Probably not the one I thought would come off the board here.
First, no Jason Brownlee. Yeah. But you know what Scott brings to the table is kind of big, long press length. I think he's good at getting physical in routes with opposing receivers. I'm not sure what his testing was off the top of my head.
I've got it here. He's slow. 6 foot 197 with a 4.7 140, but a very explosive 39.5-inch vertical with an 11-foot-1 broad jump. So explosive athlete here. What does that tell you when a guy is a cornerback, slow, but has the good jumps?
I think that's good for a press guy like Scott, right? Because you're getting off the snap and hitting a receiver. You can knock that timing route off. It also gives you some ability for a shallow zone, I think, to get in that zone and make a move on the ball very quickly. So I think he's interesting from that end. Like I said, we're going to start getting 6th round, first pick. Got to start getting guys off the board. My corner 52 on my rankings.
All right. You said we had pick 179.
Yeah, it is Carl Brooks, defensive lineman out of Bowling Green.
And he went to
the Packers, Green Bay Packers. Take him. I mean,
so he's got interior pass rush upside here, right? He's a very, very good rusher from the interior.
Yeah, I think, man, he was super productive this year. Good leverage, good hands, tough. He's not super explosive off the snap. Lateral agility wise, I think he leaves a lot to be desired against the run. But I think it's a steal in the 6th, though. When you get a guy that's as productive as he is, especially rushing the passer from the interior, I mean, that usually goes higher than this.
Yeah, 10 sacks this year for Bowling Green.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty impressive for a big guy like this.
Up here says that 40, Everson Walls, old Dallas corner there.
Look, he fits. I mean, he fits the defense, right? They like the long press corners. I mean, that's what Eric Scott is. That's what they like. Jimmy asking what's up with these offensive linemen? I mean, Jalen Duncan, Jarrett Patterson, Luke Whippler. I think Duncan's offseason, the lack of size, just very only fits certain schemes. Patterson, I think he was a 6th, 7th round pick. Whippler, like I think Brian, you said no versatility there in terms of
center only. That's hurting him.
That might hurt
especially
him
at this stage
for some of those teams, and not a big run blocker. I really thought Whippler would be off the board, and Duncan too. By this point, hopefully we see them go pretty soon.
Yep. So Cardinals pick is in. We're waiting to see it when it comes through here.
Yeah, we got there. Had to scramble about on Eric Scott. That was definitely the lowest. He was too off of my the scouting reports I wrote pre-draft. Too off. I didn't do him ahead of time.
There you go. Shrine Bowl player, Eric Scott was.
Shrine. So, fair enough. But I hadn't heard him as draftable guy. But fits that defense. So
Marcus Mosher he does not like your analysis of Eric Scott.
No. You know what that means? Eric Scott's probably gonna be good. Like that's what that usually means. When a guy gets overdrafted, I think sometimes in what we see in the day 3, oftentimes, hey, there's something there that's been seen that's not on film.
Some other names still available. We've talked about Zach Kuntz. We've talked about Zach Evans. We've talked about Parker Washington. Kayshon Boutte we have not talked about, Shane. So go ahead and why is Kayshon Boutte still on the board here?
Like, he's not a special teams player. Had the multiple injuries in his college career. Some work ethic concerns. There's definitely the character concerns. I don't know if they're real or not, but that was an issue. I think it's just tough to take Kayshon Boutte here, especially with some of the receivers left that are going to play special teams and and do pretty well.
Cardinals pick is in, Shane, and I think you were higher on him before I come on board here. Keitrell Clark, cornerback from Louisville, comes off here at 180 to the Cards.
I like it. Definitely a smooth kind of slot corner. I think he's a slot only guy, but really good transition. I mean, such a smooth athlete, the open gate with those hips, and he positions himself well. I mean, good passes defended. He's small. I think zone coverage is an area he struggles, but man, I think he can do some things. So I think he's a pretty solid reserve player, maybe some special teams ability there too.
Tampa Bay on the clock. I have a question for you. If we're making the fullback cool again, when do we see Hunter Lipke, North Dakota State, and Griffin Hebert from Louisiana Tech come off the board?
Yeah, I'm hoping for a Griffin Hebert. I don't know if we'll get it, but I think Hunter Lipke's got to come off the board here pretty soon. The Patriots might be an interesting spot for Hunter Lipke too. Coming up,
feels very Patriot-y, doesn't it?
Yeah, man, he is tough. I just want him to stake some goal line touchdowns from Ramondre Stevenson. Everyone will love that.
Cardinals pick, Tampa Bay's pick is in. We're waiting on that to come through. They got this pick from Indianapolis earlier in the draft.
Yeah. But they don't need Hunter Lipke. Yeah, I got Mr. O'Keefe there, you know.
Yeah. Not a spot for him, for sure.
Yeah, and Scott's waiting for Denver coming up at 183 and still need that offensive line depth that a lot of people thought they would grab in this draft.
So we've heard, Kyler Murray, the quarterback for the Cardinals. How long do you think he's going to? I mean, is he going to miss a chunk of the season?
I think he'll miss a pretty good chunk, 8 games maybe. And then I think if you're looking at like 6 to 8 games, and we'll see what happens there.
We've gone off the board here, Shane.
Okay.
He wasn't on our watch list. Josh Hayes, defensive back, Kansas State, the selection from Tampa Bay.
Yeah. He kind of got a little bit of hype late in the process because I think he's a pretty good athlete, safety, 6 foot, 189, and very, very productive starter, special teams guy who I think he was a NDSU guy that transferred up, and he's very experienced, good tackler. That's kind of what he does. I think he's a special teams player. They're from Fred Purdue's area, from Lakeland, Florida.
Yep. So I'm going to have to add him now to our list, and I'll fill in all the measurables later. But so at pick 181, our watch list of 1,213, we did not have Josh Hayes, Kansas State on it.
Yeah, I had him down at let's see, 58, safety 58. So I don't think he's a safety. Ultimately, I think he's a special teams guy.
Yep. So, and that's that's kind of what you're drafting. So, I've got nothing to add to that. I did never watch
this is how this day goes. Once we get the 6th round, it's like, hey, I want the special teams player that I don't want to sign. I'm just gonna take him, and even if he wasn't on anyone's board, doesn't matter. I don't have much. I'll have to whip something up here for Twitter to write, but I only did most of the defensive positions up through 50.
Yeah, so. He's 4 years at North Dakota State, 1 year at Virginia, and then transferred to Kansas State. So 3 colleges for Mr. Hayes. Well traveled.
Yeah, well, that's something, I guess. Didn't really play at Virginia too much, it seems. All right, we have the pick for the
The Rams.
Oh no, the Rams. Oh no, we don't. The Eagles waived a player. Marvin Wilson, the old Florida State defensive tackle, got cut.
Oh, that's sad.
Remember him? Yeah, I think I had him pretty highly rated.
Man, they didn't even let him clear the draft. They just got rid of him.
They just got rid of him right at the top. They're like, you got Jalen Carter. You're good to go. See ya. Oh, I see a name on Twitter. I'm like, I assume it's a draft pick now. I'm like, wait, that guy's not in this draft. He's been around.
Yep. So
Josh Hayes.
Josh Hayes.
You know what? We had to have one. I didn't think it'd be in the 6th round though, until we got off the compilation sheet. I thought I filled him pretty good. I thought I added him on there, but I must not have.
It happens, right?
Yeah, there's a lot. Ultimately, but this is what day 3 is all about. I assume he didn't go to an All-Star game then, because we would have had him.
Yeah, he was not in an All-Star game. I tried to look up his Raz. A lot of traffic on the old Raz today. The site is down.
Makes sense. A lot of people. I was trying to get in there yesterday. It was not working out.
Yeah, so I'll add all of his particulars to our list a bit later.
Jaden Reed said when he got the call from the Vikings, his cell phone said scam likely as the number. But he answered anyway, just in case. We have a pick. The Los Angeles Rams at 182 is taking LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew, Travius Hodges Tomlinson, gets drafted. The tiny corner out of TCU. I think you were a fan. You're a fan of Trey Tomlinson here.
Yeah, big fan. I mean, great man cover corner on the outside for TCU, despite being 5'7", 175, but 5'7", 175, not going to fly the NFL on the outside. He's going to have to move inside to nickel, and he's going to have to play a lot of special teams, but a great tackler. So I think he can make that transition inside, and I like this pick for the Rams this late, especially.
Yeah, I think it's worth a shot here, right? Because he was very productive, small, tough, someone that can make the big interception sometimes too. But I mean, there are games where he just got thrown around like a rag doll. That's how small he is. So you just need to find the right positioning and the right scheme fit, I think, for Trey Tomlinson. But he could be a starter with the right fit, and if you get him in the right spot.
Yeah, Broncos pick is in. We're waiting on that one.
Scott wants some good news. We got to give him some good news.
We're going to try, man. We're going to try. We can't make those kind of promises, though.
Yeah, no Josh Hayes, please.
Yeah, that's too much work for me. I do all this big spreadsheet so I don't have to do this sort of thing on draft day.
So that it's done, and you can't get to the Raz site. You can't do it.
Greg Allman says that Dane Brugler had Josh Hayes rated as his number 89 corner in this class.
All right, so he had a 4.83 Raz at free safety. So there you go. 4.83 Raz. 4.47 40, good 40. But the explosion drills, the shuttle was bottom 10%. So
not ideal.
Run him as a corner, maybe. I'll see if I can get it working. Let's see if we get the Broncos pick. I don't see anything yet. Waiting for that. Try to run it as a cornerback. Too many requests. That makes sense. As a corner, he's a 5.35 Raz, so maybe that's where they'll play him. A little better. Slightly. But I don't know. Special team, I guess.
Talking about the Cardinals, they currently have 11 picks in the 2024 draft, including 6 in the top 3 rounds.
That's wild, man. That is wild. That's we knew they were going to kind of rebuild. It just makes me question what are you doing with Kyler? You know, like if you're rebuilding, are you rebuilding with him or without him in a year?
Scott wants somebody in the trenches here.
Lyman, yes.
Doesn't care.
We have the pick, I believe. I should. You see it?
I do not.
Okay. Let me wait because I don't think it's from a source that I 100% trust. So, but it's a name I know, but I don't want to announce it and then be wrong here. Here's how many is that? I think it's 2. I think it's just the 24-25, right?
Yeah, but I've never seen anything beyond that.
The pick is in. It is J.L. Skinner, safety out of Boise State. An interesting player that I think both of us were fairly high on. What do you think about J.L. Skinner going here? Scott doesn't get his lineman.
He doesn't get his lineman, but what he does get is what I think is going to be a great special teams player right out of the gate with a chance to compete as a starting safety down the road for the Broncos. He's cut up, just ripped up, man. I mean, like he was going half shirt at the Senior Bowl, and man had just straight up 8-pack abs. Looked great on the hoof. 6'4", 211, so he has a good size, but was unable to test because of an injury, which is why he's available into the 6th round. 93 on my board, 135 on yours. Good value here.
He's big. He hits you, causes fumbles. He has some ball skills. I think he can make interceptions well, reads the quarterback well, but the medical question and the stiffness, he's not a man cover corner, so kind of a big linebacker to me. I think if he hadn't been hurt, top 100 was definitely in that wheelhouse.
Yeah, 7 career interceptions for Skinner.
Yeah, so the fact that you have that size, that downhill ability with the interceptions is interesting. The Jets pick is in. They are going to take Western Michigan linebacker Zaire Barnes.
Good athlete.
Rush the passer a bit too. I like his pass rush skills.
But if you're going to draft a Western Michigan player, they should have took Death Rage, right?
we just want to say Death Rage on the stream.
I did.
Thin frame. I mean, I think Zaire Barnes is thin. He can get run over. There are definitely some plays where he literally just gets run over by a MAC running back. Don't love that. But I do love the pass rush ability, the bend ability. Can play inside, outside linebacker. I think weak side would be ideal. Maybe they use him as a pass rusher edge kind of player.
Yeah, good athlete at 6'1", 232, ran a 4.56 in the 40 with a 9.06 RAS. So, you know, you're taking chances on the athletes here late.
Yeah, right. I think that's where these teams are going to do that. Scott saying maybe Riley Moss stays a corner. Definitely possible. I think he'll play a little both, right? Jaguars on the clock.
Yeah, this late in the draft, you're just throwing stuff against the wall and see what sticks, right?
Yeah, these guys might not make the team, right? So you can't be like, oh, what position? You know, I'm sure we'll do it 75 times during these last 2 rounds, but you know, it is about just getting players that can hopefully contribute in some way, or you think have the upside. Let's see what they got, see if they can make the team, or practice squad players that you maybe want to stash.
Yeah,
you don't want undrafted free agency to come.
And that's another thing that we have to factor in with some of these picks is because there's only one cut down day now, right? So you're going to have 1,000 players hit the wire at one time, and
right.
You know you're should be able to pass some of these guys through. So maybe,
yeah, it might be the case. I'm with you. It gets interesting. So that's why I like, you know, I have people right now, Cowboys fans complaining about value of Eric Scott, like 6th round, man, value's out the door. It doesn't matter so much anymore. I think it's tough to conceptualize though.
Current backup safeties for the Broncos and even their starting safety, Caden Stearns was a 5th round pick in 2021. You have DeLorean Turner-Yale was drafted in the 5th round last year. PJ Locke is a backup safety listed for them right now. So there is a spot for JL Skinner on this roster if he, holds up.
Yeah, I think there can be a spot for him. I like it. I like it. I love JL Skinner. I think he should have went higher. I think that's you said you can take the guy that you want, or if you like a player, it's like, hey, we had a higher grade on him, he fell here. Make the pick. So, yeah, I'm still not seeing the Chargers pick. I lost my phone. I don't know where it went.
That's
I
not
don't
good.
need it. That's fine. It's somewhere. It exists, I guess. It's probably back here. I feel like I'm gonna step away. We're gonna get the pick though.
It'll be fine.
It's in here. No, I have no idea.
The pick is in.
All right,
and it's Penn State wide receiver Parker Washington going to the Jags here at pick 185.
Parker Washington. You've been talking him up. Very good early returns from him. Had some injuries. He's small. He's kind of thin. But I think an interesting depth piece ultimately for the Jaguars.
Yeah, it's a good little ad here. Like I said, early breakout age is a thing that I think a lot of the analytics guys like, right? And he had that.
Yeah, good body control. He caught some passes off the mark, not to bash Sean Clifford more today, but good use of his upper body in routes. I really like. He sells the route and moves his upper body. It's hard to kind of read and react to him. So I think if he hadn't gotten hurt so much, he would have went higher than this.
There's always room for Sean Clifford bashing on the podcast that I'm on.
Yeah, Nelly's saying Eric Scott pulled his quad running the 40, finished it. That's why the 4.71 and why maybe the RAS is worse than it looks.
That's fair.
I'll have to go back to my notes, not just my quick scouting blurb, and see if on film. I think I had him as a slower guy on film, but I could may have been off there. Yeah, Paul saying Sean. Paul not a fan of the Sean Clifford pick for the Packers still.
Who else has Sean Clifford? Is this 186? Titans pick is in. It's Jalen Duncan, offensive tackle from Maryland.
One time, he's had such a wild ride, man, because he had first round potential going into the season. I think people are like, oh, this guy has a lot of upside. And then he starts playing really well. And then we're like, wow, this is a player with a lot of upside. He's an offensive tackle, very athletic, flashes some dominance against some of these weaker defenders. I mean, good footwork, just pretty raw. And then we get to Ohio State, Penn State, and he just gets dominated back-to-back games. And it was like, oh, okay. He came in light at the combine. How about like Senior Bowl wise? Did you come away impressed with him, or did that help maybe knock his stock down?
Rough week for Jalen Duncan at the Senior Bowl, to be completely honest, and that's why I kind of came down on him a little bit. He came into the season as my number one overall offensive tackle prospect coming into the season. I was really impressed with his 2021 tape, but just down year, like you said, back-to-back games against better competition. He looked rough. Come down here to the Senior Bowl, rough week, but tested really well at the combine, which kind of brought his, back up to me, a 9.01 RAS, 84 on my board, 111 for you. Tremendous value here for the Titans to get a backup swing tackle potentially with starter upside into the 6th round.
I've heard he's a high character guy, like works hard, trying to kind of learn the position. I think it could be a steal. He's undersized, maybe, but the left tackle upside's there. I think it's worth a shot to take. If you're the Titans, like take a shot on Jalen Duncan. Doesn't work out, not a big deal, but the upside that he flashes with some NFL coaching, you could fix it up. So great pick. If he had come off 3rd, 4th round, I would have been pretty happy with that.
Jim Irsay, who doesn't know when to shut up, said that if Anthony Richardson was off the board at 4, they would have gone with Will Levis or traded down.
Like he said, he called Richardson 3 hours before the draft and told him he was probably coming to the Colts. So, yeah, didn't find that out for the mock draft contest.
Would have been nice.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been nice.
Patriots on the clock.
Yeah, they got this pick from Carolina here.
I want Hunter Lupke, baby. It's Lupke time.
Their pick is in. We're waiting to see it come across here. Paul Kahersky says Jamarco Jones in trouble.
If you're in trouble because of a 6th-round pick, you probably shouldn't have been on a roster anyway. But hey, we've seen 6th-round picks emerge and come out. I mean, I think Duncan could be that guy. An injury happens, you plug him in, and he does like decent, and you're like, oh, okay, we have more than we thought here.
Yeah, like you said, the definitely a low hit rate this late in the draft.
Right. A lot of these guys aren't even going to make the team.
I'm a little disappointed Andre Yeshivas not come off the board yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just a raw player. Look, I love him. I think he's going to make it in the NFL. But yeah, I think he was trending more downwards, unfortunately, which hurts. So we have the pick. It's a big one.
Right,
the New England Patriots select Kayshon Boutte, wide receiver out of LSU. They took their receiver here, Kayshon Boutte, we talked about earlier in the show. I mean, he flashes the footwork, flashes the athleticism, was dominant as a freshman, and good body control, makes tough catches, but struggle with injuries. A lot of lapses in effort, concentration, press coverage, man. He gets frustrated and will quit on routes, won't separate a ton. He got worse every year. Upside, but, I think it's worth a shot in the 6th round. Take the upside swing. Bill Belichick, not the master of evaluating receivers, but very fascinating because he has a shot to produce, right? Day one. I mean, the Patriots receiving group is not great.
Not great at all. I mean, you're adding him to a room that has Devontae Parker, who has not done jack, really. They paid big money for Kendrick Bourne. He's done nothing. Yep. Juju Smith-Schuster they bring in this year. Tyquan Thornton they drafted in 2nd round last year. He's just a speed guy. And, so he's got it.
Matthew Slater,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot worse landing spots for Boutte. I mean, he could step in and be the number 4, maybe even move up to the number 3 receiver. And he shows out like his potential is. This could be a really big spot. The fantasy rookie drafts on Kayshon Boutte, 6th-round pick bad. The Patriots, good spot to maybe produce is going to be interesting.
Yeah, you have to think that Belichick he's taking a chance here, right? And like you said, pick 187, you could take worse chances.
Mm-hmm.
But poor athleticism here at testing, 4.5 40 for him. His explosion numbers awful. A 29-inch vertical,
yeah.
That's pathetic.
That's
for a
really
wide
bad.
receiver. 9 foot 10-inch broad jump, not great. His shuttles, ooh,
yeah.
maybe.
What was his RAS number total?
For Boutte's 4.91.
4.9, not good. But yeah, I mean, and Nelly saying shades of Stephon Diggs and Biplab, the wide receiver graveyard. He's a 6th-round pick though, so I think it's a better chance to take. Those explosion numbers, man. That's rough. I don't know. He didn't go undrafted. My hot take was wrong. Yeah. Diggs was a 5.65 RAS. So
that's in the ballpark, right?
Not saying. Mac Jones.
Sounds like Nelly calling his shot.
No, Nelly is a Kayshon Boutte guy. Did the Pats care about RAS? They do not. No. I don't think they do that much.
This pick for Philadelphia has changed hands. Started with New Orleans. Went to
Houston. The pick.
Oh, the pick is in.
It's a big one. They're taking Tanner McKee, quarterback out of Stanford, going to the Philadelphia Eagles. The opposite of, I feel like it's the pure opposite of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, you're not getting, but there's no threat here, is what we're saying.
Well, no, he just signed the biggest deal in NFL history. I don't think there's a threat if they drafted one at 10, but good arm, good size, throws a nice deep ball, but he's a statue in the pocket, struggles to read the defense, no real touch. They signed Carson Strong last year. I think it's very comparable to Carson Strong without the knee injury.
Right. Looking at their situation here. So he's
Nelly throwing shade to PFF there.
You assume Mariota is the backup, so you're looking at a third quarterback here. You're bringing in McKee to compete with Ian Book to be that third quarterback on the roster.
Right. Yeah, I which one you bet on of those two? It's a hard choice. I think Ian Book's a better fit. Like I don't know, but I don't know.
Tanner McKee was my QB 13 in this draft class.
Mine too.
I had two higher that still haven't been selected. I had Tyson Bagent from Shepherd and Max Duggan, TCU, rated ahead of Tanner McKee.
Yeah, Duggan's the only one I've rated ahead of him, just one spot that hasn't been drafted. Badgin's my QB 14. So Sean Clifford's my QB 18 though.
So Rams on the clock here.
Yeah, 189.
I feel like we've said that a lot here in the last hour.
Get them picks.
Them picks.
These have so much depth. I think running back. I mean, I think this is the point we got to see like a Zach Evans go off the board, right? A Sean Tucker go off the board, Dwayne McBride, like those kind of guys too. Sound like the Army's flying overhead there.
Yeah.
the Alabama National Guard coming.
Or it's just some redneck with a big truck who thinks it should be louder than everybody else's.
Oh man, I don't think we drafted that in our pet peeve draft on W Marketplace, but
rednecks with big trucks. Yeah.
As a pet peeve.
Well, I got to tell you that's not a surprise to me, considering that I don't think any of y'all really live in the South. So
no, you're not. We're above the Mason-Dixon line there. The Rams, pick 189. Then we got the Browns at 190, which is
the pick is in for the Rams at 189. It is Nebraska edge rusher O'Shane Mathis, transfer from TCU.
And I liked him better at TCU. I thought, he has the length, he's strong, a good explosion off the snap, but raw instincts. I thought he made a lot of bad mistakes this year, just mental errors that kind of knocked him down, because I thought he would have a chance to be a riser, and it just didn't happen for O'Shane Mathis. But not a bad reserve, I guess, to see if he can make a roster.
Yeah, 246 on my board, not in your top 300. I was much higher on him before the season, like I think you probably were as well. 2029 sacks at TCU, never got that production again.
Yeah, never got that production again. My edge 41 in this class, which isn't great, I guess.
Cleveland's pick is in. We're waiting to see it come through. Interesting draft from the Browns.
Yeah, I don't. It almost feels like once again they're just filling depth and trying to get kind of guys for the next year or two. But I think I made some good picks. Cam Mitchell, DeJuan Jones, the tackle from Ohio State. So for not having a first or second round pick, I think the Browns have done pretty well. Dwayne giving a shout out.
Hey, Dwayne, I don't know if you've been watching, but you've had a Southern Miss guy come off the board recently. Eric Scott, the corner from Southern Miss, the first Golden Eagle off the board in this class.
No Jason Brownlee, but we got Eric Scott. The Eagles have traded pick 191. So we still have the Browns pick waiting, 190. 191 has been traded to the Buccaneers for a 2024 fifth rounder.
So who was on the clock at
the Eagles were on the clock at 191. It'll now
the 2024 fifth goes to Philly, and Tampa Bay will get
22. Yeah, you're right. 2024 fifth going to Philly, and the Bucks get 191.
Okay, there you go.
Boom. Gotta change the mock again. Got to make the adjustment.
Dwayne just bought a new house, so he's been doing a lot of the moving and painting and all that stuff that comes with new home ownership that I never want to do again.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, you've had that a couple times here. See if this Browns pick for a 190 comes in, and the Bucks, like I said, have traded up. So the Eagles. So yeah, the Eagles traded 191. The Eagles just traded for 191 as well, right? They traded 2 7ths to move up to this pick and then turn the 2 7ths into a future 5th.
So there you go.
That's pretty good work of the board, Harry Roseman.
He's pretty good at this stuff, isn't he? Oh, big pick here, Shane.
Yes.
Luke Whippler, the center from Ohio State, comes off the board at pick 190 for the Browns. Good landing spot here, I think, for Whippler.
Staying in Ohio, in Cleveland, solid producer, good upside. My interior offensive lineman, 11. I really thought he could be maybe sneak into the top 100. But good leg drive, great pass protector. I think he doesn't get beat too cleanly. Did well, but they always gave him help against the Jalen Carters of the world, the Mozzie Smiths of the world. So we really didn't get to see him produce one-on-one and probably a center only, which you've mentioned a couple times. He gets real grabby, not a great run blocker, but I think he should have been off the board by now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. He probably should have been. And trying to get a quick look at their depth chart. They currently have Ethan Pocic projected to start at center, but behind him, so you're going to bring in Whippler to compete with Nick Harris, a 5th-round pick in 2020, and Dawson Deaton, 7th-round pick last year.
Like you mentioned, the Browns having a good draft. I think they've really had a great draft personnel-wise. I mean, Cedric Tillman, Siaki Ika, Isaiah McGuire, DeJuan Jones, Luke Whippler, guys that for not having a first, 2nd-round pick, I think it's one of the top drafts that any team's done so far this year.
Yeah, like I said, you're talking about value here. 82 on my board, 117 on yours, comes off the board at 190 for the Browns. The Bengals got to be concerned, man. AFC North, Pittsburgh doing the job, Cleveland doing the job, man, just getting stacked up.
But we have the pick at 191, who the Buccaneers gave up a future 5th to draft Trey Palmer, wide receiver out of Nebraska. Speed. He was at the Senior Bowl for a bit.
Yeah, what you're looking at here for Tampa Bay is the best punt gunner in this draft class with some wide receiver 4 upside. 4.33 speed, like you said, good size, has a good catch radius, makes some ridiculous sideline catches for Nebraska there. This is a special teams all-day pick for Tampa Bay.
I like the punt. I'm tossing that in my tweet here for the punt gunner. That was a good call. Yeah, I mean, he was super productive this year. Had a 200-yard game. I mean, Palmer can get open pretty quickly down the field. And, when he faces slow safeties, he makes them pay. Yeah. But screens, reverses, I think that's really all he has in this game.
Yeah, it's fine. A bit interesting that he's super fast, 1.48-10 split, 4.33 speed, but the rest of his testing was subpar. Only a 29.5-inch vertical, a 9-foot-6-inch broad. His agility testing was down as well, 6.08 RAS. But speed is the game. The ability to get off on as a gunner.
We got a good pick at 192. You're gonna love it, Brian. They're doing a Patriots. It's like Bryce Behringer, punter out of Michigan State. Here we got the punter off the board. All we need is a long snapper.
Did we not say that earlier? Watch them draft a punter later.
You said that. You said that. That was all you. That was a good call. Bryce Behringer. I mean, he's my top punter on the board. Longest average in the country this past year in terms of average punts. He does outkick his coverage sometimes, but he's got that big leg, and he's been a kicker too. So you have a little bit of versatility, even though the Patriots already drafted a kicker today in Chad Rylands. But
yeah, not the best hang time, right? He kind of struggled with that at the Senior Bowl a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he can get it down the field, but not the best hang time. I think that's a good call because he outkicks that coverage, and then boom, you don't have the coverage back there sometimes. That's the one weakness I see. But his average, man, the booming kicks, absolutely comes off his legs so nice. You can hear it even on the TV broadcast. You can hear it, which I love. That's what I love to hear from punters and kickers.
298 on your board. I don't rank kickers and punters on principle, so
not anymore.
Not anymore.
God, not ranking punters and kickers.
Can't do it.
The Patriots have had it. Yeah, kicker and punter in day 3 here.
So Alex Ward coming off do they have any other picks?
I'm sure they do because.
And if they do, then one of them.
They got 210, 214. They have 2 more this round. So. The Rams also, by the way, the Rams have no specialists on their roster right now. No long snapper, no punter or kicker.
So they're basically just going to take the best of the best as
maybe that's what all the seventh rounders are for.
Maybe maybe they've loaded up those sevens to draft whatever specialists on the board. I got Joe Cardona better watch his back for New England. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm not going to go that far. I think he's in good shape. So maybe the Rams take Ward though. Patriot Bryce Berger. They probably wanted Jake Moody too.
Roger Sherman tweets Belichick's lost his edge drafting a right-footed punter.
I guess that's fair. That's a little switch up here. So the last team to take a punter and a kicker in the same draft, the 2000 Raiders. Sebastian Janikowski, Shane Leckman.
That's a good call.
For 23 years. 23 years.
It shouldn't have happened 23 years ago.
I mean, look, you said Janikowski worked out. That's pretty good. Washington Commanders on the clock at 193. I love the special teams picks. I feel
Sam Farmer, writer for the LA Times, said the Rams now have every pick in the 7th round.
Maybe they'll draft 2 kickers and 2 punters and a long snapper.
Competition.
Yeah. Honestly, though, teams may have looked at their depth chart and their 7th round picks, so they're going to draft some of these specialists. We better get them. We better get them before they do.
That's wild that they don't have any on their roster at all.
I mean, unless something happens that I missed, but yeah, I see nothing right now on our lads. So
I was just fixing to go there. That is absolutely wild.
Empty. Maybe the F them picks, F them special teams.
We tried to warn you guys that what was going to happen on the day 3 coverage, and right now we're basically just looking at Aaron Rodgers' press conference here on NFL Network. So
no one's tuning in for the draft. They're tuning in for Aaron Rodgers' press conference.
Absolutely.
During the draft.
Right, we're waiting on the Commanders pick to come through here at pick 193 of the 6th round.
Look, some of our Toys Titles people more hardcore than us. They're at Maryland's spring game on day 3 of the draft. I mean, that's pretty hardcore.
I'm going to tell you about the only thing I hate worse than evaluating special team kickers and punters is spring football.
All right. So what you're saying is next year you're going to do some spring game reports for the site.
Not even a chance. I've watched one spring football game a year, and it's obviously at South Carolina's, and I can't be even more bored by watching that stuff.
Yeah.
There's no evaluation properties for me at all for draft wise. You get nothing out of that. Now you guys maybe just from
college and Jeff charts,
C2C stuff and all that. You may get stuff out of that.
I like it. I like it for some of the future drafts because some of these guys you're not going to see, play. But you are correct.
See, you're more you do this future draft stuff. I don't.
That's fair. You're doing 2024 draft. That's going to
be tomorrow.
23 is over.
Monday when 23 is over. Yeah.
So we're still waiting for the Commanders.
Such a wild draft for the Packers. It's been a mess.
Look at receivers, tight ends, boom, boom, boom. Packers. Ben Albright reporting that the Broncos are trading back from 195. That's 3 picks away here. So,
but doesn't say who with.
No, he won't give us anything, I'm sure. So that's fine.
That's very unreportery of him.
I mean, maybe you got the text. Hey, we got the pick for the Washington Commanders at 193. They take Chris Rodriguez, running back out of Kentucky, another Senior Bowl running back. How'd you feel about Rodriguez?
Rodriguez, I don't think he offers you much in the pass game, but I think he does have some home run. You see him hit some big runs, but he's tough. Tough, hard-nosed runner, hard to bring down on first contact is the report I have for Chris Rodriguez. Getting that here, it's okay value here in the 6th round.
really similar to me to Brian Robinson, kind of Brian Robinson, poor
Yeah.
man's Brian Robinson they drafted last year. It's likely their starter this year. So I think you're just kind of getting the backup. As Nelly said, such a commies pick there for the Commanders, just getting a natural hands catcher, bad vision, but bam, he's productive, can ram through you. I don't mind it this late. I don't mind it. Surprised he went over.
You know who came up on that Denver pick?
Who?
Mickey.
Look, New Orleans, baby. Mickey's just sitting there. He's getting bored. He's got to do something.
He's got to do. That man cannot sit still.
Oh my goodness. Chris Rodriguez off the board. The Saints have traded Adam Troutman to the Broncos. That is the move. Denver adds. So Sean Payton, right? Getting Adam Troutman, who he drafted. That's interesting. I think this kind of helps.
Any other picks involved, or was it just player for pick?
And a 7th rounder to the Broncos. So I don't know if the Saints only have one. I don't have the pick number. But Adam Troutman, the 7th rounder.
For 196.
All right.
So 196 is the pick that the Saints are coming up to get.
Correct.
Or 195. Should be.
195. Should be,
yeah.
I misreported there. Misreported by Belisari. So 195, the Saints will have it. They trade Troutman and their 7th. So
I'm looking to see what their 7th was.
You can look. We have the pick for Kansas City Chiefs at 194. They're going to select Keandre Coburn, D lineman for Texas. A little surprised he was the first Texas lineman off the board, but very different, right? Big nose tackle here, who can wreck the offensive line. Not very strong at the point of attack. That's kind of my one knock. Like you got this big guy without strength, but man, I mean, he wrecked up Emil Ekiyor and Alabama this year. I think he was severely underrated. My D-line 21. We'll see what happens. I think it's a nice nose tackle reserve.
257 was the Saints pick. They had already traded their other 7, 227. So the Saints are done after this pick, unless they trade a future pick, which I put nothing past Mickey Loomis. He does that. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought I had similar grades on Ajomo and Coburn. I thought, but Coburn's more of the nose, right? Pure nose here.
Yeah. Coburn's the nose guy. Ajomo's more the pass rush guy,
So goes to the Chiefs at pick 194.
Yeah. So Jawan Johnson, I guess the full-time tight end for the Saints now.
They extended him, right? So they've invested a little cash in Jawan Johnson. So not a surprise here. And Adam Troutman just never worked out.
Sean Payton started developing him. Maybe he can finish that development in Denver. I mean, they have Greg Dulcich. But they needed a reserve tight end. So I don't know if Scott's still watching, but we'll see how he feels about getting Adam Troutman and still keeping a pick. You're
doing a pick swap here. You go down, 50 plus spots, but you get a former 3rd round tight end.
I'm going to tweet out the live stream one time.
Sounds good. We appreciate everybody, man. It's been here all day.
Yeah.
Y'all are some troopers with us, man. It's awesome. It's
been cool. I said it's been cool. It's been great. I'm with you. Scott doesn't hate it. Peyton knows Adam Troutman. Makes sense. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate everyone that's been here all 3 days.
Big time receiver here coming to the Saints.
Who is it?
A.T. Perry, wide receiver from Wake Forest, comes off the board here. The Saints, this guy is a big, long target, fast, 50-50 ball here, and a tremendous athlete. 9.62 RAS for A.T. Perry. 140 on your board, 121 on mine. Talk to me about A.T. Perry and what he's going to bring to the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, tall, lanky, good possession receiver. I really like his high pointing of the football. Pretty agile in space too. Like he was productive there. He's just a weird body type. He's not a big receiver. He's just a tall and lanky receiver. So he plays kind of stiff, but doesn't have the frame to maybe hold up to press coverage. Not a big separator. He doesn't separate much. So I think sometimes these contested catch receivers fall. I've seen it with guys like Akeem Butler, Kelvin Harmon back in the day. I think Perry's in that line. So maybe a nice reserve wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5 could make the team.
There you go. Tampa Bay's pick is in as we're waiting on that. Yeah, I like that value here at 195 for the Saints.
Yeah, I like that value. I think it's worth trading Troutman and moving up for, like Scott says, I mean, Peyton inheriting the tight end room there, maybe it's out.
We don't have it like time stamped or anything, Ben, but
yeah,
you can rewind the live stream. You just drag your little cursor over it and you can go back.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, you can go back and watch it. You can back up, try to kind of find the picks as we go as well. Yeah, nice. The Bruce Irvin days. Man, I got to retweet that at some point after the draft. Maybe next week. Love it. That was a fun. Didn't work out for me, but that was a fun moment.
So that well-traveled pick, Dan Graziano, ESPN, reporting pick 195, the pick that eventually became A.T. Perry from Wake Forest to the Saints, was a Steelers pick. They traded to the Broncos last year for Malik Reed, and then the Broncos traded it for Adam Troutman in a 7th-round pick. How did Malik Reed work out?
Yeah, fine. I think that was fine. I don't know. Malik Reed. Interesting.
Pick is in for Tampa Bay, and it's an edge rusher. Jose Ramirez from Eastern Michigan comes off the board at 196.
I like that pick. I like Jose Ramirez a lot, man. He's super explosive. Like, you watch him and he just gets off the line well. Can transition inside. Closing speed's good. He's smart. I think he plays smart. He's just, he gets pushed around a little bit. Leverage wise, he can play a little bit tall. I think he's still learning, still growing. I think it's a nice developmental edge rusher there for the Buccaneers.
A little under 6'2", 249, 32 and 3/4 inch arms. Decent athlete, 8.08 RAS, played at the Shrine this year, but good value per our boards, 158 on mine, 148 on yours.
No, thanks, Doc. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate you hitting it, even not watching the draft too much anymore. Traditions, got to keep it going.
The Dolphins, we haven't heard their name in a while, right?
Yeah, right. They only had four picks in this draft total. We haven't really seen them move around the board too much.
This is the first time we've said their name today, it feels like.
It is. Cam Smith in round 2, Devin Achane in round 3. They have this pick and then pick 238, so 6th and 7th for the Broncos or for the Dolphins here. I still don't know what they're doing at tight end. Maybe they should have traded for Adam Troutman.
Well, maybe they got a tight end here. They just drafted a big wide receiver, and it's Elijah Higgins from Stanford.
There you go. Tight end receiver tweener here. I think a lot of people had him as a tight end in this class, maybe in a fullback, H-back type. Athletic, good size, high point the ball. He was at the Senior Bowl as well. How'd you kind of evaluate him, even body type wise?
He was listed when they as a tight end. Whenever they made it, Jim Nagy quickly clarified, no, he's a wide receiver. But he weighed in at the Senior Bowl 6'2.5", 228. So he's a big-bodied wide receiver, but tested well, 4.54 in the 40 with a decent 10-yard split, but a 35-inch vertical and a 10'6" broad.
Yeah, there's Pierce answer that question before. Once draft day hits, you get that extra year tossed in 2 years in the future. I like him. I thought coming out of high school, I thought he was going to be a stud. He just was never really utilized much at Stanford. So he could be a little sluggish against those athletic defensive backs. I think that position change, tight end, H-back, would do wonders for him, and it would make sense for Miami in that system where they like the long receiving kind of tight ends. So we'll see. We got a lot of Bruce Irvin long timers in the chat. I love it.
Shane, that's what made you legendary, right?
I think it really kicked it off, man. I freaked out. It was like viral before viral. You know, I could have if TikTok was around. I think it would have went well.
There you go.
It was on Justin TV.
Justin TV. I don't know that I wasn't an influencer then, I guess.
Yeah, see, right now you've come to the influencer side. So
I don't consider myself an influencer at all. I'm going to duck out for just a second, Shane, and I'll be right back.
No
Jarek Reed, safety, New Mexico, comes off the board.
Hey, we mentioned that. I said he would be highest drafted from CGS, I think. Jarek Reed going off the board to the Seattle Seahawks. An interesting player, my safety 45, small, but packs a punch at the line of scrimmage. Did a little bit of everything. Had some coverage, had some downhill ability. Not super athletic, but I think a prime special teams player here for the Seattle Seahawks and Jarek Reed the second. This is where you're getting the special teams guys. Like this is where it is. So I don't mind the pick here as we're getting kind of a little past halfway through the 6th round. Makes a lot of sense. So no worries, Pierce. I appreciate you filling us in on the stat too, because I think it was like 2 years, but then that kind of bumps to the extra year of the draft, so you can trade 24, 25 here now. We got the Ravens on the clock, who, per usual, I think the Ravens have had a pretty good draft. It's been interesting because they got Zay Flowers, good value Trenton Simpson at pick 86, Tavius Robinson, Caillou Blue Kelly, really remaking that defense a lot outside of the Zay Flowers pick. But I like it. This is their last selection at pick 199 for the Ravens. Alex asking thoughts on the Chiefs draft this year. You know, a little bit weird, but I think it's obviously a team trying to go back to the Super Bowl again. I thought Felix Anudike-Uzomah was a little early, but I don't think you get him at the end of round 2. I think he fits the team well. Moving up for Rashee Rice, very different receiver that could have a shot to start outside. I like the Wanya Morris pick. Love that pick. I think he could be a potential starting right tackle maybe in a year or two. Maybe needs some development. And then Shamari Connor, BJ Thompson, some upside players if you can get them to fit in. I love the Coburn reserve at nose tackle pick. I actually like the Chiefs draft more than I thought. I don't think it's going to look great on paper. I don't think you're going to see the high grades or whatever. But I think Chiefs draft, they don't need that. They don't need a home run draft. They need to fill holes, keep winning. You have Patrick Mahomes. So I like it. All right, Ravens still up. I have not seen the pick yet. So we'll see. We'll get that soon. The pick is in, though. Yeah, look, I hope Tyson Bagent, the quarterback out of Shepherd, gets drafted. I do think we see a Shepherd player drafted tonight. Maybe it's Ronnie Brown, the running back. Probably is Joey Fisher, the offensive lineman. But Tyson Bagent, I think it'd be great to see him drafted. I don't think he's going to get drafted. But I didn't think Colby Sorsdale would get drafted, right? It's William & Mary. So small school, it can definitely happen. Right. It is. I think a Chiefs draft is a very safe draft. I think it's a good way to describe it. All right, we have the pick for the Ravens, and I think when we talk about upside picks, I think this is one. So we have Salah Amave La'alu, the offensive lineman out of Oregon, as the pick. And look, you're getting kind of a strong off the snap anchor offensive tackle here. I think he could kick inside the guard as well. Not going to get moved around. I mean, he's a tough guy. He won't get beat cleanly. He's going to make you work for it. Good length, good upside. Not a big block sustainer. It's kind of hit and usually out. He doesn't have that upper body strength. He has a lower body strength to anchor, but he doesn't push guys around. The mirror he can get messed up on. I think it's some development here. I like Salah and an interesting upside pick for the Ravens offensive line, which I think they needed some offensive line depth that they haven't really addressed in this draft yet. So that's I think a fine pick in the 6th round. Yeah, and that's their last pick. The Ravens are done. They could pack up and go home, I guess. Chargers are on the clock. That pick is in. And I'll see if I can find it as we go. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. Hit that like button on YouTube if you're there. Hit us up in the chat. Shout out. Appreciate everyone being here. Check out Draft Countdown. 7 round 2024 mock draft tomorrow. The Chargers have drafted a player that I like a lot, and I think could have went higher, is Scott Matlock, the defensive lineman, defensive tackle out of Boise State. Really interesting, spark plug, tough, high motor guy. Really smart player at reading running backs. I think he's a good fit for a team that needed some defensive line run stopping help. And he's nasty. He's not not a great athlete. Doesn't have super explosiveness after contact. Good off the snap, but not after contact. But I think he's a solid reserve that can come in, run downs, help you out. And I think the Chargers did need that. So I don't know. I like Scott Matlock. I think he really impressed me too in the offseason as the East-West Shrine Bowl. I thought he had a really good East-West Shrine game for Matlock and a good week there, one of the best at the Shrine. So a good pick by the Chargers.
Was also one of the better players at the NFLPA game the week before the Shrine, then got the call up. So, yeah, I like Matlock. I couldn't fit him in my top 300. I was a little, didn't have him quite that high, but tremendous testing, right? 9.65 RAS.
We have a player in your top 300 drafted by the Texans here, 201. They draft Jarrett Patterson, inside lineman, guard, center out of Notre Dame. How do you feel about him? I think you like him.
I do, and at this point in the draft, like I said, you're drafting versatile players who can fit multiple roles, and that's what you're going to get with Jarrett Patterson as a interior offensive lineman. Can play both guard spots, I think, and can play center as well. Good size, 6'5", 304, average athlete here, but at this point in the draft, you're taking a chance, and I like the versatility here as a backup for the Texans.
Yeah, I like it too, and I like getting more protection, O-line depth for Bryce Young in that offense and Dameon Pierce. I mean, I think Patterson's such a leader.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, the Panthers. CJ Stroud in that offense and Dameon Pierce. I think Patterson's a leader. He's led the run game there. He's played both positions. Yeah, man, I think he's pretty exceptional in terms of leadership and kind of raw off-field locker room stuff. Not a ton of upside, but I don't think you need it. My interior lineman 22.
If you ask me, he's a better center than the one they drafted in the second round, Juice Scruggs.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, I think Scruggs has a little more of that explosive pass blocking upside, but yeah. But hey, you might be right. That might look good in a couple years. If you're
Jacksonville on the clock here. I see the Bengals initials up there too. They still don't have that tight end, right? Zach Kuntz still on the board.
Yeah, there you go. He still wants Zach Kuntz. I'll take the shot on Zach Kuntz here in the 6th. I'm fine with it. I think it's time for him to go. People saw the 10 RAS for Zach Kuntz getting drafted high, and then
obviously the NFL felt differently. He's an older prospect too. And
he can't catch the football. It doesn't matter if he can't catch the ball.
Right. So that's where we're at.
You got to teach that.
Who are the best? What other tight ends are still on the board? I like Blake Whiteheart. We talked about him earlier. We've seen all the others go.
Yeah, we've seen the others go. With Davis Allen gone.
Maybe Braden Willis.
Yeah, if you want kind of H-back, fullback, Noah Gindorf, Travis Vogelek, very possible. Getting down to it on the tight ends, to be honest. So, Jaguars up here at 202.
Hopefully my daughter is not coming through as loud as it sounds like she is.
She is, but that's okay. You know what? She's enjoying the draft. I'm sure that's exactly what's happening. The Bengals have Irv Smith. They have the GOAT here.
Yeah. Pick is in for Jacksonville at 202. It's Rutgers corner Christian Braswell.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I think Rutgers, man. I mean, I really like Avery Young coming into the year, and I think Braswell kind of popped a little bit when you watched him. He's on the smaller side, kind of a nickel corner with a little bit of athleticism. I like some of his change of direction ability, but I think definitely a prime special teams player there for Braswell.
Yeah, good Raz 841, 40-inch vertical and 11-foot broad jump, 449 speed. Another Hula Bowl guy off the board. So
Yeah, Hula Bowl doing really well.
it
It was a good game
their
this year.
second off the board. Yeah, the second Hula off the board here.
Yeah, so
Tropical Bowl, the only one we haven't seen yet, and that's kind of to be expected. As I think we ranked that as the lowest of the games this year.
We did CGS though. I got Eric Reed. I think.
Yeah, we did get that. The CGS was first one off the board.
Called that one, yeah, which is good.
For those that may have the NFL not have the NFL Network on, they're currently ranking dogs on the screen right now.
That's fun. Look, you got to rank
hard hitting stuff.
If they're not making the picks, if the dogs aren't making the picks, then I don't want them. We'll let them announce the picks.
Yeah, Raiders pick is in. This pick by way of the Giants through Houston for the Raiders.
Ivan Pace still on the board from Cincinnati for Tommy. I know it's a player Brian liked a lot. And Ben thinks they're cute dogs, which is fair.
I'm not a dog guy.
Wow.
So I'm a cat guy.
I like cats too, but we got the wiener dog here, so gotta rep them. No Ivan Pace. Still, the off-ball linebackers, man. I mean, I think we need to really admit that position is less premium now.
Yeah. I think Pace, though, the way he plays, stud special teams guy, right?
I would think so. Which I think would mean, hey, you got to come off the board pretty soon.
We're still waiting on the pick to come in from Vegas.
Yeah, I've not seen the Vegas pick, but it is in. The Jets are on the clock. We should hopefully get it here soon. The University of Florida Alumni Institution has jokingly suspended Howie Roseman from the UF alumni group for drafting too many Georgia players.
That's fair.
That's a joke.
Tough, but fair. All right, the pick is in, and it's a Florida player. Speak of the devil. Linebacker Amari Burney goes to the Raiders here at pick 203.
Yeah, my linebacker 32, small, explosive athlete Amari Burney. I mean, he gets to a spot quick, takes some good angles. I think he has a little bit of coverage ability too, despite the size. He has the athleticism. But when he's blocked, man, he is swallowed up. Like he can't get off of it. There's definitely some explosive runs that went past him. I think special teams ability is there. So it makes sense for the Raiders get a reserve, maybe a special teams player here.
Didn't have enough time to get to Burney here. He was a Shrine Bowl player, 918 Raz. I just never got around to him. But 4.51 in the 40.
Yeah, good athlete.
Good athlete. So, yeah. I can see that. You're looking at special teams upside here with Burney.
Right. I think we're gonna like you said, we're gonna say the word special teams a lot tonight. We're gonna have a lot of that here. Tommy wants Ivan Pace for the Steelers if he falls there in the 7th. I would love that.
Look, man, we can't keep giving all the Steelers all these value guys.
Look, we gotta keep giving them good players. Whoever's best available left, we'll just assume they take them.
I forgot the Bengals picked up that extra 6th round pick.
Right. Look, you got 206 and a 217.
Yeah, one of those guys has to be a tight end.
Maybe you're running out of tight ends. Like it's getting a little bit dicey there for actual tight ends. So we'll see.
Carl Brooks did get selected. It wasn't all that long ago, I don't believe.
Yeah, he got selected.
179 in the 6th round to the Packers.
I think it was a good Packers pick for Carl Brooks. Solid producer, pass rusher from the interior. So
We
have the pick
coming off the board again.
Yeah, give it.
Jarek Bernard Converse, cornerback from LSU, got called up to the Shrine Game after a good week at the Hula Bowl.
Yeah, really good player late in the season. I thought against Alabama, against Georgia, Jarek Bernard Converse really shined, covering the tight end, making plays, good interception player. He's tough, good instincts. His motor can run cold at times. Some of the early games, I'm like, man, he's so slow to react or what's happening. He leaves a real big cushion off the snap, but in zone coverage, I think he's an interesting player. So another kind of special teams potential for the Jets here, but maybe a good reserve corner to me.
Yeah, what you're looking at here is a great athlete, 4.4 speed, 42-inch vertical with a 10'6" broad jump, subs 6.94 in the 3-cone, 4.29 short shoulder, 9.77 RAS, 187 on my board.
Yeah, well, good for you. That's right on there at 204. So crushed it. My corner 43.
Who are some guys that like maybe best available player?
So I'll say just kind of my value board of like where I thought guys would go, not even necessarily my evaluation. Xavier Hutchinson is my only one left. I think he's in my top 100. Receiver, Iowa State. Dwayne McBride, running back, UAB. Ryan Hayes, offensive tackle, Michigan. Alex Forsyth, Oregon, interior lineman. Emil Ekiyor, Alabama. Tyra Sweet, the edge rusher. Jalen Redmond is a big one. So D-line, Oklahoma. Corey Trice, we talked about corner Purdue. Jalen Jones, corner Texas A&M. Jared Clark, D-line, Coastal Carolina.
Curry 211 wants to send us a shout out to his cousin Nick Gurr. Happy birthday today! Big fan of the channel, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, happy birthday, Nick. Absolutely. Did we have a trade, or is this wrong? I don't know. Yeah. Well, hopefully Nick's enjoying the draft coverage. I see a player, but I see a team that is not picking. Being assigned that player on Twitter, so I don't know what's happening.
It says Houston's pick is in at 205.
The Bills are picking at 205. I haven't seen a trade yet.
There it is. It just flipped on NFL.com's tracker. So Houston comes up to 205 here from Buffalo, getting ahead of the Bengals.
To draft Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver out of Iowa State. We just mentioned my wide receiver 11 in my top 100. Very productive, good size, good route runner. I think the Texans really need some wide receivers there for CJ Stroud and good hands catcher. Separation not always there. Doesn't work through traffic well. Maybe not a big ceiling, but I love this pick. I don't know what the trade was, but I don't really care.
Good value here. 97 on your board, 106 on mine. We're always talking about scout the player, not the helmet. Iowa State receivers always tend to struggle to separate, right? I feel like that's always the knock on these receivers when they come out of there.
We talk about don't scout the helmet. One thing Scott Wright taught me back in the day, though, is a lot of these colleges recruit similar players. So, that can be the connection. Houston gave up pick 230 in the 7th round and their 2024 6th round pick. Pick 230 in the 7th and 2024 6th to move up to pick 205 to take Xavier Hutchinson. I think
there you go. They honed in on Hutchinson and wanted to get him. I like it. See your guy, get your guy.
I don't have them having their own 6th round pick in 2024, so I got to figure that one out.
Maybe they had somebody else's.
Yeah.
Maybe they acquired one earlier in this draft.
They gave that was in the Browns trade, I think, for Deshaun Watson. But they do. They have Dallas's, so I'm just gonna toss that over.
There you go. No, I would like to say nobody's going to pay attention to that, Shane, but somebody will pay attention to that.
Yeah,
So the Bengals are on the clock here, and I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but I feel like it's got to be a tight end, maybe.
Maybe
maybe another running back.
Oh, we have the pick.
Uh-oh.
it is one of our favorites, Andre Yeshivas, wide receiver out of Princeton, going to the Cincinnati Bengals. I love this
So
value.
they double up on wide receiver.
Look,
Interesting.
and my guy Jeff was watching when we talked about the Tyler Boyd replacement. T. Higgins also a free agent. Just saying.
Let's not say that.
Yeah, but what do you think about Yeshivas in terms of?
I love the pick here. I would have loved this pick instead of Charlie Jones when they made it earlier, right? So just one of the better athletes in this draft class at the position. You said earlier, you wrote a piece earlier this season, said he could be the next Christian Watson. Obviously, the draft capital didn't come with that.
Right.
But 23 and a half years old, but a track athlete coming out of Hawaii in high school, going all the way to Princeton, almost 6'3", 212, ran a 4.43 in the 40 at the combine, 39-inch vertical, 10'8" broad jump, and great agility scores, right? 6.85, 3-cone with a 4.12 short shuttle, 9.95 RAS. And look good at the Senior Bowl as well. So 111 on my board, 164 on yours.
Yeah, look, I love him. The offseason has not been kind to him. I don't think the Senior Bowl went how I expected it to go for him, but I think the upside is there if you can hone those raw skills. Special teams potential was out there. I love Andre Shivas. I think he should have been thought of highly, and I think he makes the Bengals roster hopefully as a wide receiver 5.
You know, I thought that they would double up at a position. I didn't necessarily have wide receiver on my bingo card as that position that they would double up at.
Right, but you know, you never know. You never know. Like you said, two receiver free agents, not much behind the top 3. We'll see.
Interesting note here. Paul Danner Jr. of The Athletic, Bengals beat writer, said the Bengals had him in town for 2 days on his top 30 visit.
Wow. So really evaluating him. DJ asked what we think of KD Davis, the linebacker from North Texas. I like his kind of downhill tackling ability. I think he's a pretty sound player, potential special teamer. I think he lacks maybe a little bit of the upside at the size. Doesn't always move well sideline to sideline. So I do have some questions.
I don't think I watched him, so I'm not going to offer anything yay or nay on that. Looking at the Bengals wide receiver depth here, Trent Taylor, Trenton Irwin, it's over.
Yeah. We got pick 207 for the Packers. It's a kicker pick, baby. Anders Carlson, kicker from Auburn.
Carlson from Auburn goes here, pick 207. So our third kicker.
He's my kicker 5. I had him behind Christopher Dunn, Jake Podlesny, but the top kickoff touchback percentage in the class. So really good kickoff guy. Pretty nice leg. You know, he takes too much time with his kicks, which worries me a little bit. I don't know. You know, it's tough to say if that matters too much. He's not super accurate, even from the center of the field, but the Packers do maybe kind of need a kicker. I think Mason Crosby's getting a little worse for wear here.
I get that, but you mentioned his kickoff ability. Does that really matter? Because when was the last time you've seen NFL teams actually try to kick touchbacks anymore? That's not a thing.
What do you mean?
They're angling the kicks now so they can try to, knock the guys down inside the 10.
Yeah.
So
I don't
it's
know.
not really a thing anymore. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like I still want the touchback. Make it happen. I mean, I guess with the new rules, that's
Auburn fan in the room with me, Ben says this is his reaction to Anders Carlson.
Iffy. Yeah, like field goal wise, I feel like he's iffy, right? Yeah, I guess even from the center of like he doesn't always get it right down the piece.
So camp competition here for Mason Crosby. That's all this is.
Yeah. It's just look, the kickers have been going, and I think you want to be left with getting one because there's not many left, which makes sense. I think Christopher Dunn from NC State could be worth a pick. He had the highest accuracy at the combine. I don't know how you feel about Podlesny at the Senior Bowl, but
I did not. Oh, the Giants. I haven't seen the Jags pick yet. I had the Giants pick after this.
that's always nice. The Giant. Yeah, I saw it too. That's weird that we're a pick behind there. That's fine. So yeah, we're waiting on the Jaguars pick, and then we can announce the.
I have an observation about that Giants pick that I'm going to wait to get to here until we get it. Very interesting.
Okay. Yeah, we'll hit it. The Jaguars pick is in. It is Eric Hallett, defensive back out of Pitt, a special teams ace here. Eric Hallett II out of Pittsburgh, small. He's 5'9", 191. Ultimately, I kind of a spark plug, high motor guy, some special teams upside. Played a little center of the field, not man coverage, not a great tackler. But interesting special teams guy here for the Jaguars.
And pick 209 in for the Giants is cornerback Trey Hawkins III from Old Dominion. 9.83 RAS, played at the Hula Bowl, 4.42 speed, 6.74 in the 3-cone, 37.5-inch vertical. The observation for me here that I said was interesting is he's the second Old Dominion Monarch picked after Saldiveri, but comes before tight end Zach Kuntz.
Yeah, and that's no one would have expected that. I don't think. Not good size, nice hand usage. I think he can press a little bit. Special teams upside once again is there for Trey Hawkins. Good eye for the football. I think he's a little bit stiff. I think you got to loosen him up. Hips are an issue, but I'm fine with it.
I'll say this about the Trey Hawkins pick. I actually liked his teammate Tobias Harris more on tape, but his measurables were not great. So that's why he's not going here. Tobias Harris transferred from Virginia Tech, only measured at 5'6".
Yeah. A lot of my corners in the 60s here are coming off the board.
F your rankings is what all these NFL teams are saying on the corner board there.
Let's see, corner is that way, right? Because the special teams guys, I'm not ranking high, but that's the case. Paul, have you seen Crosby's kickoffs and the Packers coverage unit? Please enlighten us in the chat. I'm assuming it's not good, so maybe this is worth it. Patriots on the clock. I still want Hunter Lupke to be a Patriots.
We've got the Alex Ward possibility here, or another long.
They're not Joe Cardona. They're not thinking Alex Ward.
Just saying, why not get the trifecta?
Yeah, well, I'm still holding out hope Alex Ward goes in the 7th, though. Got a shot.
Yeah, we're into the comp picks now, by the way.
I'm actually feeling pretty good. 7th, we'll see, but I'm feeling pretty good right now.
I did just realize we're at hour 5.
Hour 5
coverage today. Probably about another hour and a half to go.
Yeah, maybe 2.
And you guys have been here this whole time, and that is awesome, man. Good stuff.
Killing it. I love that people have enjoyed it. Hopefully, we're answering your questions, and we're not picking dogs, unfortunately. So no cute dogs, but I can get my dog if you want. But we are giving reports here and talking about these players. And if you ever want more, let us know. Hey, give me a little more on this guy. I can do it. So far, I've watched everyone, so that's good.
Interesting. Yoshiva's first Princeton player drafted since 2016. I believe that was Karan Reed.
Oh, yeah. Karan Reed was pretty good. But that 996 RAS, man, is pretty nice. Just for me, Bengals, just pop him on, 4th receiver. Let him just run. See what happens. You can do it against my Steelers if you want. We don't have a nickel corner, so just feel free. There's no one there.
Yeah, I mean he's. At work. Oh, I think you like this receiver that the Patriots just took here. Demario Douglas from Liberty, wide receiver, goes pick 210 to the Patriots.
Yeah, my wide receiver 23. I mean, really small slot receiver, but super productive there at Liberty. He's interesting because he could take kind of short catches and turn them into big yardage. Really good angle bend into finding space in the defense, and he actually does well in the red zone. I think he knows how to get open there. Tough player, limited route tree, body catcher. I think there's a lot to work on, but interesting. Maybe even some return ability here as well.
There you go.
I like Amari Douglas.
So the Colts pick is in. Assume 9+ Raz, as we've oft joked here today.
Yeah, this is my fear, right? I mean, everyone on our sheet, high Raz, I watched, but last year the Colts were the team to take me down for the player I had not watched. So I'm a little nervous right now, but I feel you've done a great job at getting those green Razes. I feel like we got it. We're gonna get this one. Colts are not going to take us down this time.
No, I don't think they will.
They are not, but they are drafting a high Raz player. They are drafting Titus Leo, edge rusher out of Wagner. And he's my edge 43. Very quick, athletic mover. Surprise defenders with his explosion. I mean, at Wagner, he was dominating the competition. Strong instincts, diagnosis is raw. He definitely missed some outside runs. Can run himself out of plays even at that level, but a nice developmental athletic upside player for the Colts.
But he goes sub 9 on the rest.
8.95. 8.95.
8.95.
So him and Josh Downs in the 8.9s.
Unathletic players is what those two guys for the Colts.
I actually thought it was higher than that. I thought he was pretty well up there. So
8.95.
8.95.
Yeah,
still pretty good.
He did not have a vertical or a 3-cone.
Yeah, that's still pretty good for athleticism. Chris Ballard.
Cowboys pick is in. We're waiting on it to come through.
Yeah. Cowboys picks in. Like I said, we're in the compensatory picks. We got 6 picks left. 6 picks left in the 6th round. And we're heading into the final round.
Cowboys, like you said, they're draft kind of not what you'd expect from them, normally speaking, right? And they traded up for Eric Scott a while ago. There's a lot of buzz on that one, right? That you were talking about. Not a whole lot of positive feedback on that one from Cowboy fans.
Yeah, I think it was just unexpected. I think it was just unexpected from a lot of people. So sometimes those are the guys that work out because you found them, unlike some of us here.
Right. Your position coaches probably liked him, or area scouts. That this is the where those guys come through, right?
Right. If they really like someone, they watched a guy like, hey, this guy's really good. That's why you can get some of these off the wall picks happening because you have those people that are individual. We have the pick. It is Deuce Vaughn, running back out of Kansas State, going to the Dallas Cowboys.
Right?
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
The second shortest running back in this class, a 5.5 flat, but super productive from day one at Kansas State. I mean, excellent receiver. We saw him run away from the Alabama defense in the bowl game. I mean, he has speed. He isn't afraid to get physical even at his size, but a small stature, that's everything, right? He goes down pretty easy when on contact. Vision can be a little bit suspect, but I like it as a reserve upside pass catching running back for the Cowboys late.
I don't know how much he did or did not do it at Kansas State, but does he offer anything as like a return man, punt returner, or anything like that?
I don't think I have anything in my notes about it. Let me take a quick peek because I didn't mark anything down. I don't think he has return punts or kicks. So, but could he? Maybe.
B5 also wise Dwayne McBride. Falling can't catch football.
Can't catch I think he plays a lot slower. He was productive, but a lot of his big holes. He's one of those players that like I ranked up high because I think that the vision and patience. I thought someone would draft him a little bit higher. He's kind of in this mix. And NFL Network compared Deuce Vaughn to Darren Sproles.
Of course they did.
He's not.
That's,
He's not
that's
Darren
late.
Sproles.
That's lazy.
Right. It's small.
I don't even do comps, and that feels lazy to me.
Yeah. That's scouting the helmet. Small running back. There's Sproles. Best case scenario. I mean, like that's like the absolute upside. And I think as a prospect, he's not even close. Deuce Vaughn's dad is a scout with the Cowboys. So I guess that helps.
Doesn't hurt.
You're just talking about scouts banging the table for a guy. If your son was up in the draft, right? Wouldn't you bang the table for him?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So we got 5 picks left to go here in the 6th round.
Yeah. Paul's saying in the chat that some of Deuce Vaughn's off-season work was trying to add that special teams abilities.
Right. So not necessarily something he's done in a game, but why does the Cowboys war room always look like an evil lair? Like where you see like the Dr. Evil or something.
Well, you know who's in the chair. That's what creates that.
Right.
Jerry Jones can create the layers of evil there. Cardinals on the clock, 2:13.
Here's an interesting. I just saw it pop up on Twitter. Ronnie Bell, wide receiver, Michigan. Is there a reason he's falling?
I don't know. You want to draft a Michigan receiver? I don't particularly. They don't really develop their offensive talent very well. I think he's not super productive. I had a couple good games, but I think it's tough to buy him. I think he'll go at some point, but I think I'd rather have Jason Brownlee. I think I'd rather have your guy.
There you go.
Board too. Yeah, A.T. Perry did get taken, Bip. A.T. Perry went to
Saints traded up for him earlier.
Texans, right?
No, the Saints traded up for A.T. Perry. That was the Adam Troutman trade.
You're right. I was thinking Xavier Hutchinson. So Saints, A.T. Perry. Bum, bum, bum. All right, we're making it.
Waiting on that Cardinals pick to come in now.
Yeah, look, they're taking their time. This pick is in. Someone's got to find it. Ultimately, yeah. Look, it's a slog here, day 3, so it's easy to tap out a little bit, miss a guy.
Yep.
See what the yeah.
Cardinals have picked a lot. It feels like they moved back or have done a lot of trading. It seems picking up a lot of extra picks. The pick is in. Interesting selection here. They go interior defensive line. West Virginia's Dante Stills, pick 213 to the Cardinals.
Ooh, I really like that pick. Higher drafted than his brother, who was in the draft a couple years back. He didn't get drafted, but Stills, good penetrator. A nice motor. I thought his technique's gotten better. He's been double teamed a lot at West Virginia. He was kind of the one threat to rush the passer. So you see him getting double teamed. He can get pushed around. Not going to split that double team. I think he has more talent than production. I think it's a good fit and a good chance to take for the Cardinals and a new defense, Jonathan Gannon, that Eagles defense.
It's hard to evaluate those defensive linemen for West Virginia in that 3-3-5 defense. It just feels off. It always feels off.
Right. Because you're almost certainly getting blocked, and oftentimes a guy like Stills is going to get 2 offensive linemen, 2 hats on him. It's tough. It's tough to see. So when he has success, it's like, wow, that was really good. But there's just these stretches of nothing happening for him, and I think that hurts his draft stock a bit here. So I like Dante Stills. I thought he's a little bit underrated in the process. Trying to see if I had 2 or 3 defensive linemen rated above him. Jalen Redmond, I'm still super surprised out of Oklahoma's
You
on the
know,
board.
I'm gonna throw something out here for this pick. I haven't seen it yet, but West Point connections with Bill Belichick here. Andre Carter still on the board.
Still on the board.
They have a history of drafting service academy players.
Yeah. Man, I feel bad for him. Just a awful offseason and end of the season for Andre Carter, who a lot of people thought could have been a first round pick, right? Out of Army. And
Senior Bowl just exposed his weakness.
Yeah, Senior Bowl
Amplified.
Combine, all that. I mean, it was one of the worst
processes this year.
Yeah. You think it was the worst this year? You think it was the Butte was pretty bad, but he was already kind of falling a bit.
But a super productive player for Army, right? So he can get the sacks. Like I said, maybe he ends up getting drafted this late. Practice squad would be a perfect place for Andre Carter to land on, and be able to be in an NFL weight room for a year and be able to develop that strength. He's already got some pass rush moves and everything, so it would be a good spot. Him New England would be a good fit, I think.
Yeah, no, I think it would be a good fit. That's a good connection call for you. Ultimately, so we'll see if we get this pick in a bit. Yeah. Ultimately, we're coming down to the end of it. Four picks left in the 6th round. I feel like things have slowed down a little bit.
It does. It does
We're
feel
getting hot and heavy, but
yeah, it feels like in the 4th round the picks were clicking, right? And now it's like we don't know what.
So we have the pick here. The Patriots are going to draft Michigan State corner Amir Speed, the speed corner from Michigan State, going here to the Patriots. And he has speed. He's big. He's long. He's fast. Good press.
And I hope he does.
Press run guy. You never know. Your last name can't determine your place, but just a work in progress. Really raw instincts. The positioning can often be off. I think his athleticism, maybe special teams abilities, gets him drafted here.
I mean, if your last name's Speed and you're slow, that's just the Rams. I don't know if they were on the clock. They've traded up here, but Amir Speed, 4.34 speed, Georgia transfer.
Yeah.
Buffalo was on the clock, I think. And the Rams have traded up here.
Buffalo's on the clock. The Rams trade. It's got to be for Alex Ward, I think. Yeah, 2:15. Bills trading to the Rams. Look, the kicker run has happened. I'm just saying they still need a kicker, punter, and long snapper. Ultimately, the Zach Evans fall from grace for fantasy has been sad. Bills trade 215 to the Rams for a pick 252, 7th rounder, and a 2024 6th rounder.
There's Les.
There's Les getting rid of some of them future picks here. Can't have too many of those. So Buffalo getting a couple extra picks here next year.
There you go.
Maybe this class has run out of juice for them a little bit. They're done. They're out of it. So we'll see.
Ben says there's a hockey player named Jesper Fast who wasn't particularly fast.
Fair enough, I guess. I feel like you try for that if you had speed or fast. It's good.
Yep. So this pick has gone from the Commanders to Buffalo to the Rams.
Compensatory picks getting traded. I love to see it. Bum, bum, bum. I like on Twitter all these people just like realizing someone's available and like, wait, what?
Yeah, you see the name go across, and you're like, that doesn't sound. There you go. You just Zach Evans, Ole Miss running back. Rams trade up here to get him.
They need backup. I think it's a really nice spot for Zach Evans. I mean, he was a 5-star recruit at TCU. It was splitting time with Kendry Miller there. Had some production, had some games where he kind of left off, transferred to Mississippi, showed some of that good vision, the contact balance, but then true freshman Quinshon Judkins comes in, takes over the job. So, Evans has a good third year. He can have a breakaway run, cuts well back outside. He's explosive, but kind of a lazy player. He takes lazy angles. He's not going to break much contact. I don't think he's as athletic as he should be. Came in kind of undersized, just over 200 pounds. But I like him as a potential backup in that to compete with Kyron Williams there for the Rams.
Had a bad start to his collegiate career, right? Had some academic issues and such.
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit nothing, I think, character-wise, but that was a question a little bit early.
Right. A running back still on the board, Sean Tucker. Ben wants to know about him.
Yeah, heart issue came up at the medical checks for him. Plus, he had the other injury that kind of took him out of testing. Didn't run a 40. Maybe we see him go off the board. Maybe undrafted free agent. I think there's some question of if he can even play long term in the NFL. We have the next pick, 216. The San Francisco 49ers select D. Winters, linebacker out of TCU. How do you feel about D. Winters, right?
Yeah, kind of that safety linebacker combo, right? In-box type player, offers good athleticism, and very productive guy, right? Always seems to be on it. So,
yeah, short. He can get run over sometimes, but I mean, plays
had a big play in the playoff game, right, against Michigan.
Yeah, so I like it. I like it. I think it's about time for him get a nice reserve, maybe special teams guy there.
Yeah, we had a question about who are the best slot corners still available. We're looking at, I would say, we're down to as far as slot guys go, maybe Miles Brooks, Louisiana Tech, Nick Jones, Ball State. I mean, we're running lean on the slots.
Sterling Thomas, UAB.
Yeah.
It is running low. Bengals on the clock.
Bengals pick is in. We'll see as it see when it comes through.
I haven't seen it, but I'm guessing not another receiver.
I would think not.
It's a punter for the Cincinnati Bengals. Brad Robbins, punter out of Michigan, getting drafted. Brian's excited. Look at that! Look at that smile there, Brian. How do you feel about drafting a punter for the Bengals?
I have two schools of thought here. One is I'm never drafting a punter, but when they acquired this pick yesterday, there was a lot of said this is where they needed to get the extra pick to get a punter. And so this is the thought process here. No touchbacks per the little crawl here last year. But if you remember the AFC, let's go back to the AFC Championship game. Your boy, Drew Chrisman, hits just a line drive punt, blows it, and
cost the game.
Was one of the factors in losing the AFC Championship game. So
I got a good note from Brad Robbins on my notes. Good field goal holder.
He has to be, right?
He has to be, right? That's a thing for the Bengals.
And I will be honest, maybe that was part of some of the issues that Evan McPherson had. He had a few shanks last year. Maybe after, change of battery there with Kevin Huber's out, they bring in Crispin and, wasn't that same rapport there.
Yeah, I mean, solid leg, accurate. Like I said, gets it inside the 10 pretty often. He's not a distance kick punter. I don't think you're going to get these big booming punts, but plays really well. So,
yeah, I don't care about punters though.
I think you did when Drew Chrisman shanked that one. So, the Steelers take a quarterback. Possibly. I think they definitely sign one undrafted free agency if they don't. But yeah, I think they might sign somebody. We'll see what happens. But it's on the board potentially. Third quarterback,
Punter.
good field goal holder. Someone quote tweeted. I'm sure they're not making fun of me. They're just really excited about my analysis of Brad Robbins. Bears on the clock. First pick of the 7th round. We're into the final round of the 2023 NFL Draft. How you feeling, Brian? You still refreshed? Still
I'm
pumping
good
it
to
up?
go. I've downed enough caffeine today.
Yeah, I think I'm moving to water here too.
Yeah,
Get the Ohio State cup out. Yeah, he loves them punters. At least it wasn't a long snapper. I gave you Alex Ward a couple times.
well, they've already got a long snapper, right? Carolina Midas. He was your top long snapper last year, right?
Oh yeah, last year I did. All right, we have a pick for the Chicago Bears. They are going to take Travis Bell, defensive tackle at Kennesaw State. Interesting. Kind of 310, penetrating interior lineman, plays low, has some agility. I think he's, they drafted Zach Pickens before. I think there's some similarities here with Travis Bell, a super raw prospect, instinctually is interesting. My D-line 62.
I didn't watch him.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of Kennesaw State viewing for me this year. That was the Bears, right?
Yeah, that's the Bears at 218.
So I'm not going to, but an 818 Raz. So there you go. That's probably the only reason he's on our list is because he went green in the Raz.
Yeah. Well, I think I watched him before. I think he was on one of Josh's lists. It's either Green Raz or Josh's list for the small school players. He's in the top 100 on Draft Scout for small school guys. Then I watched them.
Lions pick is in. Ooh, nice receiver here this late. Antoine Green, North Carolina, going to Detroit.
Yeah, he is a player that's just never hit his potential. To me, I think has some possession receiver ability. Flashes some nice ball tracking skills. I like his seam route running too. I think he got up the field, had a couple big plays this year, but just fumbles a lot, gets caught on the boundary too much, and doesn't know how to use the sideline. His body control's bad. I think it's maybe another special teams kind of play.
We've talked about 2024 quarterbacks and Drake May, and that's going to be interesting to track that in his development next year, right? Because that's now 2 wide receivers drafted.
It is, and I think that's going to be interesting. They have some decent recruits, and they also transferring a guy I really like next year, Devontae Walker from Kent State, a guy to look out for in the 2024 draft.
There you go.
We have a good pick that you'll like here for the Jets at 220. They are selecting Zach Kuntz, tight end out of Old Dominion. 10 Raz is off the board.
Yeah, obviously the Bengals didn't like him. They passed on him how many times now? So
yeah. Great athlete, obviously. Went to Penn State. He held off Kyle Pitts. They didn't offer Kyle Pitts because they got Zach Kuntz and Brenton Strange. Tough to cover, but his damage is really after the catch. I think he went short passes. That's where he did his damage. He body catches way too much, concentration lapses, tries to turn and run. Really raw player. So a lot of people thought he'd go earlier because of the Raz, but he does not have the fundamentals down pat.
Yeah. But yeah, super athlete. I'll run through that right quick. He's also older, at 24. This year he's 6'7", 255, but ran a 4.55 in the 40 with a run 1.55-10 split. Had 23 bench press reps, 225, 40-inch vertical, 10'8" broad jump, 4.12 in the short shuttle, 6.87 3-cone.
Irv Smith Pro Bowl. Get ready, Pip says.
They got
he's a Vikings fan. He knows.
Let's look at this. CJ Uzama gets paid 1 year with Joe Burrow. Hayden Hurst 1 year with Joe Burrow gets paid. Irv Smith's about to get paid by somebody in 2024.
You're convincing me to draft Irv Smith in some of these fantasy leagues, man.
I mean,
I might do it.
It's all there.
It's all there. The history's there. 3 Old Dominion players drafted. 3.
That feels like
maybe a record for them. We'll have to.
Colts pick is in 221. They've got a couple more picks here to go. So
yeah,
more plus 8.9 Raz guys.
Fingers crossed. That I've seen them, but yeah, they're gonna keep drafting those kind of special teams upside players. I don't see Old Dominion on here. I was trying to check for that Old Dominion draft history.
Yeah,
I didn't see it, but yeah.
So yeah, overlooked here maybe on that Bengals punter competition, Ohio State versus Michigan.
There you go. I have a feeling Michigan might win this one too. Sorry, Drew Crispin. But yeah, is that all time? They have literally had 2 other players drafted.
Sounds true. I mean,
yeah, O'Shane Zimenez and Travis Fulgham.
There you go. Why is Jalen Redmond still on the board?
I don't know. I mean, I think that maybe a big piece for him that maybe teams don't like is, he gets a lot of pressures, doesn't always turn him into sacks. Like, I think he's better at kind of run stuffing than the pass rush ability. But I thought with the athleticism and some of the testing, I thought maybe he showed that he could do that. He's my D-line 10. I don't know. I think he should be well off the board by now. I'm kind of gobsmacked here.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of several, players I thought would be drafted before now, obviously, that's still on the board.
Yeah, he's a solid 4th round pick. Maybe there's a medical thing here. I hate to toss that out, but I think a lot of times when you have guys falling a lot further than we thought, that is always a possibility.
Only one player still on my board from my top 100, and that's Corey Trice, the cornerback from Purdue, still on the board. Shane, your highest available player is Jalen Redmond, pick 108.
All right, so I got the top 100 off. We have the pick for the Colts, and they take Jalen Jones, cornerback out of Texas A&M. I really like Jalen Jones, smart corner, good transition player, physical at the line of scrimmage, another physical corner at the line of scrimmage, which I think is really interesting for the Colts. Is the third one, I think. Good at reading the quarterback. Didn't play the ball a lot, not a big interception guy, short area athlete. I don't think he's a great athlete in the agility side. So his transition sloppy. So I don't know. I don't remember what the RAS was, but I don't feel like it wasn't green.
It was.
Okay. Well, never mind.
But it is the lowest RAS I think they've drafted in 2 years at 8.65.
It's still really good.
But it's still green.
Shouldn't have presumed.
4.57 speed, but had a 38-inch vertical, 6.883 cone.
Yeah, I think the 40 is what I remember, and it was like, it must have been.
Minnesota's pick is in. We're waiting on that.
Yeah, I got to scroll down here. Yeah, Minnesota 222. Bip's excited, I'm sure. Draft the next Irv Smith.
Denver to San Francisco to Minnesota for this pick.
Yeah, a lot of these picks have been moved around a bit. We got two Falcons back to back, Jaguars back to back coming up as well, which is fun.
How about this? The Rams next pick 223 is their original pick, not traded.
Not traded. Feels like an Alex Ward pick to me. Feels like a long snapper.
They have to start taking a specialist soon, right?
Look how many they've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 picks so far. And
no specialists.
No specialists. But they have 3 picks in the 7th round, and they have 3 specialist positions to fill. Just saying.
Okay, smarty pants, who loves kickers and punters. And so you're the Rams, and there are no other kickers, punters, and long snappers taken before they pick. Who are they picking?
I think take Christopher Dunn, the kicker from NC State. I think I would guess Michael Turk is who they take. He's not my number 3 punter, but I guess Michael Turk from Oklahoma, who we talked about, and I'd take Alex Ward. I think that would be my 3 specialists.
There you go.
So I like Adam Corsick, but I think the rugby style punt's a little too weird for the NFL.
Next year, I will talk a kicker and punter for the 2024 draft class.
We have some good ones next year. Harrison Mevis from Missouri, Torrey Taylor, Iowa. Torrey Taylor's really good.
I did not say those were the 2 I would talk about. Mitch Jeter, kicker, South Carolina.
Right.
Kai Kroger, punter, South Carolina. Kai Kroger's really good, by the way. Dwayne McBride off the board. Finally, running back UAB goes to Minnesota, pick 222.
Look, we said maybe Dalvin Cook is going to get cut here, and you have Alexander Madison taking over. I think McBride's worth a shot. Great vision, great patience. He really understands the angles and how to get the best out of the angles that he's running to. Low center of gravity, good balance through contact. Just ball security issues. Not very explosive, not very fast. He really feasted on weaker competition. When he faced better defenders, didn't do very much. So it's a question.
I set out to watch Dwayne McBride this year against LSU, and he didn't play in that one game. You mentioned has some ball security issues. That is a thing, and he has more career fumbles. The pick is in. We have a punter for the Rams. I'll get to it in just a second. But more fumbles in his career than catches for Dwayne McBride. There you go.
We talked about that.
So we mentioned the Rams. They have to start drafting specialists. They go D2 Wingate.
Wingate, baby.
Evans off the board here for the Rams.
So this is the upside play because I think like Turk, Corsick, Paxton Brooks, safe, but Ethan Evans, man, the ball just booms off his leg. He's kind of bigger, out kicks his coverage guy. He definitely sends it way too far down the field. The hang time's a little suspect, but flashes that upside. I mean, he's big and he's made some tackles there at Wingate. So don't be surprised. Some Ethan Evans tackles.
6'3", 231 pounds.
Yeah.
Started at the Hula Bowl, went to the Shrine. So he doubled up on the All-Star circuit.
Yeah, which we needed in the special teams. A lot of special teamers drafted in this draft. I don't know if that's good or bad, but
it's something.
Yeah, Falcons back-to-back here, 224, 225. So
their first of the doubled up pick. And Jacksonville comes back-to-back right after that. That's odd, right? You don't really ever see that. 2 teams composing of 4 picks back-to-back.
Falcons pick is in. They are taking DeMarco Hellams, the safety, out of Alabama.
I think DeMarco Hellams is a solid player who gets crucified for the one game where he was put in a bad position to try to cover Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, I mean, look, that film is as bad a film that you can put up, but he's a leader. I've heard really good things on defense in terms of his intelligence, helping other players get in position, making sure everything's good. Center fielder, he gets burned one-on-one. Liability and coverage, not as physical as I'd want, but reserve special teams, I think you could do a lot worse.
Led the Alabama team in tackles this year.
Yeah. Look, like you said, I think he's better than the draft position. I think the Tennessee game hurt him, but I bet he sticks around the league. Decent.
I will say this: you were kind of dead on with his position. You had him 216 on your board. I had 168, but didn't test well. 4.38 RAS for Hellams and 4.57 for. I thought he was solid at the Senior Bowl though. Amongst the safety group there, I thought he looked okay, and which is why I thought maybe he would get drafted, which he did.
Which he did. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you want. And the Falcons a good spot, I think, to be a reserve DB. So
the Falcons going to go back-to-back picks here. We were talking about that.
Yeah, back-to-back Falcons, back-to-back Jaguars. I think 7th round is a good safety depth round. I think it's a good round to draft some of those safeties. Maybe Brandon Joseph from Notre Dame. gets taken. Ronnie Hickman, Ohio State, Brandon Hill, Pitt. I think Jason Taylor.
Yeah,
Your
that's a
guy
good name to bring up. Brandon Joseph, Notre Dame. Another guy, when he was at Northwestern, we thought a potential top 5, top 10 pick. Talk about his fall from grace.
He played awful this year for Notre Dame. I think the change of the defense, they put a lot on his plate. They put a lot on his plate, and I don't think he could quite handle the processing of it. Like, I think he has that ability going back to the Northwestern film. But I think they tried to just give him what they gave Kyle Hamilton, and it did not work. And I think that's an issue. I think he's better than he's given credit for. He shouldn't have transferred, essentially.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. So we're waiting on the Falcons pick to come
Falcons
in.
Pick, yeah, get another one. Who knows? Maybe
we got a fan with a championship belt out here. Oh, that was the last pick. Never mind. They were just.
I don't want to know why we have a championship belt.
All right.
I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, look, I'm going to be back on Indianapolis Colts interview on Monday. Exciting.
Bengals wide receiver coach Troy Walters, who was a hell of a college player at Stanford, right?
Yeah. So he knows his stuff.
He said this is their thought on Yoshivas as a lottery ticket. Basically, he said that's what it is. He said they're excited to get a guy with those upside, the traits and the tools to disguise the limit, and we're going to bring it out of him. So they're basically they think the 6th round cash in here with Yoshivas.
Look, play the lottery ticket. What else are you doing with a 6th, 7th round pick, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
I would rather play the lottery a little bit, and you hit one every 10 years. That's a huge win. We have the pick for the Falcons at 225. They're taking Javon Gwynn, guard out of South Carolina. Tell us about your Gamecock here, Brian.
Captain on the team, leader, has been a starter for 5 years on the interior offensive line. He doesn't get cheated at all. He's not the best. I'm not going to lie to you. He's not a great athlete, but like I said, he's solid and he can back up multiple spots. He has played some center snaps at South Carolina. Not a lot, but has played some and can play both guard spots. So this is a depth pick here, that you hope, maybe can contribute if you need him to be. Oh, man, they're showing Marshawn Lloyd runs here, and it's just making me sad.
It's fun.
He started the NFLPA game, got called up to the Senior Bowl midweek.
Yeah, I'm interested. You mentioned center. I'm interested to see if they view him as a center. I actually liked his footwork. I think some zone blocking feet. Inconsistent. His anchor's pretty light, but solid player. Yeah, I'm with you. I think great analysis there by you. Sorry for no more Marshawn Lloyd.
That's makes me sad. Really does. Jaguars back-to-back picks here. One of them is in.
Yeah. I'm still looking for a little Raheem Jarrett at Maryland, the receiver.
Talk about him. Former 5-star players kind of falling down the board here.
Yeah, just never lived up to it. Never lived up to it, and I don't think worked well in the system. Flashed early, had a decent year this year, I thought, but yeah, seemed to be more in that 6th, 7th round range. There's no trait about Raheem Jarrett. You're like, yeah, man, he's super fast, or he's super great at catching the football. Like it's all okay. That doesn't get you drafted.
They've got 3 wide receivers in this draft class, and at this point, I don't know that any of them are going to get drafted.
I feel like Jarrett's going to get in there, but yeah, I don't think Demas or Copeland will.
And I really hate that. I really hate that for Dante Demas because 2 years ago, man, when we first started doing this, you could tell how much I love Dante Demas as a player, and just the injuries have just sucked the game out of him, and to the point where I don't know what kind of football career he's going to have going forward.
Yeah, that knee injury is bad. Nelly saying Raheem Jarrett should not have declared. Probably not. But yeah, I do feel bad. I doubt to do this. Jaguars have a pick in. It is Cooper Hodges, offensive lineman out of App State, getting drafted. Is an interesting player, a good technique offensive lineman, good hand placement, not a super athlete. Might have limited upside, but could play tackle, could play guard. I think versatile is the name of the game there for Cooper Hodges.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he's the second App State player to come off the board after Nick Hampton. I thought Cameron Peoples might have had a chance to go at some point as well, the other App State guy, but a 6'6" RAS for him. So an average athlete, played the NFLPA game, under 23 years old.
Yeah, under 23 years old. So I think there's some development there. Like you said, guard, tackle, can do a little bit of everything. I don't mind the pick this late. For versatility seems to be the offensive lineman getting drafted here in the 6th, 7th round.
Yeah, and you have to, right? If you're getting drafted this late, you've got to be able to make that roster. You've got to be able to stand out and show, that's the only way you're going to make the team.
Yeah, I'm in.
Shane's crunching on some peanut butter, something or others, huh?
Look, if you want the ASMR, I can give it to you.
The pick is in, and it's Raymond Vahasek from North Carolina, interior defensive line.
Yeah, he fills the center, man. He's a nose tackle, 2-gap. Even without being a big, he's not a hulking nose tackle, he fills those gaps well. Really like how he uses his hands. No pass rush. Not super strong at the point of attack. I think he's fine. Just not a lot of upside there with Raymond Vahasek.
I will say this. It's a guy we've tracked for a couple of seasons now. I was surprised he didn't land at one of these all-star games. Maybe he had an injury that kept him out, but
could be.
Didn't play at any of them. So a little surprising there because he has some good tape at times.
Yeah. No, it's definitely games, and I think he's a nice role player on that defense. North Carolina struggled a bit, but good role player on the defense against the run, and teams would run away from him.
Titans pick is in at pick 228 as we're just cruising along here. We got 31 picks to go.
Yeah, the Browns have made a trade. They send their 7th
to Baltimore
round pick to the Ravens to Baltimore for a 6th rounder next year.
So Cleveland is done. They like, we don't want this pick. We don't
want this pick. Give us the Ravens. We're going in the division. Give us your pick.
So interesting there. Cleveland, they're done. Done for the day.
They're out. They are out.
So the Ravens, obviously, they're like you said earlier, some of these guys you see in the 7th round, these are guys that you just don't want to compete with on the just try to sign as priority free agents, right? You just want to go ahead and just get them locked up.
Yeah, the UDFA side, you don't want to have to compete. I think that's the goal now. Who can we get? All right, we have an interesting player here for the Titans. Colton Dowell, wide receiver out of UT Martin. My wide receiver, 129. A little bit of production, but I don't see an NFL skill set here for Colton Dowell. I have fairly limited notes, but 6'1", 207. He's a bigger guy who I just didn't think was.
I have some notes.
Okay.
Not on a film. I didn't watch Colton Dowell or UT Martin or anything, but
okay.
6'2", 207 pounds, 4.42 speed, 41.5-inch vertical, 11-foot 1-inch broad jump, 4.17 in the short shuttle, 9.78 RAS. There you go.
Oh, that's it. He's an athlete playing receiver. I have that. I've searched through my notes page because I
6-year player. I'm going to assume he's old, but becomes the second CGS off the board.
Yeah, second CGS, pretty good. So Titans, I don't know. Once again, it's like high upside lottery ticket. maybe play. We have the pick for the Ravens at 229. They are trade their sixth next year to draft Andrew Voorhees, offensive lineman out of USC, who tore his ACL at the combine. What do you think about Voorhees here?
Voorhees would have probably gone on last night, if not for the ACL injury. At the very least, he was gone early this morning. Tore his ACL doing the field drills at the combine. He was my cover picture for my guard rankings. So I thought highly of him going into this season. You hate the injury, but this makes a whole lot of sense that you're not going to basically use him this year at all. So you can trade you, but you want him in your building, right? So getting Voorhees there, I don't know what the contract situations are for the Ravens interior offensive line, but drafted a guy like Voorhees, you get him ready for next year, and maybe it helps make some of those decisions a little bit easier.
Yeah, thanks, Pip, for hanging out. Check out 2024. Yeah, Voorhees is still there. He's tough. He's strong. I agree with you. I think he would have went much earlier, sans the injury. I don't think he played as well this year as he did the year before. But good leg drive, high motor, physical. But this isn't his only injury. He's dealt with some injuries. I think the medical as a whole is part of the problem, and struggles with speed rushers. He can get tossed off balance at times. Definitely not perfect there.
But what we don't talk about here is after he tears his ACL, he comes back the next day to do the bench press reps, and on one leg, put up 38 reps of 225.
Yeah, he's a strong dude, man. Tough and strong. That's the name of Voorhees' game. So I think he could stick around if he can get healthy, and that hasn't slowed him down. That's my fear, not just the ACL, but he's had some additional leg injuries that could be an issue.
Right. But giving up to late day 2 picks or day 3 picks, it's worth the risk to me.
Yeah. I mean, spend the 6th next year where Voorhees probably would have been a higher pick had he not gotten hurt. I think it's worth trying. The Ravens are a team that does this, right? They take good players regardless, and that's it. They can sit them for a year. Sometimes after injuries, you can't get to 100%. I think a lot of people have played football and had a major injury. It's different, and I think that's the fear. Honestly, I think it was already happened with Voorhees this season, and this compounds it, and that's why he fell.
There you go. We just crossed the 6-hour mark on the stream.
Yes. Ooh, one more, and then I'm going to be trying to tweet out UDFA scouting reports as they come in. I don't think I'm going to break anything this time. We'll see. I might get the itch to text some people, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, on Monday, we'll have up a list. Basically, it'll be every player we had on our board, our watch list that wasn't drafted. We're going to put on a list, a sortable list onto the website, and we're going to keep it up there throughout the summer. And we're going to track UDFA signings, and you can pop in and look and see who your team signed and sort it. Be able to sort it that way on the site. So you'll have that to look forward to. I'm going to start working on that tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, that's exciting. That's exciting, honestly. To kind of grade these out. I'm excited to go back and look through each team and deal with all that.
Jets have announced they are still waiting to decide if they're going to exercise Mekhi Becton's fifth-year option.
Yeah, well, that's a interesting decision.
Bill's pick is in, Shane. I think you like this guy. Interior offensive line from Ole Miss, Nick Broker.
I do like Nick Broker. I've liked him for a while. I thought as a true freshman, he was outstanding, kind of got worse every year. Definitely a run blocker, high effort. He paved the way for Quinshon Judkins there at Mississippi and created some nice holes. Love his ability to bend. His knees gets down, can play left guard, right guard. He's not dominant at the point of attack. I think athletic defensive linemen beat him oftentimes, so maybe he lacks upside, but 7th round pick, I think he's a nice lunch pail, versatile guard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good pick here by Buffalo. Another versatile type player, right? He's got shorter arms, so I don't think he has that tackle upside to his game, but he was solid at the Senior Bowl and again a solid athlete as well.
Yeah, I think that's good.
So the Raiders pick is in. We're waiting on that to come through. Pick 231. We're down to 28 picks to go in the 2023 NFL draft.
Yeah, we're getting down to it, man.
That's always a little sad, right?
It is a little bit sad, but I think we put in so much work. Sometimes, like, whew, you just want to, you just want to make it happen. Get it done,
Right.
Move on. I feel like we've taken a lot of time, so I'm definitely there.
Over the next couple of weeks, between myself, you, Brad, and Miranda, we're going to break down these draft classes by division. That starts later this week, right? Or
yeah, I think it does start later this week.
Yeah, I do believe so. I'm look at that right quick. Kind of let everybody know what's coming up. We mentioned tomorrow you're going to have a 2024 big board and mock draft coming out, so doubling up tomorrow.
Yeah, doubling up. I mean, I have the big board done. It's actually already up there. I'll just repost, and then we'll get the mock draft up first thing. And yeah,
and then nice. Monday, as I said, we're going to have the UDFA tracker as well. I'll stop right quick. The pick is in. Nesta Jade Silvera, interior defensive lineman from Arizona State, transfer from Miami, goes to the Raiders at pick 231.
Yeah, what'd you think about him at the Senior Bowl? Because that soured me on him a little bit. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, he got a little overwhelmed down there for sure. I see he's not on your top 300. I had him at 220, so about a seventh round grade is what I thought of him. He's always had the talent, but it's never really flashed it, right? It's flash plays, I should say, and not substance. A lot of sizzle, not a lot of steak.
Yeah. I feel like he just gets overwhelmed sometimes. Ultimately, and that's kind of a concern of mine. I think he's strong. You see him get pushed in the run game. Sometimes even I think in terms of pass rush, he uses that strength to his advantage, but he plays so high. It just isn't explosive. It's a problem to me.
There you go. We're waiting on the Packers pick to come in at 232. Here, just a few minutes.
That sounds good.
Their pick is in. We're waiting for it now.
We're moving through here. Moving through here.
But anyway, back to what we got coming up on Monday. I talked about the UDFA tracker will be up Tuesday. I'll have my way too early 2024 mock draft, and then Brad is going to drop his 2024 on Wednesday as well. We'll have our draft recap podcast. And then starting on Thursday of this week is when we start the division recap. Shane, you'll be doing the NFC, leading us off with the NFC East.
Great. NFC East. Can't wait.
And then a week from Monday, Shane, 2025 mock draft coming out for you.
Right. And 2026 will be out before the end of the month. So only a one rounder for 26. 25. Should I do all 7 for 25? I don't know.
I don't think you should, but
Yeah, I mean, like the day 3 is just projection,
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't, but maybe I should. I don't know. Tell me in the chat room. I don't know. Whatever you want. We'll see. We have the pick for the Packers. I love it.
Oh, I know you do. Cornerback from Kentucky, Carrington Valentine, comes off here in the 7th round.
Yeah, he was one of Mel Kiper's guys. That was where I first got his name off a Kiper list. And, I mean, watching him, long athlete, upside, super low in his back pedal and explodes through his hips. Just a good tackler, but he's kind of slow to react. I think he flashes upside, but has some lapses in kind of learning the position. Came out early. He's young, developmental. I think he should have been picked, and I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, good athlete, 9.28 RAS, 4.44 40 speed here with a 39-inch vertical. Did not do the 3-cone, but 146 on my board, 157 on yours. So good value here for the pack at 232.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was too high on him, but really thought the athleticism could shine through there.
Still shot Corey Trice hasn't been taken yet.
I know. I'm surprised at that versatility. There's a couple players ultimately. So we'll see.
Nick thinks you're going to do a 7-round anyway, whether you post it or not.
Here's what's going to happen is I'm going to look at my 2025 rankings, and I'll probably feel like I could do a 7. I'll be like, we'll just do a 7. Yeah, whatever. Some of the people can make fun of me if they want to. That's fine. I'll take it.
They're making fun of you now on Twitter for ranking 5 kickers.
I replied, I watched 24 kickers and ranked them. So Mitchell Finneran from Purdue, you never know.
Ridiculous.
Might be in a camp.
Commander's pick, we're waiting on that to come in, pick 233. The next pick is the Rams. Would have been Pittsburgh's pick.
Would have been the Pittsburgh's pick. But they moved it for Allen Robinson. So
there you go.
There you go. And we'll see. Do the Rams take another specialist, right? We said they got their punter. They need a kicker and long snapper still. So we'll see. 2
more picks, including Mr. Irrelevant.
Right. Dude, can we get an Alex Ward, Mr. Irrelevant? That'd be sick. Commanders here.
Still waiting on that Commanders pick.
Yeah. But we're getting down to it. We got 20-some picks left.
Who are some Ohio State players that haven't been drafted that you thought might have, Shane?
Ronnie Hickman, the safety, I think was probably the player that I thought would get drafted from Ohio State that's still left. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that I'm missing that I thought would get drafted. Maybe Teron Vincent, the defensive lineman, but past that, there's not. I don't think there's anyone else really. A lot of them went back to school.
Yeah, the Commanders pick is in, and they are getting Louisiana Raging Cajun edge rusher Andre Jones.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
233.
Yeah, he's my edge 39 in this class. I mean, nice blend of explosion, toughness, disengages really well, which is something a lot of these edge rushers I think struggled with. He is stiff. He'll sell out for the sack. Sometimes he'll bite on going for the sack and sometimes miss a run or take a bad angle. Loses containment a lot. He crashes too much. So I think a nice developmental edge rusher. Chase Young didn't pick up his option. Montez Sweat, I think, coming up soon for free agency. So we'll see.
I don't think Andre Jones in the 7th round has any bearing on that, but he's a 24-and-a-half-year-old prospect, 6'4", 250, incomplete athletic profile, but did play at the Shrine and was invited to the combine, but could not participate due to injury.
Yeah. So I think he's a good player.
Oh, I like this pick by the Rams. Wasn't a specialist, but it was Oklahoma State safety Jason Taylor, man.
That's one of your guys right there.
This is one of my guys, man. So productive. Just tackles so well. Not a great athlete, but he's good enough. I mean, he tested well, I believe. He tested his 9.3 RAS, but you don't see that on the field. But a 1.49 10-yard split. Played at the NFLPA game where he tracked down Jason Brownlee and forced a fumble from behind, and then got the call up to the Senior Bowl, and he balled out, man. 94 tackles this year, broke up 7 passes, and had 6 interceptions. I mean, this is a productive guy you're drafting in the 7th round.
Yeah, I mean, smooth player, right? I like how he reads the quarterback too. He can make a play on the ball, like you mentioned. Goes for that big hit sometimes too much. I think his diagnosis skills need some work in terms of recognizing what's going to happen pre-snap. Doesn't always adjust to shifts in the offense. He'll cheat a little bit, but I mean, I think Raw, big upside player. I would be surprised if we see some picks from Jason Taylor II. No relation to the Miami Dolphins, Jason Taylor as well. Nelly says the Justin Shorter pick was so bad by the Bills a couple rounds ago. Kind of was.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. I mean, look, you got you five-star recruit. You got to live off that a little bit, I guess.
Not great.
Packers.
So looking at the Rams reserve safeties here, I mean, they're starting Jordan Fuller, who was a 6th round pick in 2020, and Russell Yeast, a 7th round pick last year, projected to start. So the safety group, not great. And then Quentin Lake, a 6th round pick last year, and Richard LeCount they brought in after the Browns cut him, a 2020 a draft pick from former draft pick from Georgia. So there is an opening there for Jason Taylor to make this roster.
I think he plays special teams too. He definitely has that athletic ability. I don't know what his special team stats were like. I don't recall. But my safety 18. I think that's a good spot to take him. So, boom. Packers rep 235. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we're getting there, getting down to it.
Anxious to see. I was not high on Jordan Love coming out, so anxious to see how that works out for them this year.
I like Jordan Love. I liked him coming out. I didn't think he was, exceptional, but I grade him as a first rounder, and I thought he played really well last year. So I'm excited. I think Packers are going to be pretty good.
We'll see. I think I had him in the 70s. Maybe the 60s, 50s, somewhere around there. I have to go back and look.
So we know Anthony Richardson, Jordan Love, Will Levis, 70s.
I also had Josh Allen in the 70s and Daniel Jones in the 70s. I regret nothing.
That's fair. That's pretty good. But Daniel Jones got paid. I don't know if that was a bad pick or not. I don't know.
Hey, here's one of your running backs coming off the board to the Packers. Central Michigan running back Lou Nichols III here, the selection at 235 for Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, Lou Nichols, super productive, good vision, patient player. He kind of lets things develop, then makes that cut. Really smart runner. Good hands. He can be a reliable receiver, which I imagine the Packers like a bit. He just doesn't play as big as he is. I always feel like I always look at the height, weight, and the weight, and I'm like, hey, he's not really that big. Dealt with some injuries this year. Not super explosive. I think he could be productive if given the chance. Just not this top tier athlete guy.
Yeah. Only test he did really was the bench and the vertical, where he had a 37-inch vertical with 5'10", 220. Only 21 years old, so you had that. But in 2021, 1,848 yards rushing, which led the FBS.
Yeah, I mean, he had that. I think he would have had it again if he hadn't gotten hurt. Just not super athletic. But I think it could be a nice reserve pick here for the Packers.
The Colts are back up here with their pick, 236.
Yeah, 236. Let's see. Yeah, my NFL draft tracker is not working.
Yeah, it's stopped at 234.
Okay, let's make sure it wasn't just me. Getting too much. Too many people are excited about these 7th round picks.
Obviously,
that
is the case.
We have the pick at 236. It is a high-raz player. It is Jake Witt, offensive tackle out of Northern Michigan.
Somebody was going to draft him, right?
Someone was going to draft him. This guy's just a big-time athlete, movement, strength, great quickness off the snap. I mean, he flashes that dominance. I watched a little bit of grainy Northern Michigan film here. So it was a kind of a hard eval. I felt like the hand placement was off and there were some plays I was like, got blown past. So NFL athlete, definitely. Maybe you can grab the Raz and stuff, but he's raw, very raw player for the Colts. That's what they like in the 7th round.
I like tight ends that convert to offensive tackles. I do that, and that is the
You
case
do like
here with
that.
Jake Witt. Now, I will say I didn't watch Jake Witt because, unlike you, I wasn't even going to attempt to watch any grainy Division II Northern Michigan tape. But he's 6'7", 302 pounds, 33.5-inch arms, but 4.89 in the 40, 37-inch vertical at 302 pounds, 10'3" broad jump, 4.62 shuttle, 7.44 3-cone, 9.8 RAS for the Colts.
Yeah. You knew it was gonna be the Raz pick for the Colts there, Jake Witt. I love it.
Yeah, if you had told me what team before the draft was going to take Jake Witt in the 7th round, I probably would have said the Colts.
I should have mocked that. Should have had that going. I think next time we're gonna have one of these guys next year. Small school, out of nowhere athletes. I'm just Colts 7th round. Put them in.
There you go.
Plug and play. So, good stuff. 237 Seahawks.
Yep. So 22 picks to go here. 237 up Seattle Seahawks.
It's moving down. So far, 6 every player.
That's good.
Let's make it happen.
Good. Can we clean sheet? That's what we're going for here.
Can we clean it?
I'd like to say I did the same thing, but I did not.
Look, you could have watched the grainy Northern Michigan film.
So there's just not enough time in life, Shane.
Yeah, well, I might be learning that after my daughter's born in September. We'll see.
Yep. That is true.
Yeah, we'll still give it an earnest effort here.
You just got to be more efficient, Shane.
Yeah, we got the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. 237 is another running back. The second running back selected for the Seattle Seahawks in this draft. Kenny McIntosh, running back out of Georgia for the Bulldogs there. Senior Bowl player, Brian, how do you feel about Kenny McIntosh?
I think Kenny McIntosh could be a slot receiver for Seattle.
Oh, that's interesting.
He's a better receiver than he is a runner. That's for sure. A little under 6 foot, 210 pounds. Not a great athlete, tested poorly, a 3.96 RAS. But I think similar to how Cleveland has, maybe it's a bad example, but used Demetri Felton, I think that's a very similar usage you could see for Kenny McIntosh if he makes the Seattle roster.
Yeah. I think the receiving ability, like you said, is big. He's about running back 15. And I think he plays big. I mean, he plays big running the football. He's tough to bring down sometimes. I like his cutting ability, but not super explosive. The deep speed's not there. He kind of takes what's there, and that's about it. Vision, need to make some mistakes. I'm with you. Like, I think put him out at receiver sometimes and have a reserve here.
We have the
next pick. If you want
I got it. There was a take that James Cook could have been used similarly to how I project Kenny McIntosh. Yeah. Miami's pick is in at 238. It is Michigan offensive tackle Ryan Hayes, a selection here for the Dolphins in the 7th round.
Yeah, second straight year we've had a Michigan tackle go in the 7th round. Hayes, dominating run blocker. I mean, you see that in those games against TCU, against Ohio State. Seals the edge, allows for the outside runs for Blake Corbin, Donovan Edwards, bends into contact, explodes, can recover quickly if he makes mistakes. But I mean, his hands are all over the place. Sometimes he doesn't even get get 2 hands on a guy. He usually needs support against really good players. You need someone to chip or stay back. I think he could move to guard. Not much of a pass guy. I don't know how you feel about Ryan Hayes.
Got exposed into one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl a little bit with all the things kind of you just said there. He got beat with the speed. He's got good size at 6'6", 305, but 32 and 3/4 inch arms. So an inside move is palpable at this point, I think. 8.89 RAS though, so a good athlete.
Good athlete. We got the next pick for the Chargers. They're going to select Max Duggan, quarterback out of TCU. You saw him at the Senior Bowl. We saw him in the college football playoff and championship. How do you feel about Duggan in round 7?
Gritty player, right? You know, but he will TCU to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that right there alone just shows his toughness and everything. I think he's going to struggle to be an NFL quarterback. So
that's fair.
Look,
I think
I didn't catch who made it. Was it Chargers?
Chargers, yeah, Chargers at 239 selected Max Duggan, and his athletic testing was better than I thought. I knew he was a good athlete, but maybe that athletic upside kind of takes off.
That Big 12 championship game against Kansas State was just something to behold watching him play in that game.
You know who kind of reminds me of a little bit is Kellen Moore, the new offensive coordinator for the Chargers, right? In terms of that grit, not quite the accurate passer that Moore was, but interesting. Do I think Michael Turk will be drafted? I do not. He might be, but I don't.
Do you think Duggan competes with Easton Stick to be the backup quarterback, or maybe we're going to be more like a practice squad type deal?
Yeah, I think QB3 practice squad type, and probably practice squad for now. But I think he could develop into a backup for sure. Because that toughness, you just want to keep a guy like that on your roster to sub in if Justin Herbert breaks ribs again, right? And maybe he can will you to a win.
There you go.
I don't know. I thought he should have went before.
Jacksonville back on the clock again at pick 240.
Yeah.
We mentioned Hunter Lipke, man. We got to get this guy on a roster.
I'm kind of surprised. I know the fullback's dying, I guess, but Hunter Lipke, that big rushing game with 4 touchdowns this year. Tight end, H-back, fullback. Some offensive coordinator's gonna be like, yeah, give me that guy in the 7th. I'm surprised.
A little bit. Yep. So Jacksonville 240 coming up here.
Yeah. I'm going to pee real quick. Last one. And then.
So Jacksonville, this pick originally Baltimore's, then to the Giants, then to Jacksonville. As we wait here, the 23rd pick of the 7th round, 19 picks to go here before we close it out. Shane's taking that one last break here before we wrap up shop. We're at 6 hour and 24-minute mark of this marathon day 3 stream. Jacksonville's pick is in. We're waiting to see who it is here. So, anybody still in the chat? Who do you think has had in your opinion, chat? Who's had the best drafts here so far in totality, rounds 1 through 7? Who are you guys liking as the best guys here? I mean, my opinion, the Steelers have looked great just of what they've done and accomplished. I hate to say that, but that feels great. What they've done. And Ivan Pace, adding him there would just put the cherry on top of the potential best draft class here in 2020. Oh man, did you see the pick that just come in?
I did. Derek Parrish, the ultimate fullback linebacker hybrid from Houston, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Watch the.
Yeah, I mean he's interesting. Super athletic, nasty. He played some fullback. He played did some pass rushing. Just a raw instinct guy that you can very versatile. So I don't know where the Jaguars are going to play him. I had to see what was.
I have no idea. But had 4 sacks in a game that I watched this year. I mean, his bend around the edge is tremendous. But he's undersized, right? And trying to find his measurements.
He might not even play edge. He might play fullback.
He may play fullback, right? And it's wild. He played fullback at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah.
This year, but listed at 6'7", 241. So yeah, he's definitely not a full-time edge for sure, but he's a hell of a fun player to watch. And it's going to be hard to keep him from making a roster. And he tested extremely well, a 9.24 RAS as an edge rusher, number 263 on my board.
Yeah, yeah.
Fun player.
Yeah, fun. Just a fun player and great motor too.
Right.
So I'm down. I'm down for Derek Parrish getting drafted. So if we could see,
All right, your Steelers are on the clock. They still got a couple of picks left, so
yeah,
this is
yeah.
not. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and the Pittsburgh Steelers making a good pick. They select Corey Trice, cornerback out of Purdue, corner safety kind of tweener. One of your guys, Brian, I know you've been pounding the table here for Trice. The Steelers get him in your division.
Yeah, this is tough to see, but what he was the highest rated player left on my board. I had him in the top 100 in the 90s, and the Steelers are getting him at pick 241.
Yeah.
This is just adding on. They've had the best draft, I think, of anybody in the league this year, and this is just what the doctor ordered, right, to try to get them back in that AFC North race. You just have to hope Kenny Pickett improves. But
I'm gonna protect him with Broderick Jones. So yeah. I'm a big fan of Trice. I mean, a good tackler, physical athlete.
where do they play him? Where do you think he plays? Is he a corner or safety for you?
I think he'll be a safety, but kind of play that nickel safety role. Keanu Neal's going to play this year.
Great size at 6'3", 206 pounds with a 32 and 3/8 inch arms, 4.47 in the 40, 11-foot broad jump, goes sub 4 seconds on the short shuttle, 3.96 with a 6.73 cone, 9.63 RAS. This is a hell of a pick.
Yeah, I mean, look, he plays a bit stiff. I wouldn't want him manning up guys, but he can be physical a little bit, in the slot as a slot nickel defender. I think that they needed more depth there. Makes a lot of sense for the Steelers with one more pick. McRich wants to recap all the picks if you can do that real quick. Yeah, joking, but
Mitch, if you want to go to draftcountdown.com, there's a draft results tab on the search bar there that I've been filling in all day today. That will get you caught up.
Look, just rewind the video to the beginning and pretend like the draft just started now.
There you go.
Get this up for the next 6 hours, 6.5, 7 soon. Packers are on the clock, 2:42.
Maybe another receiver, right, or another tight end.
No, okay. They got to be done. Aaron Rodgers is jealous enough. Okay, let's rein it in.
Right. Man. Giants are on the clock with the Packers pick being in the can there. You mentioned safety Brandon Joseph earlier. Kayvon Merriweather from Iowa still also on the board as far as safeties go.
Yeah, I think everyone from that I thought would go round 1, 2, 3 is out. I got a couple fourth rounders still sitting there now.
We do have a safety come off the board here for Green Bay. It is Iowa State's Anthony Johnson Jr., who I think can be a nickel corner as well. So we've got that here. Decent pick here. Had a good job. Played at the Senior Bowl. Solid player.
Yeah, I think he's actually someone the Steelers were interested in and probably didn't think Trice would be there. Good cover safety with some size. I think he's versatile, physical run coverage, special teamer. Not super explosive. I think instincts deep. He struggles with ball tracking in the air and how to adjust to it. I think there's some upside there for Anthony Johnson Jr.
Yeah, played at the NFLPA game. It was 293 on my board, 242 on yours. Yeah, solid. So there's a couple solid secondary picks here in the 7th round with Carrington Valentine and now Anthony Johnson.
Wrong Anthony Johnson.
What?
Yeah, it was Virginia corner Anthony Johnson. I was thinking Iowa State.
Well, it showed Iowa State on the TV.
I think they messed up.
CBS has got Anthony Johnson.
All right, I don't know. I don't know which Anthony Johnson is.
NFL's got Virginia, Anthony Johnson. CBS has
Aaron Wilson says Virginia. I don't know which one. I don't know which one they drafted. We got to find out. We do have the next pick here. I think
this is embarrassing. You got the wrong one.
Guys have the same name. I don't know which one was drafted though.
Aaron Wilson tweets they've drafted Anthony Johnson from Virginia, while Rob Domofsky tweets they've drafted Anthony Johnson from Iowa State. NFL Network says Iowa State. CBS says Iowa State. NFL.com says Virginia.
Wow. That's weird, man.
Nelly says they're showing Anthony Johnson, Iowa State on ESPN app. I'm staying with Iowa State.
NFL.com with Virginia. I don't think they get around on the TV, right?
I would think not.
State. I think it would be. I think it's Iowa State. I think you're right. I'm going to Iowa State. I'm locking it in.
Cut the check. Iowa State.
Lock it in. We have the next pick for the Giants. It's right. Jordan Riley, who is edge rusher, defensive tackle out of Oregon. Is the next pick.
So the Giants go with Riley from Oregon at pick 240.
Yeah.
I apologize to everybody out there who can hear my daughter screaming up and down the hallway. There's not a whole lot I can. Hey, Shane, guess what you're going to have to look forward to here in your non-foreseeable future?
Yeah. Hey, we'll have it going on both ends. We'll just have the screaming happening.
Maybe they'll just dual scream at each other.
Jordan Riley, defensive tackle / edge guy, kind of a tweener, but has good size for the edge, a little undersized inside, fluid, not super explosive or fast, but and he gets pushed around a bit. My edge 61 I had, so interesting upside. Played tackle at Oregon. I really felt like when they kicked him outside, he did better. So that's where I think we have him, but. The rare Jordan with 2 O's, which is always nice. So Giants take him. Another kind of big school guy that went under the radar, I feel like, in Jordan Riley, ultimately. So we'll see. Man.
So the Cowboys pick here at 244 is in. We're going to
we will see what happens here. Yes, it's here with the Cowboys. Interesting. I'm still trying to figure out the Anthony Johnson debacle. I Kent tweeted out Virginia. It's getting wild.
Let's go to the Packers website.
That's probably a good way to go. I need like someone to correct themselves, right? So they went Iowa State.
Packers website has Iowa State.
All right.
There we go. Let's close the book on that.
Go to the source. I'm going to tweet at Kent. Wrong, Anthony Johnson. All right. Cowboys are up. At least kind of a weird draft for the Cowboys so far. Not how I expected it to go for them. With how they addressed things the last 2 days. But Deuce Vaughn, interesting pick today. Austin Richards. I don't think it's been a bad day for them, ultimately.
I'm going to call my shot. The Bengals pick in 2 spots here. I'm going to go with Blake Whiteheart, the tight end from Wake Forest.
All right, you're going another tight end here. I like it.
Wait, have they picked a tight end? They haven't picked a tight end yet.
Luke Schoonmaker.
No, I'm talking about for the Bengals. 2 picks
for the Bengals? No, they haven't taken a tight end.
They haven't taken a tight end. Blake Whiteheart for the Bengals.
They're not taking a tight end in the draft, so
it's certainly starting to feel that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so waiting on that Cowboys pick here from the evil Jesus. So if this is correct, I have issues here with this pick.
The Cowboys pick?
Yeah. If that is correct, I've only seen one tweet about it, and they've got the last name wrong, which is why I'm holding off on it.
Yeah, I would let's wait there. I haven't seen anything, but
I'm going to go on a mini rant if this is the pick.
A mini rant for a 7th round pick?
Uh-huh.
All right. I can't even think of who this might be for us to get a Brian rant in the 7th round. Ultimately.
Like I said, waiting to confirm it. But and there it is. There's the confirmation. The Cowboys at pick 244 have selected South Carolina wide receiver Jalen Brooks, who is awful.
It's a 7th round pick, though.
He's pitiful. He's supposed to be a speed wide receiver. Why he was invited to the combine, I ranted about this then. Shouldn't have happened. He runs almost a 4.7 at the combine. Was not invited to any All-Star game other than the CGS. That tells you all you need to know about this guy. He transferred up from D2, and he wasn't even the 4th best wide receiver. I'm getting a tweet here because I wasn't high on Keyshawn Nixon when he came out, and he's been an all-pro kick returner for the Chiefs out of South Carolina as well. So if that's what Jalen Brooks ends up being, whatever. But
now, he has played special teams. Unlike Josh Van.
Awful.
So look, I wouldn't have taken him. He's my wide receiver 56, but he's big, he's long. I think he leans into his routes, has a decent stride. He's just too finesse for me. He alligator armed too many passes. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken him, but
so
7th round.
So when he comes back and has an all-pro NFL career, everybody remember this moment that I ranted against one of my own. And the Patriots have a pick. Interesting athlete there. Isaiah Bolden, a wide receiver corner out of Jackson State.
Yeah, kind of interesting because he's played both wide receiver this year, kind of made the move to corner in the HBCU. Big body. He can kind of bully those receivers. I think he did that this year. It boxes out pretty well, good feet. I just wish he was, I wish he was a little more athletic, a little more fluid, a little more consistent.
Is he the first HBCU player drafted this year?
I believe so. I don't think we've had anyone yet.
I know we got asked about that earlier.
Yeah, just who would have been drafted. So we didn't have anyone yet. But interesting pick for the Patriots here. I think he's a
tremendous athlete. A 9.43 RAS, played at the NFLPA game, 4.33 speed for Bolden. We've got him listed as a wide receiver. I think the Patriots drafted him as a corner.
Yeah. So I had him as a receiver, and I'd probably slot him corner 70-ish here, I think.
Speaking of corners, the Bengals just took one.
Oh, again. Okay. Who'd they take?
They go with Miami's DJ Ivey at pick 246.
He was another guy drafted into the USFL. They put him on. I felt bad for DJ Ivey. Miami fans don't like him. He was put on an island a ton. Like Tyreek Stevenson, for whatever reason, got the help coverage a lot. And he's a decent athlete. He's tough. He's experienced. He works hard. He won't run with everyone. He got picked on a bit. So I think he needs a little development, but has played special teams. So might be another special teams pick.
4.46 speed with a 39-inch vertical, 10'6" broad, but his shuttle number is poor. 7.82 RAS, played at the NFLPA game. I have nothing to offer other than they didn't draft a tight end.
Yeah, I told you.
Went the distance, 8 picks, no tight ends drafted.
Irv Smith. If Bip was here, he would say Irv Smith for life. Yeah. Mick Rich will never let you forget if Jalen Brooks is an all-pro.
Sure. He won't be, but
we'll see what happens. 49ers on the clock. Your Bengals are done. And 49ers have 3 more picks, including this one that's on the clock. So.
Yep.
Boom. Yeah, we're rounding down to it. We're getting to the end here. Brian, you got any Mr. Relevant guesses here for the Rams?
That's
Maybe in the chat if anyone has any Mr. Relevant guesses. Let's get some in. If you hit it before and you make it before the picks before it's taken, I don't know. I'll send you something.
I'm gonna go with Kyle Patterson, the tight end from Air Force.
Oh, okay. Interesting. You know what? I'm going. I'm gonna go Christopher Dunn. I'm gonna go kicker, NC State. Let's do it. We have a. Oh, I think I got the Texans pick 248, not the 49ers pick. So that's fun. Yeah, Isaiah Bowen, a good return guy as well. Should probably add to that report. Joey Fisher, that's a good name. I feel like he should get drafted. We need a Shepherd player drafted.
49ers drafted tight end here, H-back Braden Willis, tight end, H-back Oklahoma, comes off pick 247 to the 49ers.
Nice. That's what I saw as the Texans pick. So it was the 49ers pick. Yeah, good fullback, right? Play that H-back role, tough lead blocker, head of steam, kicks out the edge pretty well. Just not super athletic. I don't know if I want him as like a lead blocker for running back, but I like him. I think he should have been drafted.
And he was, with 12 picks to go here in round number 7.
Yeah. How you check Breton?
Nelly, Joel Wilson, tight end, Central Michigan. So look at that. We're both going with the tight ends here.
Ooh,
hey, a Pitt safety comes off the board. Brandon Hill, 248 to the Texans.
Yeah, came out early. I think was an interesting decision, but really tough. He's a deep safety. They played him deep. He'll get in there. He'll get his nose in there. He plays tough, tackles well. Had some blitz ability. They used him as a blitzer, and was more in run support. I kind of like him, just raw in his coverage. He's short. He's small. I just don't know where that plays out. So we'll see. Maybe special teams for the Texans.
Eagles on the clock here with pick number 249. This pick by way of Kansas City and Detroit for the Eagles. Last time I believe we'll hear the Eagles tonight with a player that's probably not going to make their team.
I think it's going to be a tough roster to crack this year.
Yeah.
So.
Tough sell for this guy in the 7th round. I'm mighty afraid.
Yeah. I like the Pitt guys going. We got a good amount of Pitt players here. It's nice. Nice for the Panthers.
Is the quarterback Shepard gone yet?
No.
That's who I will go as Mr.
Ben's going to Tyson Bagent, the quarterback from Shepard. That's Mr. Irrelevant.
Someone's got to take Ronnie Brown. We got to get all 3 Shepherd players as Mr. Irrelevant possible.
Tommy Abanikanda has been selected. I don't remember when it was.
Yeah, Abanikanda got
that was a couple of rounds ago, it feels like.
Got snatched up by the Jets. I think Tommy came in a little bit late, but so no Abanikanda. You want Sean Tucker, you can take Sean Tucker.
I hate that for him, man. He looks so good this year before the injury.
Yeah, just it wasn't in the cards. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, so the Steelers now have 3 corners over 6'2". Joey Porter Jr., Kilo Witherspoon, Corey Trice.
That says something about who they're having to defend that division, doesn't it?
Yes. So I think your Bengals play a big part in that.
As they should. Hey, good pick here for the Philadelphia Eagles, pick 249. It's Moro Ajomo, the interior defensive line from Texas. So maybe I prematurely said a player that may not make their team. He's probably not making their team.
Yeah, but like a good, Keandre Coburn, we saw the nose tackle from Texas get drafted earlier. I think Ajomo flashes the ability to split a double team, get into the backfield. He had some big games. I think teams had to kind of say, who are we going to double? Coburn or Jomo. Definitely flashes, had some great games, had some bad games. Motor can run cold. And a lot of times he just took on blocks to free up other people. So I think it's an interesting. I think he should have went higher because I think the pass rush upside is there for a Jomo. So the Eagles having a really good draft. Ultimately,
5 career sacks for a Jomo, 9.09 RAS. So he tested really well. Played at the Shrine this year. Got a combine invite. 168, 10-yard split. Not bad.
No, 168 10 split's really good off the line. You can see that explosiveness too come out, with the Jomo this year.
Home stretch here, Shane. Final
like
10 picks.
I like it. We're feeling good. The Chiefs on the clock. Their picks in. Then the Steelers coming up. And we have our first free agent signing, Brian.
How is that possible?
UDFA Calvin Avery, nose tackle from Illinois, is signing with the Vikings. So I think I got to tweet out some scouting reports there.
So what if he gets drafted in these next 10 picks?
F them picks. I'm going to the Vikings, baby.
That's not how that works.
I guess it's already set. I guess maybe we're already done. Maybe the draft's already done. I don't know.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Maybe they've already paid all the picks, and we just don't know it yet.
Call your shot here, Shane. 251 Steelers. Who's the last pick the Steelers are going to make?
I go with, I'm going back to the secondary. We're going Tanner Engel, safety from NC State. I probably should just take the highest player on my board, right? Like Jalen Redmond, right? Not a good fit.
The way
not a
this
good fit for the defense, but
the way this draft's going for the Steelers, yes, Sean Clifford got picked, and it's ridiculous that he got picked.
Yeah, Packers pick. I'm going to go Hunter Lupke. How about that for the Steelers?
There you go. Tommy Ivan Pace.
He wants Ivan Pace, which would be nice.
That's for the Steelers. He's not picking him for Mr. Irrelevant.
No, he wants that. Maybe he should pick it for Mr. Irrelevant. If he's not getting drafted, he has a good shot, I think.
Short is the problem with Ivan Pace, right?
Yeah. I think it's just short. He's not this super athlete either. You don't want your middle linebacker to be that short, ultimately.
Didn't y'all just go through that with Devin Bush?
Yeah, don't remind me there, ultimately. But, look, Tommy, you can pick Ivan Pace for Mr. Relevant. If Steelers do draft him, then you can just pick someone else.
Bengals brought in DJ Ivy for a visit, by the way.
There you go. I like those visits. That's why I went going Tanner Engel for the Steelers. But once again, Trice may have been kind of that guy. Tyson Bagent is taken in our contest here, so you might have to go elsewhere, Akins. I have not seen the Chiefs pick at 250 yet.
No, I'm waiting for it to come across the TV as well. They're announcing the pick right now.
All right. Maybe we'll find out here in a second. All right, Tommy's taking Pace. There we go. Good pick by the Chiefs. They're taking Nick Jones, corner out of Ball State. Yeah, nickel corner out of Ball State. He's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think we were talking when I was listing potential nickels still available. He was one of the guys. 12 pass breakups in 2022 for Jones out of Ball State. Got a combine invite. Played at the Shrine. 4.51 speed at 5'11", 191. So a little undersized, but good ball skills, right? So
smooth athlete too. He looks very smooth on the field. He can if he gets out of position, he can get back pretty quickly.
He's still young. Yeah, 21 years old.
He's raw, but good nickel corner developmental player. I like that for the Chiefs. Steelers on the clock. The pick is in. I don't know if we're getting another trade here. Probably not in the 7th round at any point.
252 is already off the board. That's been reported. So Buffalo has made their final choice.
Man, I do see that here. Maybe that's interesting. In fact, that's happened a couple times. We've gotten the pick ahead.
Yeah.
I feel like the Steelers pick.
Oh, the pick is in, and it's Maryland offensive lineman Spencer Anderson.
Interesting. My offensive tackle 25, good size, good strength, right tackle, good pop off the snap. He's not going to match up with top athletes. You struggle in the Big Ten with those. I think he's a right tackle only, so not super versatile. Maybe could kick inside and play guard. I think that's the thing that the Steelers might like that.
They came across the screen as guard.
Okay, so there you go. That makes sense. Needed more depth there, especially someone with the swing depth for the Steelers. Yeah. And another,
290 on your board, 9.35 RAS for Spencer Anderson. So tested very well, 6'4", 305. Short arm length is what's going to kick him inside, 32 and 3/4 inch arms.
Yeah, and I think he played there with Dino Tomlin, with Mike Tomlin's son.
Yeah. Pick is in for Buffalo at 252. It's early declaree corner Alex Austin from Oregon State. Probably should have stayed in school.
Probably. I like his size. I like his frame. Pretty good feet. And has some press man ability, but zone coverage, I feel like he's always in the wrong position, and I just get angry. I think that he's just raw player that maybe you can develop here for the Bills.
Yep. So that's where we're at. Yeah,
pretty good. We made a couple picks there. 49ers still have 2 more picks here. They're on the clock. Ultimately,
49ers actually have 2 picks. 2 picks left. So coming up, we've got the 49ers, Giants, 49ers, Packers, Broncos, Bears, and then we close it out with the Rams, who have Mr. Irrelevant via trade.
We got Scott's going Brandon Joseph. We got Andre Carter for Paul. We got Raheem Jarrett as Mr. Irrelevant guesses here are coming in strong. I'll Venmo you $20 if you get it.
There you go. Hey, if it's Kyle Patterson, do I get $20?
Sure, but it'll come out of the draft countdown funds. All right. 49ers are up.
So we've gotten to the delirious point of the show.
Yeah, I don't feel as down as I did last year, but definitely the steam is running out. But I still feel pretty good. So yeah. I've been trying to get the endurance for this. Yes. Let's do it.
The pick is in for the 49ers, and as the guy I talked about earlier, Michigan wide receiver Ronnie Bell at pick 253 to the 49ers.
Yeah, he's one of those players that early in his career showed a lot of promise at Michigan, looked good, and just never developed, stuck around for a while. Good mover, good hands, underutilized. He's just not very physical. He's not a run blocker. Routes are kind of sloppy, just not developed, and that's the problem with some of the Michigan receivers there a little bit.
Sounds like a trend there. He was in that group at the Senior Bowl with Jaden Reed and Michael Wilson and Tank Dell and of those little slot receivers, and he was the worst one of the group all week.
Yeah. So makes you a 7th round pick, I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like you could develop and stick around 4 or 5. Receiver has a big game here and there, but I just don't see the sharpness to be able to play at the NFL level fairly consistently against NFL corners. That's my issue with Ronnie Bell.
So the Giants, their pick is in, and we're looking to grab it here.
Yeah, 254. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks to go. The Giants have selected. I really like this selection. It's Gervarius Owens, safety out of Houston. Really good athlete, man, and good nose for the football. He'll get physical with you too. I think it's a great pick. I thought he should have went a while ago, honestly.
Shrine game, clean it up in the 7th round here, it seems.
Yeah, look, you gotta happen. I mean, his positioning needs work. I think he can give up space in the run game and kind of plays a little too patiently there. But special teams potential is definitely there too for Javarius Owens. So nice pick for the Giants. I thought he would be gone by now.
Yeah. A couple of players, like I said, on the Houston defense that I like this year. He was one of them. Art Smith, their corner, was another. And of course, Derek Parrish. But 179 on your board, Shane. So,
yeah, I thought he'd go much higher. I was off. Like I just love the size, the speed, the coverage ability. Like it feels like someone that could play a little bit. You know what I mean? And see the field as maybe a third safety on passing downs. Yeah, Jose Ramirez is gone. McRitchie, dig in the bag a little bit. You know, give me someone down deep. Pick some quarterback that's way off the board.
boy, that Eli Ricks had a fall from grace.
What's that?
Yeah, so that Eli Ricks has had a fall from grace.
Oh, yeah, Eli Ricks. Yeah, it's so good at LSU as a freshman, and then, and then that's it. He just didn't have the athleticism. Ultimately, it's wild. So I thought maybe he'd get drafted late. I wasn't a big fan this year. I thought Alabama played pretty poorly, but that's where we're at.
So that's a second LSU player who played great as a freshman that's fallen in this draft class, along with Butte.
Keishawn Butte, right? I mean, LSU kind of some of the early draft positioning as a freshman, shooting up draft boards. That's a piece. Isaiah Land's still not drafted. Eli Ricks is still not drafted.
The 49ers pick is in, and it's Jalen Graham, linebacker from Purdue, the pick here at 255 for the 49ers.
That's an interesting selection. I mean, he's an explosive athlete, gets to the flat pretty well, but I think just the cerebralness isn't there. He needs to work on reading the offense, making reads in the run game. Nice developmental player.
Didn't test well, 4.21 in the RAS, 287 on your board, 6'1", 224-pound linebacker, 22 years old, with a 4.64 in the 40. Played at the Shrine this year. Got a combine invite. So,
yeah. Jimmy saying Isaiah Land not drafted. That's surprising. Thanks, Gino, for the compliments. McRitch, take Tanner Morgan. He's still out there. He can get drafted. It's one of Brian's. You had him over Sean Clifford, so maybe he gets drafted.
I did.
The Rams take another quarterback.
Nick, we appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's hard work, man, but we love doing it, and that's why we're here. Great, awesome these last 3 days.
Enjoying it. And if you are guessing Mr. Relevant, Jim Irsay will give you $10,000 if you guess it. So retweet him. And to sign Anthony Richardson jersey. That's a good one by Phoenix. Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Yeah,
he
would be up on the board.
Henry Bird, Princeton. That's going off the board. I like it.
That's
I like
a deep cut there.
Nice.
Good Raz, the tight end there from Princeton.
Yeah. Keymore Gamble. Haven't heard anything yet. We'll see. I think he's someone that will get signed as an undrafted free agent, though. So
I like this pick here. Green Bay pick 256. They go with Charlotte wide receiver Grant DeBose.
That's their third receiver that they've drafted, if I'm not mistaken. And they have drafted two tight ends as well. So Grant DeBose, you saw him at the Senior Bowl. Productive player in college. What did you think of him?
That was my first exposure to him, man. And he separated well during the practices and made some great catches during the week. So I really liked what I saw out of him. Made me go back and look at his tape, and enough to where I put him up at 207 on my board in this class. 8.78 RAS, tested well.
Yeah. He's super intriguing because I think you have a little bit of the size that you like. I think the hands are good. The production's there. So I'm a fan. But, man, the Packers really hammering those pass catchers in this draft. Yeah, long, physical, good high pointer of the football. He can get jammed up a little bit, but I like him. But let's see if I can. Oh my goodness. NFL website is Joni. Packers took Aiden Reed, receiver Michigan State, Dontavian Wicks, receiver Virginia. Now Grant Du Bois, receiver Charlotte, and day 2 they took Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft.
Hey, I love this pick from the Broncos at 257. Been my guy for a little while now, just kind of been down, but Oregon center Alex Forsyth comes off here at pick 257 for the Broncos.
You like him.
I do. I really do. And physical guy, man. He just has dealt with some injuries. 6th-year player. He's older, but the Broncos were looking for a center right early. That was one of the potential targets in the 3rd round. And so they get Forsyth here in the 7th, a guy that has a chance, I think, to make the roster.
Yeah, and our boy Scott got to be happy that finally at that center took one.
Yep.
Jimmy said Andre Carter, man, still on the board. 2 picks to go. It's wild. We thought he'd be the highest drafted Army player ever. For
now he may not get drafted at all, and it's because it's tough.
It's tough. I think at the military academies where you're really training for something that's not football, right? And your body's very different. I think it's going to take a big adjustment, and teams might not be willing to do that.
You're going to see a drop off in academy quality football with the advent of NIL and the transfer portal, and as that just starts taking shape, because you can't get NIL money at the academies.
Yeah, but it's not like they're recruiting, high-end recruits.
Or any player that they could get that has any football aspirations probably going to.
Right, but I don't think they're getting players with football aspirations to begin with. I don't think they've been doing that. Right? I mean, I don't think Andre Carter probably entered the academy like, I'm going to the NFL. He just was that good.
Maybe.
Triple option will always be good. That's what I say.
Yeah, but now they've taken the cut box out. So,
yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, Army's going to was it Army or they're going to a shotgun ops. They're going to adopt the Coastal Carolina playbook.
Yeah, which hey, that's not a bad way to go either. Bears on the clock, 2 more picks left. If anyone else wants to enter the undrafted, Mr. Relevant contest, $20 I'll give you. I mean, I'm no Jim Irsay with my $10,000, but we'll see. Yeah, and then once the draft's done, I'm out. I got to work on UDFA stuff and tweet out some scouting reports for undrafted free agents. So I hope you've enjoyed the streams. I hope you enjoyed the time. We really appreciate it.
Jake Arthur just tweeted out Colts 12-man draft class RAS average 9.49.
It's a pretty good average, 95 percentile athletes there. So awesome. That's we know. I hope Chris Ballard stays forever, so we always know they're gonna do.
I think I need his end. Second last pick of the draft is Stanford safety Kendall Williamson.
Oh, Kendall Williamson. My safety 38 in the box safety. Gets his nose dirty, special teamer, hits. Definitely not a coverage guy. Very stiff, got beat a lot in coverage. But it's probably a special teams pick for the Bears here.
Yeah, NFLPA player, 8.6 RAS.
Yeah, so
so we're down. This is it, Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. Irrelevant. The LA Rams on the clock. Bip's back for Mr. Irrelevant. You got a guess real quick, Bip? I'll give you $20. You get it right. Got to go quick.
Jim Irsay's offering $1,000. We're offering $20.
He's offering $10,000.
$10,000.
Yeah, I don't have that at this point.
We ain't got that kind of cash.
Yeah. Houston Texans signing TK McClendon, edge from Eastern Kentucky, undrafted free agency.
Breaking news.
And some of this. Ultimately, Pip's going Antonio Brown. He's coming back. He's going to be on the stage. AB.
I was told he was with the Ravens.
I like he bought like a jersey on NFL.com to make that picture, which is just beautiful.
What a clown.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, not great. Not great.
So, not that we didn't already know this based off their draft picks, but the Bengals have stated that Jonah Williams is a valued member of their franchise, and we're excited to have him. He is transitioning to right tackle, where he will compete with Jackson Carman to be the starting right tackle.
We have the pick. DeJuan Johnson is the pick, defensive lineman. There you go. Toledo, right?
Oh, okay. Desjuan, is it Desjuan? Desjuan? I'm not sure. Okay, so
DeJuan Johnson.
nobody had that. So Shane,
had that.
$20.
Yeah, Toledo. Yeah, so my D-line 30 ultimately. So I'm gonna head into UDFA mode here. So thanks guys for coming out, for being here.
There you go, Shane. You're the man.
I'll see you guys.
All right, so Shane's out. He's done. You got me for the next 2 minutes or whatever as we wrap this thing up. Toledo's DeJuan Johnson is going to be the pick here at pick 259 to the Rams. And that will close the 2023 NFL draft. And we're at over the 7-hour mark. We've had 9 hours the last 2 nights. So we're over 16 hours of live streaming this thing, man. And it's been awesome. And you guys have been rock stars in the chat for this whole time. Appreciate that for you being here. Paul, man, we appreciate you. Shellfish, we appreciate you, man. B-Plaid, we appreciate you, man. All you guys, Tyler, Nelly, man, thanks for coming on. DeJuan Johnson, Toledo, defensive lineman, goes to the Rams. We've gone pick 1, Bryce Young, Alabama, DeJuan Johnson, Toledo, pick 259. That's going to do it for the live stream draft countdown coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. For Shane, I'm Brian. Good night, everybody.